On one of its peaks there was a great tree. In that region there lived a sage Adalaka. Even while he was a young boy he aspired to attain supreme wisdom through his own effort. Of course, then he was of little understanding and he had a restless mind, though he had a pure heart. He engaged himself in austerities, in the study of scriptures and so on, and there arose wisdom in him. While sitting alone one day, the sage Adalaka reflected thus: what is liberation, which is said to be the foremost among the objects to be attained, upon attaining which one does not experience sorrow and is not born again? When shall I rest permanently in that state? When will the mental agitations caused by desires and cravings cease? When will I be freed from thoughts like this I have done and this I should do? When will my mind cease to undergo perversities though living in relationship here, even as the lotus though lying on water is not tainted by it? When will I, with the help of the boat of supreme wisdom, cross to the other shore of liberation? When will I be able to look upon the diverse activities of people with the playfulness of a child? When will the mind attain utter quiescence? When will the illusory division between the subjective and the objective experiences cease through the experience of the infinite consciousness? When will I be able to behold this concept, known as time, without being involved in it? When will I, living in a cave with a mind in utter tranquility, remain like a rock in a state in which there is no movement of thought at all? Thus reflecting, Adalaka continued his practice of meditation. But his mind continued to be agitated. Some days, however, his mind abandoned external objects and remained in a state of purity. At other times it was greatly disturbed. Greatly distressed by such changing moods, he roamed the forest. One day he reached a lonely spot in the forest which had not been visited by anyone else. There he saw a cave which appeared to be most conducive to the attainment of the state of utter tranquility and peace. It was delightful in every way with beautiful creepers and flowers around it, with a moderate climate, and it shone as if it had been carved out of an emerald. Vasishtha continued, v:52, Adalaka entered that delightful cave and sat in a meditative posture. Intent on attaining the state of mind without the least movement of thought, he concentrated his attention on the latent tendencies in the mind, and Adalaka reflected thus within himself: O mind, what have you to do with this world appearance? Wise men do not come into contact with what is called pleasure, which turns into pain later on. He who abandons the supreme peace that lies within and goes in search of sense pleasure, abandons a delightful garden and goes into a field of poison herbs. You may go where you like, you will never taste supreme peace except through perfect quiescence. Hence, abandon all hopes and desires. For, all these seemingly wondrous objects of the nature either of being or of non-being, are not meant for your happiness. Do not perish like the deer which is trapped by the sound of music and bells, nor like the male elephant which is trapped with the help of the female elephant, nor like the fish whose sense of taste leads it to its death in the hook, nor like the moth which is attracted by the sight of a flame and perishes in it, nor like the bee whose sense of smell leads it to the flower, trap in which it is destroyed when the flower folds up for the night. O foolish mind, all these perish being subjected to just one sense craving, the deer by the sense of hearing, the bee by the sense of smell, the moth by the sense of sight, the elephant by the sense of touch, and the fish by the sense of taste. But you are a victim to all the 5 temptations. How can you have happiness? Just as the silkworm spins its cocoon and gets caught in it, you have woven the web of your own concepts and are caught in it. If you can get rid of all that, attain purity, overcome even the fear of life and death and thus attain to total equanimity, you have achieved the greatest victory. On the other hand, if you cling to this ever-soft changing phenomenon called the world, you will surely perish in sorrow. Why do I instruct you thus, O mind? For, if one investigates the truth he discovers that there is no such thing called mind. Mind is but a product of ignorance. When ignorance wears out, then the mind wears out, too. Hence, you are in the process of being worn out. It is unwise and foolish to instruct one who is in the process of disintegrating. Since, day by day you are becoming weaker and weaker, I renounce you. Wise men do not teach one who is to be abandoned. O mind, I am the egoless infinite and homogeneous consciousness. I have nothing to do with you who are the cause of the ego. Adalaka continued to contemplate thus. The infinite self cannot possibly be squeezed into the mind, any more than an elephant can be squeezed into a wood apple fruit. The consciousness that, through the process of self-limitation, is confined to finitude, and therefore to concepts and percepts, is known as the mind. This is the result of ignorance, and hence I do not accept this. The ego sense is only a child's concept, and it is believed in by one who does not investigate the truth. I have carefully investigated. I have observed everything from the tips of my toes to the top of my head, and I have not found anything of which I could say, "This I am." Who is I? I am the all-pervading consciousness which is itself not an object of knowledge or knowing and is free from selfhood. I am that which is indivisible, which has no name or change, which is beyond all concepts of unity and diversity, which is beyond measure, small and big, and other than which naught else is. Hence, O mind, I abandon you who are the source of sorrow. In this body in which there is flesh, blood, bone, etc., who says this I am? Motion is the nature of energy. Thinking is inherent in consciousness. Old age and death are natural to the body. Who says this I am? This is the tongue. These are ears. This is nose. This is motion, and these are eyes. Who says this I am? I am none of these, nor am I you, O mind, nor these concepts. I am but the infinite consciousness, pure and independent. I am all this, or there is no I. Both are expressions of the same truth, naught else is truth. Alas! For so long I have been victimized by ignorance. But, luckily, I have discovered that which robbed me of self-knowledge. I shall never more be the victim of ignorance. Even as the cloud sitting on top of a hill does not belong to the hill, though I seem to be associated with sorrow, I am independent of it. In the absence of self-knowledge, there arose ego sense, but now, I am free of ego sense. Let the body, the senses and so on be, or perish, I have nothing to do with them. The senses, the eyes, etc., exist in order to come into contact with their own objects for their own sake. Who is the I that is deluded into thinking this is I, or I see, etc.? These eyes, etc. see or experience their objects naturally, without being impelled to do so by previous conditioning. Hence, if actions are performed spontaneously without mental conditioning, their experience will be pure and free from memories of past happiness or unhappiness. Hence, O senses, perform your functions without being hampered by memory. This memory or mental conditioning is not a fact. In truth, it is non-different from and not independent of the infinite consciousness. It can therefore be easily dispelled, merely by not reviving it in consciousness. Hence, O mind, abandon this perception of diversity and realize the unreality of your own independence from the infinite consciousness, that is liberation. V:53, Adalaka continued to reflect thus. In reality, consciousness cannot be conditioned. It is unlimited and is subtler than the subtlest atom, hence beyond the influence of mental conditioning. The mind rests in the ego sense and the reflected consciousness in the senses, and from this there arises the illusion of self-limitation of consciousness. When this is experienced and thought of again and again, the ego sense and the illusion of self-limitation acquire a false validity. But, I am consciousness which is untouched by any of these. Let the body continue to live in a world brought into being by its ignorant activities, or let it abandon it. I am consciousness unaffected by any of these. Consciousness, being infinite and all-pervading, has no birth, no death, nor is it possessed by anyone. It has nothing to gain by living as a separate entity, since it is all-pervading. Birth and death are mental concepts, they have nothing to do with the self. Only that which entertains notions of the ego sense can be grasped and bound. The self is free from the ego sense and is therefore beyond being and non-being. The ego sense is vain delusion, the mind is like a mirage and the objects of the world are inert substances. Who is it that says I am? The body is an aggregate of flesh, blood, etc. The mind vanishes on inquiry into its nature, self-limitation of consciousness and such other concepts are insentient. Nonsense. What is the ego? The senses exist and are engaged in self-satisfying activity all the time. The substances of the world are the substances of the world. Where is the ego? Nature is nature and its qualities interact on one another, like the sight and light, hearing and sound, etc. And what is rests in itself? Where is the ego? The self, which is consciousness, exists as the supreme self of all, everywhere in all bodies at all times. Who am I? What am I made of? What is my form? Made by whom? And what shall I acquire and what shall I reject? There is thus nothing which can be called I and which undergoes being and non-being. When there is no ego sense in truth, how can that ego sense be related, and to whom? When thus it is realized that there is no relationship at all, then the false notion of duality vanishes. Thus, whatever there is the one cosmic being, Brahman or the self. I am that reality. Why do I suffer in delusion? When one alone exists as the pure omnipresent being, how can there even arise something known as the ego sense? There is no substantiality in any substance in truth, the self alone exists, or, even if one assumes the substantiality to be real, there is no relationship between that and the self. The senses function as senses, the mind exists as mind, the consciousness is untouched by these. What is relationship and how does it come into being? Just because they exist side by side, it is not right to assume a relationship. A stone and an iron rod may lie side by side, totally unrelated to each other. Adalaka continued to reflect, it is only when this false ego sense has arisen that the perverse notions this is mine and that is his arise. And, when it is seen that all these are tricks of the false ego sense, these unreal notions cease to be. There is in truth naught else but the self. Hence I realize that all this is the one cosmic being or Brahman. The delusion known as ego sense is like the blueness of the sky. It is better not to entertain that notion once again, but to abandon it. After having abandoned the very root of the ego sense, I rest in the self which is of the nature of peace. The ego sense is the source of endless sorrow, suffering and evil action. Life ends in death and death leads to birth and what is disrupted by its own end. Such notions entertained by the ego sense lead to great sorrow. The anxiety caused by thoughts like I have got this now, I shall get that too burns the ignorant. This is and that is not. Such notions cause restlessness in the egotist. But if the ego sense ceases to be, then the illusory world appearance does not germinate again and all cravings come to an end. This universe has surely come into being without any valid cause for its creation. How can one accept the truth of a creation which had no cause or purpose? From time immemorial, all these bodies have been inherent in the cosmic being, even those pots are forever inherent in clay. Even as ocean exists in the past, present and future as ocean in the same water temporarily assumes the form of a wave, all this is forever the cosmic being at all times. It is only a fool that entertains a feeling this I am in relation to that temporary appearance known as the body. Etc. In the same way, the mind was consciousness in the beginning and it will be consciousness again in the end, after its nature and function as mind have ceased. Why is it then called differently in the middle? Now, all these phenomena seem to have a transient reality, like dream experiences, visions in a state of delirium, hallucinations of a drunkard, optical illusions, psychosomatic illness, emotional disturbances and psychotic states. But, O mind, you have conferred a permanent reality upon them, even as a lover suffers from the very imagination of his beloved's separation. But, of course, this is not your fault. It is my fault that I still cling to the notion that you, my mind, is a real entity. When I realize that all these phenomena are illusory appearances, then you will become no-mind and all the memories of sense experiences, etc., will come to an end. When consciousness realizes itself and abandons its self-limiting mental conditioning, the mind is freed from its coloring and rests in its essential nature, which is consciousness. When the mind, gathering to itself all its limbs, offers itself into the fire of pure consciousness, it is purified and attains immortality. Adalaka continued to contemplate, when the mind perceives the body as distinct from it, abandons its own conditioning, the concepts, and recognizes its own transient nature, it is victorious. Mind and body are each other's foes. Hence supreme happiness follows their destruction. For, When they come together there is a host of suffering on account of their mutual conflict. The mind gives birth to the body through its own thought force, and throughout the body's lifetime the mind feeds it with the mind's own, sorrow. Thus tortured by sorrow the body wishes to destroy the mind, its own parent. There is no friend nor enemy in this world. That which gives us pleasure is considered our friend and that which causes pain is our enemy. When thus the mind and the body are constantly engaged in mutual destruction, how can one have happiness? It is by the destruction of the mind that there can be happiness. Hence the body tries every day, in deep sleep, to destroy the mind. However, until self-knowledge is attained, one unwittingly promotes the strength of the other and they seem to function together for a common purpose, even as water and fire, though opposed to each other, work together for a common cause. For example, cooking. If the mind ceases to be, then the body ceases to be, too, on account of the cessation of thought force and mental conditioning, but the mind does not cease to be when the body dies. Hence, one should strive to kill the mind. Mind is like a forest with thought forms for its trees and cravings for its creepers. By destroying these, I attain bliss. When the mind is dead, whether the body, composed of flesh, or blood, etc., exists or not does not matter to me. That I am not the body is obvious, for the corpse does not function. Where there is self-knowledge, there is neither mind nor the senses, nor the tendencies and habits, the concepts and percepts. I have attained that supreme state. I have emerged victorious. I have attained liberation, nirvana. I have risen above all relationships with the mind, body and the senses, even as the oil pressed out of the seeds has no relation with the seeds. To me now the mind, body and the senses are playthings. Purity, total fulfillment of all desires. Hence, their absence, friendliness to all, truthfulness, wisdom, tranquility and blissfulness, sweetness of speech, supreme magnanimity, lustrousness, unappointedness, realization of cosmic unity, fearlessness, absence of divided soft-consciousness, non-perversity. These are my constant companions. Since at all times everything everywhere happens in every manner, in me there is no desire or aversion towards anything, whether pleasant or unpleasant. Since all delusion has come to an end, since the mind has ceased to be and all evil thoughts have vanished, I rest peacefully in my own self. Vasishtha continued, v:54. The sage Adalaka then sat down in the lotus posture, with his eyes half closed, in meditation. He uttered the holy word Om, which bestows the highest state. He intoned Om in such a way that its vibrations filled his whole being right up to the crown of his head. As the first part of his practice, he exhaled his breath completely. It was as if his life force had abandoned the body and was roaming in the space, dimension, of pure consciousness. The fire that arose from his heart burnt the whole of his body. All this, Adalaka practiced without the violence involved in Hatha Yoga, for Hatha Yoga gives rise to pain. With the second utterance of the holy word Om, he reached the state of equilibrium and there happened in him a spontaneous retention of the breath. Life force, without agitation or vibration. The life force stood still, as it were, neither outside, nor inside, neither below nor above. After reducing the body to ashes, the fire burned itself out and vanished, only the pure ashes were visible. It was as if the very bones had turned into camphor which was being burnt in adoration. The ashes were blown by a powerful wind and dispersed in space. All this happened without the violence of Hatha Yoga, for Hatha Yoga gives rise to pain. In the third stage, when the holy word Om reached its culmination or tranquility, there arose the inhalation of breath, the drawing in of the life force. During this stage the life forces, which were in the very center of the nectar of consciousness, spread out in space as a cool breeze. These forces reached the region of the moon. There they spread out as auspicious rays which thereupon rained on the ashes that remained of the body. Instantly, there arose from the ashes a radiant being with 4 arms like Lord Vishnu. Adalaka shone like a divinity. His whole being transmuted into a divinity. The life force filled the inner kundalini which was spread out like a spiral. Adalaka's body had thus been completely purified. Then he, who was already seated in the lotus posture, made the posture firm, tied up his senses and proceeded to make his consciousness absolutely free from the least movement of thought. With all his strength he restrained his mind from distraction. His half-closed eyes were still and motionless. With his mind established in inner silence, he equalized the movement of the twin life forces, prana and apana. He withdrew his inner senses from contact with their objects, even as oil is separated from the seed. Thereupon he became directly aware of the mental conditioning created by past experiences, and unconditioned the awareness and made it pure. Then, he firmly closed his rectum and the other outlets to the body, the eyes, etc. With his life force and awareness thus prevented from externalization by perfect discipline, he held his mind in his heart. Vasishtha continued, Adalaka's mind had attained absolute tranquility and no distraction could afflict it. Directly he beheld in his heart the darkness of ignorance that veiled the light of self-knowledge. With the light of knowledge that arose in him, he dispelled even the darkness. He then beheld the light within. However, when that light dimmed, the sage experienced sleep. But, the sage dispelled the dullness of sleep, too. Once the drowsiness of sleep had been dispelled, the mind of the sage threw up diverse brilliant forms. The sage cleared his consciousness of these visions. Then he was overcome by a great inertia, like one intoxicated. He got over that inertia, too. After this, his mind rested in another state which was different from all these so far described. After resting for a while in this state, however, his mind awoke to the experience of the totality of existence. Immediately after this, he experienced pure awareness. This awareness, which till then had been associated with other factors, had now regained its purity and independence. Even as when the muddy water in an earthen pot has completely evaporated, the mud becomes an integral part of the pot made of the same substance. Even as the wave merges in the ocean and becomes one and non-different from it, the consciousness abandoned its objectivity and regained its absolute purity. Adalaka was enlightened. He enjoyed the supreme bliss that gods like Brahma enjoy. His state was beyond description. He was one with the ocean of bliss. Soon, Adalaka beheld great sages in that infinite consciousness. He ignored them. He continued with the experience of supreme bliss. He attained the state of one liberated while living. He beheld the gods and the sages, and he even beheld the members of the Trinity. He went beyond even that state. He was completely transmuted into bliss itself, and hence he had gone beyond the realm of bliss. He experienced neither bliss nor non-bliss. He became pure consciousness. He who experiences this even for a moment is disinterested even in the delights of heaven. This is the supreme state, this is the goal, this is the eternal abode. He who rests in this is not again deluded and is no longer caught in the subject-object relationship. He is fully awakened and never again entertains the notion of objectivity or conceptualization. Of course, this is not an attainment. Adalaka remained for 6 months in this state, vigilantly avoiding the temptation of psychic powers. Even sages and gods adored him. He was invited to ascend to heaven. He declined the invitation. Totally freed from all desires, Adalaka roamed as a sage liberated while living. Often he would spend days and months in meditation in the caves of mountains. Though at other times he engaged himself in the ordinary activities of living, he had reached the state of perfect equilibrium. He looked upon all with equal vision. His inner light shone at all times, never rising and never setting. With all notions of duality totally at rest, he lived devoid of body consciousness, established in pure being. In answer to Rama's question concerning pure being, Vasistha v:55 said, when the mind has ceased to be because of the total absence of the notions of material existence, consciousness exists. In its own nature as consciousness, and that is known as pure being. When consciousness devoid of notions of objectivity merges in itself, losing its separate identity, as it were, it is pure being. When all external, material, and internal, notional, objects merge in consciousness, there is pure being of consciousness. This is the supreme vision which happens to all liberated ones, whether they seem to have a body or they are without one. This vision is available to one who has been awakened, to one who is in a state of deep contemplation, and to a man of self-knowledge. It is not experienced by the ignorant person. Sages and the members of the Trinity are established in this consciousness, O Rama. Having reached this state of consciousness, Adalaka lived for some time. In course of time, in his mind there arose the wish, let me drop this embodiment. He went to a mountain cave and seated himself in the lotus posture, with his eyes half closed. He closed off the 9 apertures of the body. By pressing his heel against the rectum, etc., he withdrew the senses into his heart. He restrained his life force, prana. He held his body in a state of perfect equilibrium. He pressed the tip of his tongue against the root of his palate. His jaws were slightly parted from each other. His inner vision was directed neither inward nor outward, neither above nor below, neither in substantiality nor void. He was established in pure consciousness, and he experienced pure bliss within himself. He had reached the consciousness of pure being, beyond the state of bliss. His whole being had become absolutely pure. Adalaka remained in this totally pure state for some time, like a painted picture. Gradually, day by day, he attained perfect quiescence. He remained in his own pure being. He had risen above the cycle of birth and death. All his doubts were set at rest. Perverse thoughts had ceased, all impurities of the heart had been washed away. He had attained that state of bliss which is beyond description, and which one regards even the joy of the King of Heaven as worthless. Thus, his body remained for a period of 6 months. After that, one day several goddesses led by Parvati arrived at that spot in response to the prayers of a devotee. That goddess, worshipped by the gods themselves, saw the body of Adalaka, which had been dried by the scorching rays of the sun, and quickly placed it on the crown of her head. Such is the glorious story of the sage Adalaka, O Rama, which awakens the highest wisdom in the heart of one who takes shelter in its shade. V:56 Vasistha continued, O Rama, living like this, constantly inquiring into the nature of the self, attain peace. This state of consciousness can be attained by the cultivation of dispassion, the study of scriptures, the instructions of a guru, and by the persistent practice of inquiry. But, if the awakened intelligence is keen and sharp, you will attain it even without the other aids. Rama asked, Holy Sir, some there are who rest in self-knowledge, who are enlightened and yet engage themselves in activities, and there are others who isolate themselves and practice contemplation, samadhi. Of these who is the better? Vasistha replied, Rama, that is samadhi, contemplation or meditation, in which one realizes the objects of the senses as not self, and thus one enjoys inner calmness and tranquility at all times. Having realized that the objects are related only to the mind and therefore constantly resting in inner peace, some are engaged in activity while others live in isolation. Both of them enjoy the bliss of contemplation. If the mind of one who appears to be in samadhi is distracted, he is a madman. On the other hand, if the mind of one who appears to be a madman is free from all notions of distraction, he is enlightened and he is in unbroken samadhi. Whether he is engaged in activity or he lives in isolation in a forest, in enlightenment there is no distinction. The mind which is free from conditioning is not tainted even while it is engaged in activity. The non-action of the mind is known as quiescence, samadhana. It is total freedom, it is blessedness. The difference between contemplation and its absence is indicated by whether or not there is movement of thought in the mind, hence make the mind unconditioned. The unconditioned mind is firm, and that in itself is meditation, freedom and peace eternal. The conditioned mind is the source of sorrow, and the unconditioned mind is a non-actor and attains to the supreme state of enlightenment. Hence one should work to remove all mental conditioning. That is known as contemplation or samadhi, in which all the desires and hopes concerning the world have ceased, and which is free from sorrow, fear and desire, and by which the self rests in itself. Mentally renounce all false identification of the self with objects here, and then live where you like, either at home or in a mountain cave. To the householder whose mind has attained utter quiescence, his house itself is the forest. If the mind is at peace and if there is no ego sense, even cities are as void. On the other hand, forests are like cities to him whose heart is full of desires and other evils. The distractions of the mind subside in deep sleep. Enlightenment attains enlightenment. Do as you please. Vasishtha continued, he who sees the self as the transcendent being or as the immanent being, as the self of all, is established in equanimity. He in whom likes and dislikes have ceased, to whom all beings are the same and who perceives the world in the wakeful state as if he perceives objects in the dream, he is established in equanimity and lives in a forest even while living in a village. He who moves about with his consciousness turned in upon itself views a city or a village as a forest. He who has attained inner tranquility and peace finds peace and tranquility everywhere in the world. He whose mind is agitated and restless finds the world full of restlessness. For, what one experiences within, that alone he experiences outside. In fact, the sky, the earth, the air and the space, the mountains and the rivers are all parts of the inner instrument. Mind they only appear to be outside. All these exist like the tree and the seed and they were externalized like the center of a flower. Truly, there is nothing either inside or outside, whatever the consciousness conceives of, in whatever manner, appears so. Thus the self alone is all this, within and without. He who is filled with inner delight, who is not swayed by exaltation or sorrow and who performs actions merely with his physical body, he is established in equanimity. He is pure as the sky, he is free from desires. His actions are appropriate and spontaneous, and in relation to exaltation and sorrow he behaves as if he is made of wood or clay. He is at peace, he sees all as his own self, he considers others' possessions as dirt. Naturally and not through fear, he alone sees the truth. The ignorant man does not realize the unreality of the objects, big or small, because he has not realized the reality. He who has attained the state of pure being is never sullied, whether he lives or dies, at home or elsewhere, in luxury or mendicancy, whether he enjoys or dances, or he renounces everything and isolates himself on a mountain, whether he wears expensive creams and scents or he wears matted locks or falls into the fire, whether he commits sins or performs virtuous deeds, whether he dies or lives till the end of the world cycle. For he does nothing. It is only the conditioned mind that is tainted, because of its ego sense and the notions attached to it. When all notions have ceased and wisdom has arisen, the impurities of the mind are removed. Naturally, the enlightened sage stands to gain nothing by either doing anything or by not doing anything. Even as a tree does not spring from a stone, desires do not appear in the life of a sage. Should they arise at times, they instantly vanish like writings on water. The sage and the entire universe are non-different from each other. V:57 Vasistha continued, O Rama, the infinite consciousness becomes aware of the pungency of the chili, and this gives rise to the ego sense, with all its differentiation in time and space. The infinite consciousness becomes aware of the savor in salt, and that gives rise to the ego sense with all the differentiation which seems to exist in time and space. The infinite consciousness becomes aware of the sweetness in sugar cane, and thereby arises the awareness of its particular characteristic. Similarly, the infinite consciousness, being the indwelling omnipresence, becomes aware of the nature of a rock, a mountain, a tree, of water, of space, and thus self-consciousness or individuality arises. Thus the natural combination of atomic particles and molecules, which is indwelt by consciousness, apparently acts as a dividing wall, thus giving rise to the divisions of I, you etc., and these then appear to be outside of consciousness as its object. In fact, all these are but reflections in the consciousness which, becoming aware of them within itself, bestows upon them their apparent individuality. Consciousness tastes itself, the awareness being non-different from consciousness, and that appears to give rise to the ego sense, etc., not else. The crystal of this infinite consciousness reflects its own light of consciousness which is present in all these combinations of atomic particles, and they then gain an apparent self-consciousness and think I am, etc. in reality. Because the inner awareness in all these combinations is non-different from the infinite consciousness, there is no subject-object relationship between them. Hence one does not experience the other, gain the other, or change or modify the other. O Rama, all that I have said above is but a play of words to help your comprehension. There is no such thing as I or the world, the combination of atomic particles, etc. There is neither mind nor an object of knowledge nor the world's soft-illusion. Just as water acquires the appearance of a whirlpool with a personality of its own, consciousness seems to give the appearance of I etc. within itself. But consciousness is consciousness only, whether it thinks of itself as Lord Shiva or as a little jiva. All this diversity of I, you etc., and of the material substances, arises for the satisfaction of the ignorant, whatever the ignorant person imagines in the infinite consciousness that alone he sees. In the light of awareness, life is seen as consciousness. When it is regarded as life, life appears to be no more than life. There is in reality no essential distinction between life and consciousness. In the same way, there is no real and essential distinction between the individual, jiva, and the cosmic being, Shiva. Know all this to be undivided and indivisible infinite consciousness. The story of Yogavasistha continued, v:58. In this connection, O Rama, pray listen to an interesting legend. In the Himalaya mountain range there is a mountain known as Kailasa. At the foot of that mountain there lived a hill tribe known as Himajata, yellow-haired. Raghu was their king. He was strong, powerful and wise. He was endowed with self-knowledge and he was highly accomplished in poesy and literary art. Fatigue was unknown to him. He was just in his rule, blessing and punishing those who deserved to be thus blessed and punished. In all this activity, however, his spiritual vision became obscured. Raghu began to reflect within himself, people undergo a lot of suffering on my account. Their suffering is truly my suffering. I should bestow riches upon them, they will rejoice, even as I would rejoice if I became wealthy. Their joy is my joy. Alas, by alternately blessing and punishing the people, I am myself alternately enjoying and suffering. Thinking thus, the king was greatly distressed. One day, the sage Mandavya came to visit the king. Raghu welcomed the sage, bowed to him, worshipped him and asked, Lord, I am tormented by the anxieties that the blessing and the punishment that I inflict upon my subjects will return to me. Please help me gain equal vision and save me from prejudice and partiality. Mandavya said, all mental weaknesses come to an end by self-or based on the wisdom which arises in one who is firmly rooted in self-knowledge. The distress of the mind is got rid of by inquiry into the nature of the self. One should inquire in one's own mind, what are these moods and modes and feelings that arise within me? By such inquiry, your mind expands. When you realize your true nature by such inquiry, you are not disturbed by exaltation and depression. The mind abandons the past and the future, and thus its fragmented functioning. Then you experience supreme peace. When you are in that state of tranquility, you take pity on all those who revel in great wealth and secular power. When you have gained self-knowledge and when your consciousness has infinitely expanded, your mind no longer falls into the cesspool of this world, even as an elephant does not enter a puddle. It is only the little mind that seeks little pleasure and power. The mind abandons everything when the vision of the Supreme is gained. Hence, one should resolutely renounce everything till the Supreme Vision is gained. Not till one renounces everything is self-knowledge gained. When all points of view are abandoned, what remains is the self. This is true even of life in this world. One does not get what one desires unless the obstacle to it is removed. It is even more so in self-knowledge. v:59 When the sage Mandavya had departed after saying this, Raghu contemplated thus, what is it that is known as I? I am not the Maru is not mine. I am not the hill tribe, nor the hill tribe mine. This is merely called my kingdom, I abandon that notion. Now, the capital city is left. I am not this city nor is it mine. That notion, too, is abandoned. Even so I abandon the notions of family relationship, wife, sons, etc. Let me inquire into this body. I am not the inert substances like flesh and bones, nor am I the blood, nor the organs of action. All these are inert substances, but I am sentient. I am not the enjoyments, nor do they belong to me. This intellect and the sense organs are not me, nor are they mine, they are inert and I am sentient. I am not the mind which is the root cause of this ignorant cycle of birth and death. I am not the faculty of discrimination, nor am I the ego sense, these being notions that arise in the mind. Now, what is left? What remains is the sentient jiva. But it is involved in subject-object relationship. That which is the object of knowledge or comprehension is not the self. Thus do I abandon that which is noble, or the object. What now remains is the pure consciousness which is free from the shadow of doubt. I am the infinite self, for there is no limit to this self. Even the gods like Brahma the creator, Indra the king of gods, Yama the god of death, Vayu the god of wind, and all the countless beings are strung on this infinite consciousness. This Siddhakti, omnipotent consciousness, is free from the defect of objectivity. It is beyond being and non-being, though it is the reality in all being. It pervades all beings in the universe. It is the beauty in all, it is the light of all. It is the essence of all forms and all modifications, yet it is beyond all these. At all times it is all in all. It is itself spread out as these 14 planes of existence. Even the notion concerning this universe is nothing but this omnipotent consciousness. False are the fragmented notions of pain and pleasure, for this omnipotent consciousness is omnipresent and infinite. That is the self. When I am awakened, when I am deluded, that itself becomes the king. It is by its grace that the body, the mind, etc. function. It is by its power that everything in the whole universe dances to its tunes. How foolish of me to have experienced distress at having to bless and punish. I have been awakened, I have seen all that there is to be seen, I have attained all that is worth attainment. What are all these? Pain and pleasure, happiness and sorrow, blessing and punishment. All this is pervaded by Brahma. Where is the justification for grief and delusion? Who does what? It is but the infinite consciousness that exists. Salutations to you, O beautiful God, salutations to the infinite self. Vasishtha continued, v:60, 61. By such inquiry, Raghu attained to the supreme state of consciousness. Never again did he grieve, but from that time onwards he performed his work, ever remaining in a balanced state of mind. Compassionate, yet not uncontemptuous. Not avoiding the pairs of opposites and not jealous. Neither intelligent nor non-intelligent, neither motivated nor non-motivated, he lived with equal vision and inner calmness. He had realized that all this is but the diverse manifestation of consciousness. He was therefore peaceful in both pain and pleasure, having attained to the fullness of understanding. Thus he ruled in this world for a considerable time, and then of his own accord discarded his body. He attained oneness with the infinite consciousness. O Rama, live and rule the world thus with an enlightened mind. Rama asked, but, O Lord, the mind is so unsteady. How can one reach the state of perfect equanimity? Vasishtha continued, O Rama, a dialogue which is relevant to this problem took place between that very king Raghu and the sage Pariya. Listen to it. There was a king in Persia named Pariya who was a close friend of the king Raghu. Once, there was a great famine in the kingdom of Pariya. Sorely distressed at heart at the very sight of his people's suffering and seeing that all his attempts at bringing relief to them proved fruitless, Pariya went away to the forest, unbeknownst to his people, to perform austerities. He lived on dried leaves and earned the name Parnida. After 1,000 years of penance and contemplation, he attained self-soft knowledge. Thereafter he roamed the 3 worlds freely. One day, he met the king Raghu whom he had known before. The 2 enlightened kings duly worshipped each other. After that, Pariya asked Raghu, even as you attain self-knowledge through the instructions of the sage Mandavya, I reached it through the grace of the Lord earned by penance. Pray tell me, is your mind at perfect rest now? Are your subjects living in peace and prosperity? Are you firmly established in dispassion? Raghu replied, who can truly understand the course of the divine will? You and I had been separated by a great distance so far, but now we have been brought together. What is impossible for the divine? We have been truly blessed by your holy visit. By your very presence in our midst, We have all been rid of all sins and defects, and I feel that all prosperity stands in front of us in your form. Company of good and holy men is indeed equal to the supreme state of liberation. V:62, 63 Pariah said, O king, all actions that are performed by one who is firmly established in equanimity are productive of joy, not those done by others. Are you established in that state of supreme peace in which no thoughts or notions arise in your mind, and which is known as samadhi? Sir Raghu said, Holy Sir, please tell me this, why is only that state of mind which is free from thoughts and notions called samadhi? If one is a knower of truth, whether he be engaged in constant action or in contemplation, does his mind ever lose the state of samadhi? No. The enlightened ones are forever in samadhi, even though they engage themselves in the affairs of the world. On the other hand, one whose mind is not at peace does not enjoy samadhi by merely sitting in the lotus posture. Knowledge of truth, Lord, is the fire that burns up all hopes and desires as if they are dried blades of grass, and that is known by the word samadhi, not simply remaining silent. That is known as the state of samadhi in which there is eternal satisfaction, clear perception of what is, egolessness, not being subject to the pairs of opposites, freedom from anxiety and from the wish to acquire or to reject. From the very moment of the dawn of self-knowledge, the state of samadhi becomes permanent in the sage. He does not lose it. Neither is it interrupted, even for a moment. Even as time does not forget to move on, the man of self-knowledge does not forget the self. Even as a material object is forever material, the sage of self-knowledge is forever a sage of self-knowledge. Hence, I am always awakened, pure, at peace within myself and in a state of samadhi. How can it be otherwise? How can there be anything other than the self? When at all times and in all ways the self alone is all in all, how can there be a state other than samadhi? And what can be termed samadhi? Pariah said, Surely, O king, you have attained total enlightenment. You shine, radiant with bliss, with peace, with sweetness and with purity. In you there is no ego sense, desire or aversion. Sir Raghu continued, O sage, there is indeed nothing which is worth desiring or renouncing. For as long as these things are seen as objects, they are nothing but concepts, percepts and notions. When nothing is worth acquiring, it follows that nothing is worth renouncing. Good and evil, great and small, worthy or unworthy are all based on the notion of desirability. When desirability has no meaning, the others do not arise at all. There is truly no essence in all that is seen in this world, the mountains, the oceans, the forests, the men and women and all the objects. Hence there is no desire for them. When there is no desire, there is supreme peace at heart. Vasishtha continued, V:64. After thus considering the illusory nature of the world appearance and after mutually worshipping each other, Sir Raghu and Pariah continued to engage themselves in their respective duties. Be firmly established in this wisdom and discard the impure notion of ego sense from your heart. When the pure heart contemplates the infinite space, dimension, of consciousness which is the source of all bliss and which is within easy reach of all, it rests in the Supreme Self. The mind that is thus devoted to the infinite consciousness, which is introverted and which is filled with self-knowledge, is not affected by sorrow. Even if you engage yourself in the activities relating to your daily life and even if likes and dislikes arise in you, your inner being will never become impure. Even as light alone can remove darkness, the knowledge that this world is the creation of ignorance is the only remedy for its ills. Once this knowledge has arisen, the ignorant perception of the world as something real ceases once and for all. Thereafter, even if you engage yourself in activity, you are unattached to it and therefore not tainted by it, even as the eyes of fish are not affected by seawater. You will never again experience delusion. Only on those days on which the light of self-knowledge shines brightly in one's heart does one live truly. All one's actions are full of bliss on those days. They alone are friends, scriptures and days that generate in one's heart true dispassion and also self-knowledge. O Rama, rescue your jiva from this dreadful mire of world's soft appearance. Once you have realized the truth concerning it, you will never again return to this mire. O Rama, The company of holy sages will provide you with the knowledge of the means to attain self-knowledge. Hence, one should not live in such places where such company is not available. In the company of sages, the mind of the seeker becomes quiescent at once. One should uplift oneself and not revel in the mire of ignorance. The wise man should constantly inquire into the nature of the world, the self, etc. In this neither wealth nor friends, nor relations, nor scriptures are of any help. Only the pure mind which is constantly engaged in self-enquiry and which is endowed with dispassion enables one to cross this ocean of ignorance. The very moment one looks upon the body as an inert substance, one attains self-knowledge. When the darkness of ignorance or ego sense is dispelled, the light of self-knowledge shines. That state of self-knowledge or perfect enlightenment is beyond description. Just as the sweetness of sugar is known only by direct experience, the nature of enlightenment is known only by direct experience. When the mind and the ego sense cease, this self-knowledge arises. It is reached by the practice of yoga. It is comparable in some respects to deep sleep, but it is truly incomparable, indescribable. The story of Basa and Vilasa v. 65, 66 Vasistha continued, O Rama, so long as one does not subdue the mind with the mind, one cannot attain self-knowledge, and as long as one entertains the false notions of I and mine, so long sorrow does not come to an end, even as the sun in a painting never sets. There is a legend that illustrates this truth. I shall now narrate it to you. There is a great mountain which is as high as the three worlds put together. On its peaks dwell the gods, in the middle dwell human beings, and at its base dwell the beings of the netherworld. It is known as Saya. It contains everything, as it were. On it there is the hermitage of the sage Atri. In it there dwelt two sages known as Brihaspati and Sukra, each of whom had a son, known as Vilasa and Basa respectively. The two boys grew up into young men. They were very greatly attached to each other and were inseparable. In course of time, the two elder sages, Brihaspati and Sukra, left this world. Grief-stricken, the two young men performed the appropriate funeral rites. On account of the loss of their fathers they felt disinterested in property, wealth, etc., and both of them thereupon went away to the forest, each in a different direction, to lead a nomadic life. After a considerable time, once again they met each other. Vilasa said to his friend Basa, "What a delight to meet you again, oh my dearest friend. Tell me what you have been doing since we parted. Did your austerities bear fruit? Has your mind rid itself of the burning fever of worldliness? Have you attained self-knowledge? Tell me, are you well and happy?" Basa replied, "I consider myself extremely fortunate to see you again, my very dear friend and brother. However, how can we who are wandering in this world appearance ever be well and happy unless and until we attain the highest wisdom, until the psychological perversions cease? Until we cross this ocean of world cycle, how can we be well and happy? Until the hopes and desires born of the mind have been completely destroyed, how can we be well and happy? Until we attain self-knowledge, we shall return again to this plane of birth and death to undergo childhood, youth, manhood, old age and death again and again. We shall engage ourselves in the same senseless actions and experiences. Cravings destroy wisdom. Lost in satisfying sensual appetites, life ebbs away fast. The mind falls into the blind well of sense pleasure. It is a wonder how and why this body, which is an excellent vehicle to take us to the other shore of self-knowledge, falls into the mire of worldliness. In the twinkling of an eye this little ripple known as the mind assumes terrible proportions. Man foolishly ascribes to the self the sorrow and the sufferings that do not touch it in the least, and becomes miserable. Vasistha continued, v. 67, thus conversing with each other and inquiring into the nature of the world, they soon attain the supreme wisdom. Hence, O Rama, I tell you that there is no way other than self-knowledge for the cutting asunder of bondage and for crossing this ocean of illusion. To the enlightened person this ocean of sorrow is like a little puddle. He views the body as a spectator looks at a distant crowd. Hence he is not affected by the pains that the body is subjected to. The existence of the body does not diminish the omnipresence of the self any more than waves diminish the fullness of the ocean. What is the relationship of a swan, a rock or a piece of wood to the water which surrounds them? Even so, the Supreme Self has no relationship with this world's soft-hyphen appearance. A falling tree seems to raise waves on the water. Similar is the experience by the self of the pleasure and pain that appear on the body. Even as by its proximity to water, wood is reflected in the water, the body is reflected in the self. But even as a rock falling into the water does not injure the water nor is injured by it, even so when the body comes into contact with other material substances, such as wife, children, or material objects, there is no injury or pain to anyone. The reflection of an object in the mirror can be said to be neither real nor unreal, it is indescribable. Even so the body which is reflected in the self is neither real nor unreal, but is indescribable. The ignorant person accepts as real whatever he sees in this world, not so the wise one. Even as a piece of wood and the water in which it is reflected have no real relationship, the body and the self have no real relationship. Moreover, there is in fact no duality where such relationship could exist. One infinite consciousness alone exists without subject-object division. In this diversity is imagined, and that which is untouched by sorrow believes itself to be miserable, even as one who thinks he sees a ghost sees a ghost. On account of the power of thought, this imaginary relationship assumes the force of reality. The self is ever untouched by pain and pleasure, but thinking itself to be the body, it undergoes the experiences of the body. The abandonment of this ignorant belief is liberation. They who are not thus overcome by false identification or attachment are freed at once from sorrow. It is this conditioning that is the seed of old age, death and delusion. When it ceases, one goes beyond the ocean of delusion. The conditioned mind creates bondage even in ascetics. The unconditioned mind is pure even in a householder. The mind that is thus conditioned is bondage. Liberation is freedom from conditioning, inner contact, attachment or identification. This inner contact, which presupposes fictitious division, alone is the cause for bondage and liberation. Actions performed by the unconditioned are non-action. The conditioned mind acts, even while outwardly refraining from it. Action or non-action is in the mind, the body does nothing. Hence, one should resolutely abandon this false inner division. Rama asked, v:68, what is conditioning, O Lord? And how does it cause bondage, and what is liberation and how is it attained? Vasishtha continued, conviction in the reality of the body in one who has abandoned the distinction between the body and the self is known as conditioning. He who believes that the infinite self is limited and therefore seeks pleasure, thus gets bound. He who inquires, all this is indeed the self, what do I desire and what should I renounce? Is established in the unconditioned state of liberation. He who knows I am not, nor is there another or, let these be or not be and does not seek pleasure, is liberated. He is not addicted to an action nor does he get lost in the results of action. He is not given to exaltation or to depression. He renounces the fruits of actions by his mind, not by action. It is by the rejection of the conditioning that bondage is got rid of and the highest good gained. Conditioning is the cause of all sorrow. Conditioning can be illustrated by the following examples. 1. The donkey is led by the master's rope hand. Afraid. It carries a heavy burden. 2. The tree rooted to the ground bears heat, cold, wind and rain. 3. The worm lies in a hole in earth, biding its time. 4. The hungry bird rests on the branch of a tree, fearful of predators. 5. The tame deer peacefully goes about grazing and falls a prey to the hunter's shot. 6. Numerous people are born again and again as worms and insects. 7. The countless creatures arise and fall in this creation like waves on the surface of the ocean. 8. The weak human beings who, unable even to move about, die again and again. 9. Those shrubs and creepers which derive their nourishment from the earth and grow on earth. And 10. This very world illusion which is like a river that carries in its stream the countless sorrows and sufferings. All these are the expansions of conditioning. Conditioning, or inner contact, attachment or self-limitation, is of two kinds, the adorable and the sterile or barren. The sterile or barren conditioning is seen everywhere in fools. The adorable conditioning is seen among those who know the truth. That conditioning which exists in the minds of those who are ignorant of self-knowledge, which arises from things like the body and which is conducive to repeated birth and death, that is barren and sterile. The other form of conditioning, which is found in adorable beings who have self-knowledge, arises from the realization of true wisdom. This enables one to avoid birth and death. The adorable conditioning recognizes natural limitations, for example, the eyes and the ears, etc. are limited in their perception. The fool's is self-imposed conditioning, and he regards the infinite self to be identical with the physical body. The word used in the text, viz. samsakti, is usually translated attachment. However, attachment implies division and duality, which is limitation of the infinite and conditioning of the unconditioned. Vasishtha continued, the god who holds in his hands the conch, the discus, etc., protects the three worlds, on account of the adorable conditioning. It is thanks to the same type of conditioning that the sun shines and the cosmic body of the Creator continues to direct this vast creation. And Lord Shiva, too, shines as a divinity on account of this type of conditioning. The gods that sustain this world and function in various ways are endowed with their faculties by this adorable conditioning or self-limitation. On the other hand, under the influence of the sterile or barren conditioning, the mind falls a prey to the desire for pleasure and the deluded belief that such experience is delightful. Even the functioning of the cosmic elements is due to conditioning. And it is because of it that the gods in heaven, the humans on earth and the demons in the netherworld arise and fall, like waves on the ocean. Even as in the ocean the big fish eat the small ones, all these countless beings feed upon one another and are helplessly blown around in space on account of their conditioning. And the stars in space move in their own orbits because of conditioning. Now rising, now setting, now bright, now dark, and said to have several spots or defects, the moon continues to revolve around the earth and is not abandoned because of conditioning. O Rama, behold this mysterious creation brought into being by Haknosho in response to the mental concepts of beings. This universe has been conjured up in empty space merely by mental conditioning. It is not a reality. And in this universe, craving for pleasure gnaws at the very vitals of all beings who are attached to the world, the body, etc. No one can count their number any more than the number of particles of sand along the ocean beaches. The creator of this universe has brought this universe into being, as it were, only in response to the mental conditioning of these countless beings. These beings are indeed excellent dry fuel for the flaming fire of hell here. Whatever suffering is found in this world, know that it is meant only for these beings. Even as rivers flow rapidly towards the ocean, suffering flows towards those who are mentally conditioned. This whole creation is thus pervaded by ignorance. However, if one cuts asunder this craving for pleasure, the limitation of mental conditioning yields to great expansion. Mental conditioning, or attachment to the finite and the perishable, is burning pain to the limbs, O Rama, but infinite expansion, or devotion to the infinite, is the magic cure for the burning pain. That mind which is unattached to anything, which is established in the peace of infinite expansion, is conducive to delight. He who stands rooted in self-knowledge is liberated here and now. In this chapter the real significance of conditioning is brought out, though the word used again is samsangam, which may also be translated as contact or attachment. It is identification or conditioning that is really implied. Vasishtha continued, v:69, 70, O Rama. Doing what is appropriate, at all times, the mind should not be attached to the action, the thoughts or the object. Neither should it be attached to the heavens above, nor what is below, nor in the other directions. It should not be bound to external relations, to the natural movement of the inner senses, nor to the life force. The mind should not rest in the head, inside the palate, between the eyebrows, at the tip of the nose or in the mouth or eyes. It should not repose either in the darkness or in the light or even in the cave of the heart. The states of wakefulness, dream and sleep should not hold it, and even the wide, pure space should not be its home. Unattached to the spectrum of colors, to movement and steadiness, to the beginning, the middle, the end and elsewhere. The mind should not rest either at a distance or nearby, in front, in objects or in the self. Sense experiences, the deluded state of happiness, concepts and percepts should have no hold over the mind. The mind should rest in pure consciousness as pure consciousness, with just a little externalized movement of thought, as if aware of the utter vanity of the objects of this world. When thus all attachments have been snapped, the jiva becomes no jiva, whatever happens thereafter happens, whether activity or inactivity. In such a state of non-attachment the jiva is not bound to the fruits of action. Or, abandoning even that state of a little comprehension of the objects, let the jiva rest in supreme peace. Such a liberated person, whether he appears to others to be engaged in activity or not, is forever free from sorrow and fear. All the people love and adore him. Even if in the eyes of others he appears to be agitated, within himself he is firmly rooted in wisdom. His consciousness is ever uncolored by happiness and unhappiness. He is not distracted by the glamour of the world. Having attained self-knowledge, he lives in constant contemplation as it were, and therefore he is unattached to anything in the universe. Having risen above the pairs of opposites, he appears to be as if in deep sleep even in the wakeful state. That state in which the mind is freed from its characteristic movement of thought and in which there is only the experience of peace, is known as deep sleep and wakefulness. He who is in it lives a non-volitional life, freed from every type of mental distraction or distress, unconcerned with a short or a long life. When this same state of deep sleep and wakefulness matures, it is known as turiya or the fourth state. Firmly established in that, the sage perceives the universe as if it is a cosmic playground and life in it is a cosmic dance. Utterly freed from sorrow and fear and from delusion of world appearance, he who is established in the turiya does not fall into error once again. He is forever immersed in bliss. He goes even beyond this to the great, inexpressible state of supreme bliss. That is considered the state beyond even turiya, incomprehensible and indescribable. V:71 Vasishtha continued, it may be possible to put into words the state of one who is liberated while yet living, which is the state known as turiya or deep sleep in wakefulness, or the state of total freedom. The state beyond that, which is the state of those who have transcended body consciousness, is not for words to describe. This is the state beyond the turiya. O Rama, strive to reach that. But first be established in the state of deep sleep and wakefulness. Remain unconcerned about the existence or otherwise of the body, knowing that the body is but a product of illusion. You are a man of wisdom, O Rama and you have reached inner awakening. The mind of the man of self-knowledge does not take the downward path. Only the pure consciousness exists here. Hence, let not the notions of I am so-and-so, this is mine arise in you. Even the word self is used only in order to communicate, the truth is beyond all these descriptions. There is no duality. There are no bodies and therefore there are no relationships among them, there are no shadows in the sun. Though I am speaking to you while assuming the apparent duality, in truth there is no such division. Even as there is no relationship between light and darkness, there can be no relationship between the body and the embodied. When the truth is known, the erroneous perception vanishes. The self is consciousness, pure eternal, self-luminous and free from change, the body is impermanent and impure. How can there exist a relation between the two? The body is enlivened by the life force or by the other elements, this body can have no relationship whatsoever with the self. Thus, even if the two, self and body, are regarded as two distinct realities, there can be no relationship between them. But, if this duality is unreal, then such thinking itself becomes irrelevant. Let this truth be firmly established in you. There is no bondage nor liberation at any time for anyone anywhere. It is clear that all this is but the one infinite self or consciousness. If you lend ear to concepts like I am happy or unhappy or I am ignorant, then they will bring you endless sorrow. The body came into being because of wind. Life breathe, it exists because of it. Its speech is caused by it and all the senses function because of it. The intelligence in it is but the indivisible consciousness. That infinite consciousness alone is spread out everywhere as its space, etc., and the latter are reflected in the consciousness, and this reflection has come to be known as the mind. When the mind abandons its body cage and flies away, it experiences the self which is consciousness. Where there is fragrance there is flower, where there is mind there is consciousness. But, the mind alone is the cause for the appearance of the world, since the consciousness is omnipresent and infinite, though it is the ultimate cause, it is not the cause of the world appearance. Hence, truly, the cause for this world's soft-appearance is non-investigation into the nature of reality, ignorance. Even as a lamp instantly removes darkness, the light of self-knowledge dispels the darkness of ignorance instantly. Hence one should inquire into what is known as jiva or mind or the inner psychological factor. Rama asked, "Holy Sir, how have these concepts and categories come to be firmly accepted? Pray enlighten me." Vasishtha continued, "All this is indeed the self. However, even as waves rise in the ocean, the diversity known as the universe arises in the mind. Here and there, the self appears to be kinetic self. Elsewhere, the self remains in a static state. The static are inert substances like rock, and the kinetic substances are humans etc. In all these, the omnipotent self entertains a notion of ignorance and therefore remains as if ignorant. The infinite thus clothed in ignorance, is known as the jiva who is like the trapped elephant in this world appearance. Because it lives, it is known as jiva. Because of its egoistic notion, it is known as the ego. Because it discriminates and determines, it is known as the buddhi or the discriminating faculty. Because of its ability to form concepts and percepts, it is known as the mind. Being natural, it is called nature. It itself is known as the body, because it changes. It is known as consciousness, because its nature is consciousness. The Supreme Self which alone is the truth is right in the middle between the inert and the intelligent, that alone creates diversity and is known by all these diverse names. But, all these categories have been invented by men of perverse intellect for the pleasure of polemics and for the confusion of ignorant men. Thus, O Rama, it is this jiva alone which is the cause of this world appearance. What can this deaf and dumb body do? If the body perishes the self does not perish. Even as if a leaf falls the tree does not perish. Only the deluded person thinks otherwise. On the other hand, if the mind perishes, everything perishes, and there is final liberation. The man who wails "I am dying, I perish," is foolishly clinging to a false concept. He goes on experiencing the world illusion in some other place or time. The jiva that dwells in mental conditioning abandons one body and goes looking for another. Even as a monkey abandons one tree in a forest and jumps onto another. Thereafter, in a moment, it abandons that too, and seeks yet another, in another part of space and in another period of time. Just as a nanny takes the baby from one place to another in order to distract it, this mental conditioning, or the psychological habit or tendency, takes the jiva here and there. Thus tied to the rope of mental conditioning, the jiva goes through repeated birth in various species, enduring interminable suffering. As the sage Vasishtha said this, another day came to an end and the assembly dispersed for their evening prayers. V:72 Vasishtha continued, "O Rama, you are not born when the body is born, nor do you die when it dies. To think that the space within the jar came into being when it was made and the space perishes with the jar is sheer foolishness. Moreover, the indwelling consciousness is free from notions of the desirable and the undesirable in relation to the body, mind and senses. The indwelling consciousness seems to come into contact with these even as travelers meet in an inn or logs of wood meet and part in a stream. Meeting and parting do not cause happiness or unhappiness to the consciousness. Why then do people exult or grieve in these circumstances? The self on account of its ignorant self-limitation as the mind becomes as if tainted by the objects of the world. But, the same self when it is awakened to its true nature abandons its ignorant delusion and regains its self-knowledge. Then, the mind sees the body as if from a great height. Recognizing the body as an aggregate of the elements, it transcends body consciousness and becomes enlightened. Such an enlightened person is untainted by worldliness or ignorance even while acting in this world. He is neither attracted nor repelled by anything in the world. He knows what is known as I and what is known as the world in the three periods of time are but the expansion of the conjunction between pure experiencing and the experience itself. Whether the object of experiencing be real or unreal, it is entirely dependent upon the experiencing. How then do joy and sorrow arise? The false is false, the truth is the truth, a mixture of these two is of course false. Be not deluded. Abandon false perception and behold the truth, you will never again be deluded. All that is but the expansion of the relationship between pure experiencing and its experience. That experience is truly the delight of self-bliss. It is pure experiencing itself. Hence it is known as Brahman the Absolute. That delight which arises in the contact of this pure experiencing with experience is the highest. To the ignorant, it is worldliness, and to the wise it is liberation. This pure experiencing is itself the infinite self. When it is bent towards objects, it is bondage, but when it is free, it is liberation. When such experiencing is free from decay or curiosity, it is liberation. When such experiencing is freed from even this contact, the subject-object relationship, then the world appearance ceases entirely. Then arises the turiya consciousness or deep sleep in wakefulness. The self is neither this nor that, it transcends whatever is the object of experiencing here. In the unlimited and unconditioned vision of the knower of truth, all this is but the one self, the infinite consciousness, and there is nothing which can be regarded as the not-self. The substantiality of all substances is none other than the self or the infinite consciousness. Vasishtha continued, v:73, O Rama. There is another attitude by which you will also gain divine insight and remain firmly established in self-knowledge. And that is as follows: I am the space. I am the sun. I am the directions, above and below. I am the gods. I am the demons. I am all beings. I am darkness. I am the earth, the oceans, etc. I am the dust, the wind, the fire and all this world. I am omnipresent. How can there be anything other than me? By adopting this attitude you will rise beyond joy and sorrow. Both these attitudes are conducive to liberation. One is I am the extremely subtle and transcendent self, and the other is I am all and everything. There is another attitude with regard to the I, and that is I am this body. This attitude is the source of endless sorrow. Abandon all these three attitudes, O Rama, and remain as pure consciousness. For, though the self is transcendental and though it is omnipresent, the self alone is the light in all things in the world, though they were in fact false. This self-knowledge is not gained by explanations and descriptions, nor by the instructions of others. At all times, everything is known only by direct experience. Whatever is experienced and known here in this world, all that is the self, the consciousness devoid of the duality of the experiencing and the experience. It is the self alone that exists everywhere at all times, but because of its extreme subtlety, it is not experienced. In all beings, it is the jiva. All activities take place in the light of the sun, but if the activities cease, the sun does not suffer loss. Even so, it is on account of the self that the body, etc., function, but if the body, etc., perish, the self does not suffer loss. The self is not born, nor does it die, it does not acquire, nor does it desire, it is not bound, nor is it liberated. The self is the self of all at all times. That self is unconditioned by time, space, etc. How does it become bound? When there is no bondage, what is liberation? Such is the glory of the self. But on account of ignorance of the nature of the self, people weep and wail here. Abandon these two false concepts, viz., that of bondage and that of liberation, and live an enlightened life here. There is no liberation in the sky or on earth or in the netherworld. Liberation is but a synonym for pure mind, correct self-knowledge in the truly awakened state. The complete absence of all desires and hopes is liberation. Until one reaches this true inner awakening or self-knowledge, one considers oneself bound and strives for liberation. Abandon these wrong notions of bondage and liberation and become a man of supreme renunciation, O Rama. Then live a very long life and rule the whole world. v:74 Vasistha continued, The self playfully seeing a body entertains the notion that it had become the body. All these that constitute the world illusion come into being like a mirage in the desert. This illusion spreads out like waves in the ocean, assuming various names like mind, the faculty of discrimination, the ego sense, the latent tendencies in the senses. The mind and the ego sense are not in fact two but one and the same. The distinction is verbal. The mind is the ego sense and what is known as the ego sense is the mind. Only ignorant people think that one is born of the other, even as ignorant people might say that whiteness is born of snow. Thus of the mind and the ego sense. If one ceases, the other ceases to be. Hence, instead of entertaining the notion of bondage and that of liberation, abandon all cravings and through wisdom and dispassion, bring about the cessation of the mind. If even the wish, "May I be liberated," arises within you, the mind is revived, and the mind entertaining other notions creates a body. Then there arise other concepts like "I do this, I enjoy this and I know this." All these concepts are unreal like a mirage in the desert. However, since their unreality is not realized, the illusion attracts the mind even as the mirage deludes and attracts an animal. But, if it is realized as an illusion, it does not attract the mind, even as a mirage does not delude one who knows it to be a mirage. Just as a lamp utterly dispels darkness, the knowledge of truth completely uproots concepts and conditioning. When one sincerely questions, "This body is but inert substance, why should one seek pleasure for its sake?" all cravings drop away. When thus the cravings drop away, one experiences great bliss and supreme peace within oneself. The sage of self-knowledge attains courage and stability and shines in his own glory. He enjoys supreme satisfaction in himself. He is enlightened and this inner light shines brightly within him. He beholds the self as self of all, omnipresent, the Lord of all and formless, yet pervading all forms. Remembering the past when he was swayed by lust, he laughs at his own past ignorance. He is far from evil company, freed from mental distress, but firmly established in self-knowledge. He is glorified by all. He is sought by all. He is applauded by all. But he remains indifferent. He neither gives nor does he take. He does not insult or praise anyone. He does not rejoice or grieve. He is a sage liberated while living, who has abandoned all motivated actions, who is free from conditioning and who has given up all desires and hopes. O Rama, abandon all desires and remain at peace within yourself. No delight in the world is comparable to the delight that will fill your heart when you completely abandon all desires and hopes. Not in kingship, nor in heaven, nor in the company of the beloved one does one experience such delight as when one is free from hope. Vasishtha continued, he who is endowed with desirelessness, hopelessness, treats the whole world as if it were the footprint of a calf, the highest mountain as the stump of a felled tree, space as a small box and the three worlds as a blade of grass. He laughs at the activities of the worldly-minded persons. How can we compare such a person, and to what? How can anyone disturb his equanimity when he is totally free from thoughts like "I wish this had happened to me"? O Rama, it is desire or hope that makes one revolve, bound to the wheel of world illusion. When you perceive the truth that the self alone is all this and that diversity is just a word without substance, you will become totally free from desire or hope. Such a hero who is endowed with supreme dispassion drives away the goblin of illusion by his very presence. He is not pleased by pleasure, he is not troubled by troubles. Attractions do not distract him any more than wind can uproot a mountain. The twin forces of attraction and diversion do not even touch him. He looks upon all with equal vision. Free from the least attachment, he enjoys whatever comes to him unsought, even as the eyes perceive their objects without desire or hate. Such experiences do not therefore produce either joy or sorrow in him. Even though he appears to be engaged in the performance of appropriate actions in this world, his consciousness is not distracted in the least. Whatever may befall him in accordance with the laws of time, space and causation, whether it is pleasant or unpleasant, he remains inwardly undisturbed. Even as a rope which had been mistaken for a snake does not frighten one who has seen that it is a rope and not a snake, illusion once dispelled does not return and self-knowledge once attained is never lost. Can one restore to the tree the fruit that has fallen from it? The knower of truth regards even the most beautiful woman as a painted image, that is the truth. For both of them are made of the same substance, earth, water, etc. When thus the truth is seen, desire to possess does not arise in the heart. Even as a woman who has a lover goes about doing her housework with her heart absorbed in contemplation of that lover, the enlightened sage functions in this world while his consciousness is firmly established in the truth. In both these cases it is impossible for anyone to prevent such behavior, that is, make the woman forget her lover or make the sage forget the truth. The enlightened sage knows that his self is not cut when the body is cut, does not weep when the eyes shed tears, is not burnt when the body is burnt, and is not lost when everything is lost. Whatever may befall him, whether he is destitute or affluent, whether he lives in a palace or in a forest, he is inwardly undisturbed. V:75 Vasishtha continued, very many such liberated beings exist in the universe, O Rama. I shall give you a few instances. Janaka the emperor, your own ancestor the Emperor Dileepa, the first ruler of the world Manu, Emperor Mandata who engaged himself in wars, the demon kings Bali, Namusi, Vritra, who even fought with the king of gods Indra, Prahlada and Sambara, the preceptors of the gods and demons, as also the Trinity, who are involved in the creation, preservation and dissolution of the universe, sages like Bisvamitra and Narada, as well as the deities presiding over natural elements like fire and air. There are thousands of others, O Rama, who exist in the universe and who are liberated. Some of them are sages, others are kings, others shine as stars and planets, others are divinities and others are demons. O Rama, there are liberated beings even among worms and insects, and there are stupid fools among the gods. The self is in all. It exists as the all everywhere at all times and in all ways. The self alone is the Lord and all the divinities. There is void, space, and substances and substantiality in the void or space. What is inappropriate appears to be appropriate on inquiry. People are righteous because they are afraid of the consequences of sin. Even what is not leads to what is ! The contemplation of the space or void leads to the attainment of the supreme truth. What is not comes into being, guided by time and space. On the other hand, what appears to be strong and powerful reaches its own destruction. Thus perceiving the truth, O Rama, abandon joy and sorrow, grief and attachment. The unreal appears to be real and the real appears to be unreal. Hence give up hope and hopelessness and attain equanimity. In this world, O Rama, liberation is at hand at all times everywhere. By their own self-effort millions of beings have attained liberation. Liberation is either easy or difficult depending upon one's wisdom or unwisdom. Hence, O Rama, kindle a lamp of wisdom in yourself. By the vision of the self is sorrow beheaded. There have been countless beings in this world who have attained self-knowledge and liberation while yet living, like the Emperor Janaka. Therefore, do thou become liberated here and now. The attainment of inner peace by utter non-attachment to anything here is known as liberation. This is possible whether the body exists or not. He who is freed from all attachments is liberated. One should wisely and intelligently exert oneself to attain this liberation. One who does not exert cannot even jump over the footprint of a calf. Hence, O Rama, resort to spiritual heroism, to right exertion, and by the right self-enquiry strive to reach the perfection of self-knowledge. For one who thus strives, the entire universe is like the footprint of a calf. Vasishtha continued, V:76, 77, all these worlds, O Rama, appear in Brahman the Absolute, but they are apprehended as an independent substantial reality on account of ignorance or non-wisdom. Such an erroneous notion ceases on the arising of wisdom. Erroneous perception makes all this appear as the world, right perception brings about the cessation of this error. Rama, this error is not dispelled except by right exertion with the right attitude and wisdom. I am that person, O Rama, who though such possibility of overcoming this error exists, remains sunk in the mire of world illusion. Blessed are you, Rama, that the right spirit of inquiry has already manifested in your heart. When the truth is realized through such inquiry, strength, intelligence and radiance increase. The sage who has realized the truth and who is liberated from error here and now beholds this world as he would in deep sleep, without the least craving. He does not apprehend with his inner intelligence even those objects and experiences which seek him unsought, for his own heart is withdrawn into itself. He has no hopes for the future and he does not recall the past, nor does he even live in the present, and yet he does all. Asleep, he is awake, he sleeps. He does all, yet he does nothing. Inwardly having renounced everything though outwardly he appears to be busy, he is ever in a state of equilibrium. His actions are entirely non-volitional. The sage is unattached to anything or anybody. Hence, his behavior appears to be devout to the devout and harsh to the harsh. He is a child among children, old man among old men, hero among heroes, youth among youth and sorrowing among the sorrowful. His soft and sweet words are full of wisdom. He has nothing to gain from noble deeds, yet he is noble. He has no longing for pleasure and hence is not tempted by it. He is not attracted to bondage or even to liberation. The net of ignorance and error having been burnt by the fire of wisdom, the bird of his consciousness flies away to liberation. He is not elated when his efforts bear fruit, nor is he worried if they do not. He appears to take and to abandon with the playfulness of a child. He is not surprised if the moon shines hot or the sun shines cool. Knowing that the self which is the infinite consciousness can bring all these about, he is not surprised even by such wondrous phenomena. He is not timid and he is not given to outbursts of anger. Knowing that beings are constantly born and that they die constantly, he does not give way to joy or grief. He knows that the world arises in his own vision, even as the dream objects arise when one dreams, and hence all these objects are of momentary existence. Therefore, he does not feel any justification for either pity or joy. When all such concepts like pleasure and pain, desirable and undesirable cease, all notions in the mind cease. Error does not arise again, even as oil is not obtained from burned seed. Vasishtha continued, v:78, O Rama. Just as when a firebrand is swung around, an illusory circle of fire is formed, there is an illusory appearance of the world due to the vibration that arises in consciousness. Vibration and consciousness are inseparably one like the whiteness of snow, the oil and the sesame seed, the fragrance of the flower and the heat of fire. Their description as distinct categories is an error. Mind and movement of thought are inseparable, and the cessation of one is the cessation of both. O Rama, there are two ways in which this cessation can be achieved, one in the way of yoga which involves the restraint of the movement of thought, and the other is the way of knowledge which involves the right knowledge of truth. In this body, that energy, lit, air, which circulates in the energy channels, nadi lit, means channel of motion, not necessarily a nerve though for convenience it may be called so, is known as prana. In accordance with its diverse functions in the body, it is also known by the names apana, etc. This prana is indistinguishably united with the mind. In fact, the consciousness that tends towards thinking, on account of the movement of prana, is known as the mind. Movement of thought in the mind arises from the movement of prana and movement of prana arises because of the movement of thought in consciousness. They thus form a cycle of mutual dependence, like waves and movement of currents in water. The wise ones declare that the mind is caused by the movement of prana and hence by the restraint of the prana, the mind becomes quiescent. When the mind abandons the movement of thought, the appearance of the world illusion ceases. The movement of prana is arrested at the moment when all hopes and desires come to an end in one's heart through the earnest practice of the precepts of the scriptures and sages, and by the cultivation of dispassion in previous lifespans or through endeavoring to practice contemplation or meditation and reaching a stage of devotion to a single truth in a single-minded way. The movement of prana is also arrested by the effortless practice of inhalation, etc., without strain, and seclusion, or the repetition of the sacred Om with the experience of its meaning, when the consciousness reaches the deep sleep state. The practice of exhalation, when the prana roams in space without touching the limbs of the body, of inhalation, leading to the peaceful movement of prana, and of retention, bringing it to a standstill for a long time, all lead to the arrest of the movement of prana. Likewise, the closure of the posterior narrows by the tip of the tongue as the prana moves towards the crown of the head, the practice of meditation where there is no movement of thought, the holding of the consciousness steadily at the point 12 inches from the tip of the nose, the entering of the prana into the forehead through the palate and upper aperture, the fixing of the prana at the eyebrow center, the sudden cessation of the movement of thought, or cessation of all mental conditioning through meditation on the space in the heart center over a long period of time. All these lead to this arrest of the movement of prana. Rama asked, Lord, what is the heart that is spoken of by you? V:79 Vasistha continued, O Rama, two aspects of the heart are spoken of here, one is acceptable and the other is to be ignored. The heart that is part of this physical body and is located in one part of the body may be ignored. The heart which is acceptable is of the nature of pure consciousness. It is both inside and outside, and it is neither inside nor outside. That is the principal heart, and in it is reflected everything which is in the universe, and it is the treasure house of all wealth. Consciousness alone is the heart of all beings, not the piece of flesh which people call the heart. Hence, if the mind, freed of all conditioning, is gathered into pure consciousness, the movement of prana is restrained. By any one of these methods, propounded by the various teachers, the movement of prana can be restrained. These yogic methods bring about the desired results if they are practiced without violence or force. When one is firmly established in such practice with simultaneous growth in dispassion, and when the mental conditioning comes under perfect restraint, there is fruition of the restraint of the movement of prana. During the practice one may use the eyebrow center, the palate, the tip of the nose, or the top of the head, 12 inches from the nose thus the prana will be restrained. Again, if by steady and persistent practice the tip of the tongue can touch the uvula, the movement of prana will be restricted. Surely, all these practices appear to be distractions, but by their steady practice, one reaches the absence of distractions. It is only by such steady practice that one is freed from sorrow and experiences the bliss of the self. Hence, practice yoga. When through practice the movement of prana is restrained, then nirvana or liberation alone remains. In it is all, from it is all, it is all, it is everywhere, in it this world appearance is not, nor is this from it, nor is the world appearance like it. He who is firmly established in it is liberated while living. He whose mind is firmly established in peace through the practice of yoga has the right vision of the truth. To see that the Supreme Self is without beginning and without end, and that these countless objects are in fact the Self and no other, is the right vision. Erroneous vision leads to rebirth, right vision ends rebirth. In it there is no subject-object, no work-knowable relationship, for the Self, consciousness, is the knower, knowledge and the knowable, too, and the division is ignorance. When this is directly seen there is neither bondage nor liberation. When the sage rests in his own self, with his intelligence firmly established in the inner self, what pleasures can bind him in this world? Vasistha continued, V:80, one who engages himself in inquiry is not tempted by distractions. The eyes but see, the notions pleasant, unpleasant, etc. arise. Not in the eyes, but elsewhere. It is even so with the other senses. Hence, the sense functions are not evil. If egoistic thought is linked to these sense functions, which arise and cease in a moment, there is mental agitation. O eyes! The objects of your experience arise and fall, and they were but appearances. Do not let your gaze linger on them, lest the eternal indwelling consciousness suffer mortality. Be an onlooker that you truly are. O mind! Countless scenes are seen by the eyes in accordance with their natural function. Why do you get involved in them? Even if these scenes are reflected in the mind and recognized by it, why do you respond to these as the ego sense? There is, without doubt, an intimate relationship between the eyes and their objects, but why do you offer yourself as their support and then endeavor to apprehend them? Truly, seen, sight and mind are unrelated, like the face, mirror and reflection, yet, somehow the illusory notion arises that I see this. Ignorance is a wax in which these are sealed to one another. but self-knowledge is the fire in whose heat this wax melts away. Indeed, it is through repeated thinking that this ignorant relationship is strengthened, but I shall now destroy it through right inquiry. When ignorance is destroyed, such illusory relationship between seen, sight and mind will never again arise. The mind alone provides the senses with their intelligence, hence this mind should be destroyed. O mind, why do you vainly get agitated through the five senses? Only he who thinks it is my mind is deluded by you. You do not exist, O mind. I do not care whether you stay or you go from me. You are unreal, inert, illusory. Only a fool is harassed by you, not a wise man. This understanding puts an end to the darkness of ignorance. Get out of this body, O ghost, along with your cravings and your emotions like anger. O mind, I have slain you today because I have realized that you never did exist in truth. For a very long time, this ghost of mind generated countless evil notions like lust, anger, etc. Now that that ghost has been laid, I laugh at my own past foolishness. The mind is dead. All my worries and anxieties are dead. The demon known as ego sense is dead, too. All this has been brought about through the mantra of inquiry. I am free and happy now. All my hopes and desires have gone. Salutations to my own self. There is no delusion, no sorrow, no I, no other. I am not the self, nor am I someone else. I am the all in all. Salutations to my own self. I am the beginning. I am the consciousness. I am all the universes. There are no divisions in me. Salutations to my own self alone. That which is omnipresent equally in all, to that subtle indwelling omnipresence, that self. Salutations. B:81 Vasistha continued, O Rama, thus having reflected, the wise man should proceed further in the following manner: when the self, consciousness, alone is all this, and when the mind has been cleansed with this understanding, what is mind? Mind is surely non-existent. Whether it is unseen, or it is not mind, or it is an illusory appearance, this much is certain: either it does not exist or it is mere illusion. Now that both wickedness and delusion have ceased, I do not see what the mind is. All my doubts have ceased. I am without the fever of agitation. Whatever I am, but without craving. When the mind ceases to be, the craving ceases to be too. When the mind is dead and the craving is dead, delusion has vanished and egolessness is born. Hence I am awakened in this state of wakefulness. When there is only one truth and diversity has no reality at all, what shall I investigate? I am the eternal self that is omnipresent and subtle. I have reached that state of reality which is unreflected in anything, which is beginningless and endless, and which is utterly pure. Whatever is and whatever is not, the mind and the inner reality are all the one infinite consciousness, which is supreme peace beyond comprehension and by which all this is pervaded. Let the mind continue to be or let it die. What is the sense in inquiring into all this, when the self is established in utter equanimity? I remained in a conditioned state as long as I was foolishly engaged in this inquiry. Now that through this inquiry I have reached the unconditioned being, who is the inquirer, such thoughts are utterly useless. Now that the mind is dead, they may revive this ghost known as the mind. Hence I abandon all these thoughts and notions, contemplating the I shall remain in the self, in total inner silence. Thus should a wise man investigate the nature of the truth at all times, whatever he may be doing. On account of such investigation, the mind remains established in itself, freed of all agitation but performing its natural functions. The holy ones with unconditioned consciousness live and function here, freed from pride and delusion, with their heart ever rejoicing, their countenance shining with a divine radiance and performing their natural actions. The above line of inquiry was adopted by the sage Samvarta, who himself described it to me once upon a time. The story of Yogavasistha continued, B:82. There is another mode of inquiry which was adopted by the sage Vidyahavya. This sage used to roam the forests in the mountain ranges known as Vindhyas. At one stage, he became totally disenchanted with the affairs of the world which create delusion, and through the contemplation which is free from all perverse notions and thoughts, he abandoned the world as a worn-out illusion. He entered his hermitage, seated himself in the lotus posture and remained firm like a mountain peak. Having withdrawn the senses and having turned the attention of the mind upon itself, he began to contemplate as follows: how fickle is my mind! Even if it is introverted, it does not remain steady but gets agitated in a moment like the surface of the ocean. Tied to the senses, like the sight, it bounces again and again like a ball. Having been nourished by the senses, the mind grasps the very objects it has given up, and like a demented person, it runs after the very things from which it has been restrained. It jumps from one object to the other like a monkey. I shall now consider the character of the five senses through which the mind thus gets distracted. O senses, has the time not yet arrived for you all to attain self-soft knowledge? Do you not remember the sorrow that followed your pursuit of pleasure? Then, give up this vain excitement. Truly, you are inert and insentient, you are the avenue through which the mind flows out to reach objective experience. I am your Lord, I am consciousness, and I alone do all these as the pure intelligence. You, O senses, are false. There is no connection whatsoever between you and the consciousness which is the self. In the very light of the consciousness which is non-soft-volitional, you function, even as people perform various actions in the light of the sun. But do not entertain the false notion, O senses, that I am intelligent, for you are not. Even the notion I am alive that you entertain falsely is conducive only to sorrow. There is nothing but consciousness which is beginningless and endless. O wicked mind, what then are you? The notions that arise in you, viz., I am the doer and I am the enjoyer, which appear to be great rejuvenators, are in fact deadly poisons. Do not be so deluded, O mind, you are neither the doer of anything nor are you the experiencer in truth. You are inert and your intelligence is derived from some other source. How are pleasures related to you? You yourself do not exist, how do you have relations? If you realize that I am but pure consciousness, then you are indeed the self. Then how does sorrow arise in you when you are the unlimited and unconditioned consciousness? Vidyahavya continued to contemplate, O mind, I shall gently bring home to you the truth that you are indeed neither the doer nor the experiencer. You are indeed inert. How can a statue made of stone dance? If your intelligence is entirely dependent upon the infinite consciousness, then may you live long in that realization. However, what is done with the intelligence or the energy of another, is considered to be done by the latter. The sickle harvests with the energy of the farmer, and hence the farmer is said to be the harvester. Similarly, though it is the sword that cuts, the man who wields the sword is the killer. You are inert, O mind, your intelligence is derived from the infinite consciousness. That self or the infinite consciousness knows itself by itself, experiences itself and itself by itself. The Lord endeavors to enlighten you continuously, for the wise should thus instruct the ignorant in 100 ways. The light of the self alone exists as consciousness or intelligence, that itself has come to be known as the mind. If you realize this truth, you will instantly be dissolved. O fool, when you are in truth the infinite consciousness, why do you grieve? That is omnipresent, that is the all. When you realize it, you become the all. You are not, the body is not, the one infinite consciousness alone exists, and in that homogeneous being the diverse concepts of I and you appear to exist. If you are the self, then the self alone exists, not you. If you are inert, but different from the self, then you do not exist either. For the self or the infinite consciousness alone is all, there is naught else. There is no possibility for the existence of a third thing, apart from the consciousness and the inert substance. Hence, O mind, you are neither the doer nor the experiencer. You have been used as a channel of instruction by the wise ones in their communication with the ignorant. But, in fact, that channel is unreal and inert, the self alone is the reality. If the farmer does not use the sickle, can it harvest? The sword has no power to kill either. O mind, you are neither the doer nor the experiencer. Hence grieve not. The Lord, consciousness, is not like you. Hence do not grieve for him. He does not gain anything by either doing or not soft-doing. He alone pervades all, there is naught else. Then, What shall he do and what shall he desire? You have no relationship to the self, except as the fragrance to a flower. Relationship exists only between two independent beings of similar nature when they strive to become one. You, O mind, are ever agitated, and the self is ever at peace. There can thus be no relationship between you two. If, however, you enter into the state of samadhi or utter equanimity, you will remain firmly established in consciousness, without the distraction of diversity, without the notions of either many or one, and realize that there is but one self, the infinite consciousness, which shines as these countless beings. Vidyahavya continued to contemplate, B:83, all senses. I feel that you have all been dispelled by the light of my admonitions, for you are born of the darkness of ignorance. O mind, surely your emergence as an appearance is for your own grief. See how when you exist, countless beings get deluded and they enter into this ocean of sorrow with all its prosperity and adversity, illness, old age and death, how greed gnaws at all the good qualities and destroys them, how lust or desire distracts and dissipates their energy. O mind, when you cease to be, all the good and noble qualities blossom. There is peace and purity of heart. People do not fall into doubt and error. There is friendship which promotes the happiness of all. Worries and anxieties dry up. When the darkness of ignorance is dispelled, the inner light shines brightly. Mental distraction and distress cease. Just as when the wind ceases to agitate its surface, the ocean becomes calm. There arises self-knowledge within, and the realization of truth puts an end to the perception of the world delusion. Infinite consciousness alone shines. There is an experience of bliss not granted to the ignorant who are full of desires. Even as new shoots may arise from burnt leaves, a new life may emerge from this. However, he who would avoid entanglement in illusion once again, rests in self-knowledge constantly. Such are the fruits of your absence, O mind, and there are countless others. O mind, you are the support of all our hopes and desires. When you cease to be, all these hopes and desires cease. You can now choose either to be one with the reality or to cease to be an independent entity. Your existence is identical with the self and non-different from it, is conducive to happiness, O mind. Hence, be firmly rooted in the realization of your non-existence. Surely, it is foolish to neglect happiness. If you exist as the inner being or consciousness, who will wish for your non-existence? But, you are not a real entity, hence your happiness is delusion. You are not real, you came into being through ignorance and delusion, but now through inquiry into your nature and that of the senses and self, you have once again ceased to be. You exist as long as one does not undertake this inquiry. When the spirit of inquiry arises, there is total equanimity or homogeneity. You were born of the ignorance which is the absence of wisdom and discrimination. When this wisdom arises, you cease to be. Hence, I salute wisdom. O mind, you are awakened by many means. Now that you have lost the false characteristic of the mind, you exist as the Supreme Being or the infinite consciousness, freed from all limitation and conditioning. That which arose in ignorance perishes in wisdom. In spite of yourself, O good mind, this inquiry has arisen in you. This is surely for the attainment of bliss. There is indeed no mind, the self alone exists, it alone is, there is naught else. I am that self, hence there is naught other than me in the universe. I am the infinite consciousness whose kinetic state alone appears as the universe. B:84 Vasishtha continued, after this inquiry, the sage Vidyahavya remained in a state of total quiescence, samadhi, and even his prana did not move. His consciousness was neither fixed within nor did it perceive objects outside. His eyes were softly focused around the nose. With his body held erect, he appeared to be a living statue. He lived thus for 300 years, without abandoning his body. His samadhi was undisturbed by the countless natural disturbances or by those caused by human and subhuman beings. Thus he spent 300 years as if it were an hour. The body which was reflected in the consciousness was protected by it. After this period, his mind began to move in his heart and there arose in it notions of a creation. Then he spent 100 years as a sage in Mount Kailasa. For 100 years he was a demigod. Then he ruled as Indra, the king of heaven, for a period of 5 world cycles. Rama asked, how was it possible to interfere with the timetable of gods like Indra, O Holy One? Vasishtha replied, the energy of the infinite consciousness is omnipresent, and it manifests as whatever it likes wherever it likes. Whatever wherever, and however this consciousness conceives the order, so does it become. Thus he saw all this in his own heart, which was free from all conditioning. On account of his attainment of the infinite consciousness. Therefore, these notions apparently arose in it non-volitionally. After this, he served as an attendant of Lord Shiva for a whole epoch. All this the liberated sage Vidyahavya experienced. Rama asked, if such is the experience of Vidyahavya, a liberated sage, then it seems as if bondage and liberation exist even for a sage. Vasishtha replied, O Rama, for the liberated sages this world exists in all its purity, peace and perfection knows Brahman, the infinite. How can there be bondage and liberation for them? Since Vidyahavya had become one with the infinite consciousness, he experienced the experiences of all, and he does so even now. Rama asked, if the creation of the sage was fictitious and imaginary, how were the embodied beings in it conscious and sentient? Vasishtha replied, if the creation of Vidyahavya was fictitious, O Rama, so is this. That and this are both pure infinite consciousness, their appearance being the result of the delusion of the mind. In truth, neither that creation existed nor does this exist. Brahman alone exists in the 3 periods of time. Only till this truth is realized does the world appear to be a solid reality. Rama asked, B:85, Lord, please tell me how Vidyahavya revived his body in the cave. Vasishtha continued, the sage had realized the infinite consciousness, and he knew that the mind, called Vidyahavya, was but a trick of the infinite consciousness. While he was a servant of Lord Shiva, he once thought of seeing that body of Vidyahavya. When he thought thus, in his own consciousness he saw all the other embodiments that he had had, some of them had come to an end and others were still functioning. And, he saw the body known as Vidyahavya sunk like a worm in mud. Seeing it thus, he reflected, surely, this body of mine is devoid of life force and is therefore unable to function. I shall now enter the solar orbit and with the help of the solar power known as Pingala I shall enter that body. Or, shall I abandon it, for, what have I to do with the body of Vidyahavya? On the other hand, this body is neither worth reviving nor worth abandoning. It is the same to me, whether the body is abandoned or it is revived. Seeing that this body has not decomposed and returned to the elements, I shall enter into it and function for a while. The sage's subtle body then entered into the orbit of the sun. Reflecting on the purpose of the sage's entry into his orbit and the appropriate action concerning that purpose, the sun ordained his own energy to execute the task. The subtle body of the sage thereupon saluted the sun. The energy of the sun led the way and, as ordained by the sun, it entered the region of the Vindhya after descending from the solar orbit. It descended right where the body of the sage was lying covered in mud, in order to raise it. Following it, the subtle body of Vidyahavya also entered that body. That body was instantly revived. Vidyahavya thereupon bowed to the solar energy, Pingala, who returned the salutation. Pingala returned to the solar orbit and the sage proceeded towards the lake for his bath and ablution. Having had his bath and having worshipped the sun, the sage resumed his life as before. He lived an enlightened life, with friendliness, a balanced mind, peace, compassion and joy. B:86 Vasishtha continued, in the evening the sage once again entered the forest with which he was familiar, for the practice of intense meditation. He thought, I have already realized the falsity of the senses, any further inquiry concerning them will be a contradiction. Having abandoned all vain imagination, this is and this is not, he sat in the lotus posture again and in him arose the knowledge I am established in the consciousness of total equanimity. Awake, I remain as if in sleep. Established in the transcendental state of consciousness, I shall continue to be, till the body drops away. Thus resolved, he meditated for 6 days, which passed as if in a moment. After that he lived a long time as a liberated sage. He was free from exaltation and sorrow. At times, He would address his mind thus: "O mind, look how blissful you are. Now that you are in a balanced state, remain like that all the time." He would address his senses as follows: "O senses, the self does not belong to you, nor do you belong to the self. May you all perish. Your cravings have ceased. You will no longer be able to rule me." The error of your existence arose from ignorance of the self, even as the non-perception of the rope gives rise to the erroneous perception of a snake. All these errors exist in the darkness of non-wisdom, and in the light of wisdom they vanish. O senses, you are different from the self. The doer of actions is different from all these. The experiencer of experiences is again different, and the infinite consciousness is again different from all these. What is whose error, and how does it arise? It is like this: trees grow in the forest, ropes are made of other fibers with which the timber is bound together, the blacksmith fashions axe, etc. With all these the carpenter builds a house for his own livelihood, not because he wants to build a house. Thus in this world all things happen independently of one another, and their coincidence is accidental, like the ripe coconut falling coincidentally when a crow lights on it, making ignorant people feel that the crow dislodged the coconut. Who is to blame for all these? When this truth is known, error remains error, knowledge becomes clear knowledge. The real is real, the unreal is unreal, what has been destroyed is destroyed, and what remains remains. Thus reflecting and established in this knowledge, the sage lived in this world for a very long time. He was established in that state which is totally free from ignorance and error, and which ensures that he would not be born again. Whenever there was contact with the objects of the senses, he resorted to the peace of contemplation and enjoyed the bliss of the self. His heart was free from attraction and aversion even when all manner of experiences came to him unsought. Vasishtha continued: once, the sage Vedanta felt inclined to abandon his body and to ensure that he would never again return to embodiment. He resorted to a cave on the Saya mountain, sat in the lotus posture, and Vedanta said this within himself: "O attraction, abandon your force of attraction. O hate, abandon hatred. You have played long enough with me. O pleasures, salutations to you, you have indeed sustained me all these years and even made me forget the self. O sorrow, salutations to you, you spurred me on my quest for self-knowledge, and it is by your grace that I have attained this self-knowledge. Hence you are indeed the bestower of delight. O body, my friend, permit me to go to my eternal abode of self-knowledge. Such indeed is the course of nature, everyone has to abandon the body at some time or the other. O body, my friend, you have been my relation for a long time. I abandon you now. You yourself have brought on this separation by nobly leading me to the realization of the self. How wonderful! In order to enable me to attain self-knowledge, you have destroyed yourself. O mother craving! Give me leave to go. You are now left alone to wither away, because I have reached the state of supreme peace. O lust! In order to conquer you, I befriended your enemy dispassion, forgive me. I proceed to freedom, bless me. O merit! Salutations to you, for you rescued me from hell and led me to heaven. Salutations to demerit, the source of pain and punishment. Salutations to delusion, under which I labored for a long time and which is not seen by me even now. O cave, the companion of samadhi, meditation, salutation to you. You have given me shelter when I was tormented by the pains of worldly existence. O staff, you have been my friend too, protecting me from snakes, etc., and you have saved me from falling into a pit, etc. Salutations to you. O body, return to the elements of which you are composed. Salutations to activities like bathing, salutations to all the activities in this world. Salutations to the life-forces, prana, that have been my companions. Whatever I did in this world was done only with you, through you, and because of your energy. Pray, return to your own source, for now I shall merge in the infinite consciousness, Brahma. All things that come together in this world have to part one day or the other. O senses, return to your own sources, the cosmic elements. I shall now enter into the self by the self indicated by the culmination of the Om sound, as a lamp without fuel. I am free from all the activities of this world and from all notions of perceptions and experiences. My heart is established in the peace indicated by the resonance of the Gone are illusion and error. B:87, 88 Vasistha continued, with all the desires in the mind utterly silenced and having well grounded himself in the plane of non-dual consciousness, sage Vidyahavya uttered the holy word Om. Contemplating the esoteric significance of the Om, he perceived the error of confusing the reality with the appearance. By the total abandonment of all concepts and percepts, he renounced the three worlds. He became utterly quiescent, as when the potter's wheel comes to rest. By the utterance of the Om he dispelled the webs of sense organs and their objects, even as wind disperses scent. After this, he pierced the darkness of ignorance. He beheld the inner light for just a split second, but renounced that too immediately. He transcended both light and darkness. There remained just a trace of thought form. This, too, the sage cut asunder in the twinkling of an eye, through the mind. Now the sage remained in the pure infinite consciousness, not modified in the least. It was like the state of consciousness of the just-born infant. He abandoned all objectivity of consciousness and even the slightest movement of consciousness. He crossed the state known as Pasyanti and reached the deep sleep consciousness. He continued beyond that, too, and reached the transcendental or Turiya consciousness. It is a state of bliss that is not its description, which is both the is and the is not, both something and not something, light and darkness. It is full of non-consciousness and objectless consciousness. It can only be indicated by negation, not this, not this. He became that which is beyond description. That state is the void, Braham, consciousness, the Purusa of the Sankhya, Isvara of the Yogi, Shiva, time, Atman or self, non-self, the middle, etc., of the mystics holding different views. It is that state which is established as the truth by all these scriptural viewpoints, that which is all, in that the sage remained firmly established. When the sage had thus become one with the infinite consciousness, the body decomposed and the elements returned to their respective source. Thus have I told, O Rama, the auspicious story of the sage Vidyahavya. Reflect over it. Whatever I have said to you and whatever I shall say to you now is born of direct perception, direct experience and deep contemplation. Meditate upon this, O Rama, and attain wisdom. Liberation is attained only by wisdom or self-knowledge. Only through such wisdom does one go beyond sorrow, destroy ignorance and attain perfection. What has been described as Vidyahavya is only a notion in our mind, so am I and so are you. All these senses and the whole world are nothing but the mind. What else can the world be, O Rama? Rama asked, Lord, why do we not see many of these liberated sages traversing the sky now? B:89, Vasistha replied, flying in the sky and other powers are natural to some beings, O Rama. The extraordinary qualities and faculties which are observed in this world are natural to those beings, not to the sages of self-knowledge. Supernatural faculties, like flying in the air, are developed by even those who are devoid of self-knowledge or liberation, by the utilization of certain substances or by certain practices. All this does not interest the man of self-knowledge who is utterly content in himself. They who, in pursuit of pleasures, acquire these powers tainted by ignorance, are surely full of ignorance. The sages of self-knowledge do not adopt such a course. Whether one is a knower of truth or ignorant of it, powers like flying in the air accrue to one who engages himself in some practices. But the sage of self-knowledge has no desire to acquire these. These practices bestow their fruit on anyone, for such is their nature. Poison kills all, wine intoxicates all. Even so these practices bring about the ability to fly, etc., but they who have attained the supreme self-knowledge are not interested in these, O Rama. They are gained only by those who are full of desires, but the sage is free from the least desire for anything. Self-knowledge is the greatest gain. How does the sage of self-knowledge entertain any desire for anything else? In the case of Vidyahavya, however, he did not desire these powers. They sought him unsought. Rama asked, How is it that worms and vermin did not destroy Vadahaviya's body when it lay abandoned in the cave? And how is it that Vadahaviya did not attain disembodied liberation in the first place? Vasishtha replied, O Rama, the ignorant man's body is composed and decomposed on account of the states of his mental conditioning. In the case of one who has no such conditioning, there is no momentum for decomposition. Again, the mind of all beings responds to the qualities of the object with which it comes into contact. When a violent creature comes into contact with one who has reached utter equanimity, it also becomes temporarily equanimous and tranquil, though it may return to its violence when this contact is lost. Hence, too, Vadahaviya's body remained unharmed. This applies even to material substances like earth, wood, etc., for consciousness pervades all. Since Vadahaviya's consciousness did not undergo any change, no change happened to his body. Since there was no movement of prana in it, even decomposition could not take place. The sage is independent and free to live or to abandon the body. That he did not abandon the body at one time and did so later is purely coincidental. It may be related to his karma, etc., but in truth he is beyond karma, beyond fate, and devoid of mental conditioning. Again, it is like the crow dislodging the ripe coconut, purely coincidental. V:90 Vasistha continued, when the mind of Vadahaviya had become unattached and totally free through the practice of inquiry, there arose in him noble qualities like friendliness, etc. Rama asked, when the mind has been dissolved in Brahman the Absolute, in whom do qualities like friendliness arise? Vasistha answered, O Rama, there are two types of death of the mind. One is where the form of the mind remains and the other is where even the form ceases to be. The former happens when the sage is still alive, and the latter happens when he is disembodied. The existence of the mind causes misery, and its cessation brings joy. The mind that is heavily conditioned and caught in its own conditioning brings about repeated births. Such a mind brings unhappiness. That which regards as my own the qualities that are beginningless is the jiva. It arises in the mind which has no self-knowledge and which is therefore unhappy. As long there is mind, there is no cessation of sorrow. When the mind ceases, the world appearance also ceases to be. The mind is the seed for misery. I shall now describe how the mind ceases to be. When both happiness and unhappiness do not divert a man from his utter equanimity, then know that his mind is dead. He in whom the notions this I am and this I am not do not arise, thus limiting his consciousness, his mind is dead. He in whom the very notions of calamity, poverty, elation, pride, dullness and excitement do not arise, his mind is dead and he is liberated while living. The very nature of the mind is stupidity. Hence, when it dies, purity and noble qualities arise. Some wise men refer to the pure mind as that state of utter purity that prevails in a liberated sage in whom the mind is dead. Such a mind of the liberated sage is, therefore, full of noble qualities like friendliness, etc. The existence, sattva, of such natural goodness in a liberated sage is known as sattva, purity, etc. Hence, this is also called death of the mind where form remains. The death of the mind where even the form vanishes pertains to the disembodied sage. In the case of such a mind, no trace is left. It is impossible to describe it in a positive way. In it there are neither qualities nor their absence, neither virtues nor their absence, neither light nor darkness, no notions at all, no conditioning, neither existence nor non-existence. It is a state of supreme quiescence and equilibrium. They who have risen beyond the mind and the intelligence, they reach that supreme state of peace. Rama asked, V:91, Lord, what is the seed of this fearful tree known as the mind and what is the seed of that seed and so on? Vasistha replied, Rama, the seed for this world appearance is the body within, with all its notions and concepts of good and evil. That body has a seed, too, and that is the mind which flows constantly in the direction of hopes and desires, and which is also the repository of notions of being and non-being and the consequent sorrow. The world's soft appearance arises only in the mind, and this is illustrated by the dream state. Whatever is seen here as the world is but the expansion of the mind, even those pots are transformations of clay. There are two seeds for the tree known as the mind, which carries within it innumerable notions and ideas. First, movement of prana, life force, and second, obstinate fancy. When there is movement of prana in the appropriate channels, then there is movement in consciousness and mind arises. Again, it is the movement of prana alone, when it is seen or apprehended by the mind, that is seen as this world appearance, which is as real as the blueness of the sky. The cessation of the movement of prana is the cessation of the world appearance too. The omnipresent consciousness is awakened, as it were, by the movement of prana. If this does not happen, then there is supreme good. When consciousness is awakened thus, it begins to apprehend objects, ideas arise and thence sorrow. On the other hand, if this consciousness rests in itself, as if fast asleep, then one attains what is most desirable, and that is the supreme state. Therefore, you will realize the unborn state of consciousness if you either restrain the movement of prana in your own psychological ground, of concepts and notions, or refrain from disturbing the homogeneity in consciousness. It is when this homogeneity is disturbed and the consciousness experiences diversity that the mind arises, and the countless psychological conditions spring up into activity. In order to bring about quiescence of the mind, the yogi practices pranayama, restraint of the movement of the life force, meditation and such other proper and appropriate methods. Great yogis regard this pranayama itself as the most appropriate method for the achievement of tranquility of the mind, peace, etc. I shall now describe to you the other viewpoint, that of the men of wisdom, born of their direct experience. They declare that the mind is born of one's obstinate clinging to a fancy or deluded imagination. Vasishtha continued, when, obstinately clinging to a fancy, and therefore abandoning a thorough inquiry into the nature of truth, one apprehends an object with that fancy, such apprehension is described as conditioning or imitation. When such fancy is persistently and intensely indulged in, this world appearance arises in consciousness. Caught up in his own conditioning, whatever the person sees he thinks that to be real and gets deluded. And on account of the intensity of the conditioning in the fancy, he discards his own nature and perceives only the world illusion. All this happens only to the unwise person. That, whose perception is thus perverted, is known as mind. When this mind is confirmed in its perverted perception, it becomes the seed for repeated birth, old age and death. When notions of the desirable and undesirable do not arise, then the mind does not arise and there is supreme peace. These alone constitute the form of the mind, conception, imagination, thought and memory. When these are absent, how does a mind exist? When one, established in non-soft-becoming, contemplates that which has not changed into becoming, and when one thus perceives what is as it is, then the mind becomes null mind. When the psychological conditioning or limitation is not dense, when it has become transparent, one becomes a liberated sage who apparently lives and functions by past momentum, even as a potter's wheel rotates after the initial impulse had been withdrawn, but he will not be born again. In his case, the seed has been fried, as it were, and will not germinate into world illusion. When the body falls, he is absorbed into the infinite. Of the two seeds for this world illusion, viz., movement of prana and clinging to fancy, if one is got rid of, the other also goes away, for the two are interdependent. The mind creates the world illusion, and the mind is created by the movement of prana in one's own conditioning. Again, this movement of prana also takes place because of the mental conditioning or fancy. Thus this vicious circle is completed, one feeds the other, one spurs the other into action. Motion is natural to prana, and when it moves in consciousness, mind arises, then the conditioning keeps the prana in motion. When one is arrested, both fall. The psychological conditioning or limitation alone is the source of untold pain and sorrow, and it is the root of ignorance, but when it comes to an end, the mind falls with it instantly. Even so, by the restraint of the movement of prana, life force, the mind comes to a standstill, without perceiving the world that dwells within it. Vasistha continued, Rama, the notion of an object, of knowledge, of experience, is the seed for both movement of prana and for the clinging to a fancy. for it is only when such desire for experience arises in the heart that such movement of prana and mental conditioning take place. When such desire for experience is abandoned, both these cease instantly. Of course, the indwelling consciousness is the seed for this desire for experiencing. For without that consciousness the desire for such experience will not arise at all. However, it has no object of experience either outside or inside, for it is the consciousness itself that, on account of a movement of thought within itself, desires to experience itself as an object. Just as a man dreams of his own death or of his travel abroad, even so this consciousness, by its own cleverness, experiences itself as an object. When such experience takes place, this world appearance results, O Rama. When this truth is realized, the illusion ceases to be. What is the truth? That all this is nothing but the one infinite consciousness and that there is naught else besides. Whatever is seen and whatever is unseen, all that is the infinite consciousness, thus should the wise one realize, so purifying his vision. Unpurified vision perceives the world, purified vision perceives the infinite consciousness and that itself is liberation. Hence, O Rama, strive to eradicate the desire for experience. Get rid of idleness. Free yourself from all experiences. Rama asked, Lord, how can these two be reconciled? Can I seek freedom from all experiences and freedom from inactivity at the same time? Vasishtha replied, he who has no desire or hope for anything here, nor entertains a wish to rest in inactivity, such a one does not exist as a jiva. He is neither inactive nor does he seek to experience. He who does not lean towards experience or perception of objects, though he is engaged in ceaseless activity, he is neither inactive nor does he do anything or experience anything. The objective experiences do not touch the heart at all. Hence, he whose consciousness is not inactive is a liberated sage here and now. Freed from all conditioning, fully established in the state of unmodified consciousness, the yogi remains like a child or a dumb person. In him there is bliss, like the blueness of the sky. This bliss is not an experience, but the very nature of consciousness. Hence, it does not act as a disturbance, but remains integrated in the consciousness. There is freedom from all experiences. At the same time, the yogi is constantly engaged in action. Hence, there is freedom from inactivity. Vasishtha continued, however difficult it may be to reach this state, Rama, strive for it and cross this ocean of sorrow. This desire for experience arises as a thought in consciousness, and by the repetition of this thought, it gains strength. Thus, having brought about the illusory creation within itself, consciousness leads itself to its own liberation. Whatever it conceives of, that materializes. Thus, having bound itself, having subjected itself to sorrow, like the silkworm with the cocoon, in due course of time it attains to liberation, because its nature is infinite consciousness. What is seen as the universe is nothing but pure consciousness, O Rama. Pure existence alone is the seed for this infinite consciousness. They are inseparable like the sun and his rays. However, this pure existence has two aspects, one, diversity, and second, unity. That, which is described as this and that, I and you is known as diversity. When this diversity is abandoned and there is pure existence, it is regarded as unity. When diversity is abandoned and unity prevails, there is also non-experience, and hence unity is not a thing nor an object of experience. This unity is therefore eternal and imperishable. Hence, O Rama, abandon all forms of division in terms of time or of parts or of substance, and rest in pure existence. These divisions are conducive to the arising of concepts. They are non-different from the pure consciousness, what is more, they are not facts as such. Contemplation of division does not lead to purity of vision. Pure existence alone without any division in it is the seed for all these that we have discussed thus far, and there is no seed for this pure existence. It is the cause of everything and it is itself uncaused. In it are all these reflected. All the diverse experiences are experienced in this pure existence, even as diverse tastes are tasted by the one tongue. An infinite number of universes are born, exist and dissolve in it, and they come into mutual relationship in it. That pure existence is heaviness in all heavy things, that is lightness in all that is light. That is grossness, and that alone is subtlety. It is first among the first, last among the last. It is the light of the luminous and the darkness of the dark. It is substantiality of all substances, and it is the space, too. It is nothing and it is everything, it is and it is not. It is seen and it is unseen. That I am and that I am not. O Rama. Therefore, by every means in your power, strive to get established in that supreme state, and then do what is appropriate. They who reach that state, which is pure and uncaying and which is the truth of one's own self, attain to supreme peace. By reaching it, you will forever be freed from the fear of this worldly existence. Rama asked, V:92, Holy Sir, kindly tell me, how may one quickly destroy all these seeds of distraction and reach the supreme state? Vasishtha said, these seeds of sorrow, O Rama, can be destroyed, each by the destruction of the previous one. But, if you can at one stroke cut off all mental conditioning and by great self-effort rest in the state of pure existence, if you rest in that state even for a second, in no time you will be established in it. If, however, you wish merely to find your foothold in pure existence, you can achieve it, by even greater effort. Similarly, by contemplating the infinite consciousness, too, you can rest in the supreme state, but that demands greater effort. Meditation is not possible on objects of experience, for they exist only in consciousness or the self. But if you strive to destroy the conditioning, the concepts, notions, habits, etc., then in a moment all your errors and illnesses will vanish. However, this is more difficult than the ones described earlier. For, until the mind is free from the movement of thought, cessation of conditioning is difficult, and vice versa, and unless the truth is realized, the mind does not cease to function, and vice versa. Yet, again, until the conditioning ceases, the unconditioned truth is not realized, and vice versa. Since realization of truth, cessation of the mind and the ending of conditioning are interwoven, it is extremely difficult to deal with them individually and separately. Hence, O Rama, by every means in your power, renounce the pursuit of pleasure and resort to all the three simultaneously. If all these are simultaneously practiced for a considerable time, then they become fruitful, not otherwise. O Rama, this world appearance has been experienced as truth for a very long time, and it needs persistent practice of all these three simultaneously to overcome it. Wise ones declare that the abandonment of conditioning and the restraint of prana are of equal effect, hence, one should practice them simultaneously. Prana is restrained by the practice of pranayama and the yogasana, as taught by the Guru, or by other means. When desires, aversions and cravings do not arise in the mind even though their objects are seen in front, then it is to be inferred that mental conditioning has weakened, thence wisdom arises, further weakening the conditioning. Then the mind ceases. It is not possible to kill the mind without proper methods. Knowledge of the self, company of holy men, the abandonment of conditioning and the restraint of prana, these are the means to overcome the mind. Ignoring these and resorting to violent practices like hatha yoga, austerities, pilgrimage, rites and rituals are a waste of time. Self-knowledge alone bestows delight on you. A man of self-knowledge alone lives. Hence, gain self-knowledge, O Rama. V:93 Vasishtha continued, if one has achieved even a little bit of control over the mind by self-inquiry, such a person has attained the fruit of his life. For that self-inquiry will expand in his heart. When such inquiry is preceded by dispassion and has attained stability by practice, all the noble qualities resort to it naturally. Ignorance and its retina do not bother one who is fully established in self-inquiry and who sees what is, without distortion. When he has found his foothold in the spiritual ground, he is not overcome by the robbers known as sense pleasures. But, sense pleasures do overcome one who is not so established. He who is not constantly engaged in self-inquiry and is not thus constantly conscious of the self, he alone is considered a dead man. Hence, O Rama, carry on this inquiry constantly. This inquiry reveals the truth by dispelling the darkness of ignorance. Knowledge of the truth in its turn drives away all sorrow. Along with knowledge arises the experience of it. But when the inner light, kindled by a proper study of the scriptures and inquiry into their truth, illumines both knowledge and the experience of it, their total identity is realized. This inner light itself is regarded as self-knowledge by the holy ones, and the experience of it is an integral part of self-knowledge and non-different from it. He who has self-knowledge is forever immersed in the experience of it. He is liberated while living and lives like an emperor of the world. Such a sage is not distracted by the diverse experiences he may apparently be subject to, whether they were regarded by others as pleasant or unpleasant. He is not bound or overcome by pleasure, nor is there a craving for pleasure in him. He is completely satisfied in his own self. He is not attached to anything or anybody, and he has no enmity or hatred in his heart. Nor is he frightened by the roar of an enemy or the roar of a lion in the forest. He does not rejoice when he visits a garden, nor is he distressed if he happens to travel in a desert. Inwardly ever free, yet he engages in doing constantly whatever actions may be appropriate for the moment. His attitude towards both a murderer and a philanthropist is the same. In his cosmic vision all things great and small appear to be the same, for he knows that the entire universe is nothing but pure consciousness. He who acts without attachment, merely with the organs of action, is not affected by anything, neither by joy nor by sorrow. His actions are non-volitional. He sees not, though eyes see; he hears not, though ears hear; he touches not, though the body touches. Surely, attachment, contact, association, is the cause for this world's soft-illusion. It alone creates objects. Attachment causes bondage and endless sorrow. Therefore, holy ones declare that the abandonment of attachment is itself liberation. Abandon attachment, O Rama, and be a liberated sage. Rama asked, Lord, kindly tell me, what is this attachment? Vasishtha replied, attachment is that, O Rama, which makes the conditioning of the mind more and more dense, by repeatedly causing the experiences of pleasure and pain in relation to the existence and the non-existence of the objects of pleasure, thus confirming such association as inevitable and thus bringing about an intense attachment to the objects of pleasure. In the case of the liberated sage, however, this conditioning is freed from the experiences of joy and sorrow. Hence it is purified, that is, the conditioning is weakened if not destroyed. Even if it exists in an extremely weakened state till the death of the body, the actions that spring from such a weakened and so pure conditioning do not result in rebirth. On the other hand, the dense conditioning which exists in the unwise is itself known as attachment. If you abandon this attachment which causes perverse notions in you, the actions that you may spontaneously perform here will not affect you. If you rise beyond joy and sorrow and therefore treat them alike, and if you are free from attraction, aversion and fear, you are unattached. If you do not grieve in sorrow, if you do not exult in happiness, and if you are independent of your own desires and hopes, you are unattached. Even while carrying on your activities here, if you do not abandon your awareness of the homogeneity of the truth, you are unattached. If you have gained self-knowledge and if, endowed with equal vision, you engage yourself in spontaneous and appropriate action in the here and now, you are unattached. By effortlessly remaining established in non-attachment, live here as a liberated sage without being attracted by anything. The liberated sage lives in the inner silence, without pride or vanity, without jealousy, and with his senses fully under his control. Even when all the objects of the world are spread out in front of him, the liberated sage, who is free from cravings, is not tempted by them, but engages himself in mere natural actions. Whatever is inevitable and appropriate, he does. His joy and delight, however, he derives from within, thus he is freed from this world appearance. Even as milk does not abandon its color when it is boiled, he does not abandon his wisdom even when it is severely tested by terrible calamities. Whether he is subjected to great pain or he is appointed the ruler of heaven, he remains in a balanced state of mind. Hence, O Rama, engage yourself constantly in self-inquiry and rest firmly established in self-knowledge. You will never again be subjected to birth and bondage. Vikara in the preceding pages has been translated inquiry or self-inquiry. That is the popular translation. However, the word really means efficient movement of one's inner intelligence. Kar in Sanskrit is to move. It should not be confused with intellectual analysis. It is direct observation or looking within. Part 6 on liberation. Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi said, Siddhabhasa is the feeling of the self which appears as the shining of the mind. The one becomes three, the three becomes five, and the five becomes many, that is, the pure self, sattva, which appears to be one, becomes through contact three, sattva, rajas and lamas, and with those three the five elements come into existence, and with those five, the whole universe. It is this which creates the illusion that the body is the self. In terms of the sky, Akasa, it is explained as being divided into three categories as reflected in the soul: the boundless world of pure consciousness, the boundless world of mental consciousness, and the boundless world of Malar, Siddhakasa, Siddhakasa and Bhattakasa. When mind, Salya, is divided into its three aspects, namely mind, intuition and maker of the eye, Manas, Buddhi and Ahamkara, it is called the inner instrument or Antakarana. Karanam means Apakaranam. Legs, hands and other organs of the body are called Bhyakarana or outer instruments, while the senses, Indriyas, which work inside the body are Antakaranas or inner instruments. That feeling of the self or shining mind which works with these inner instruments is said to be the personal soul or jiva. When the menial consciousness, which is a reflection of the tangible aspect of pure consciousness, sees the world of matter, it is called menial world, Manoakasa. But when it sees the tangible aspect of pure consciousness, it is called total consciousness, Sanmaya. That is why it is said, the mind is the cause of both bondage and liberation for man. That mind creates many illusions. If the secret truth mentioned above is ascertained by self-inquiry, the multiplicity resolves itself into five, the five into three, and the three into one. Suppose you have a headache and you get rid of it by taking some medicine. You then remain what you were originally. The headache is like the illusion that the body is the self. It disappears when the medicine called self-inquiry is administered. It is true that it is only possible for mature minds, not for immature ones. For the latter, repetition of a mantra under one's breath, japa, worship of images, breath control, pranayama, visualizing a pillar of light and similar yogic and spiritual and religious practices have been prescribed. By those practices, people become mature and will then realize the self through the path of self-inquiry. Valmiki said, V.1-1, the sage Vasistha had concluded the teaching contained in the Upasama Prakaranam, and he uttered the words, O Rama, you have heard the Upasama Prakaranam now hear the section dealing with liberation. All the kings and the sages who were seated in the court were deeply absorbed in the great Vasistha's discourse. With their attention totally riveted on his words and gestures, they appeared more like figures in a painting than actual living human beings. In fact, it seemed that even the sun, the air, the birds and the beasts, the entire nature was absorbed in intently listening to the sage's discourse, with their souls absorbed in the sublime exposition of the nature of the innermost self. As the sun was about to set, the palace suddenly resounded with drums and trumpets. For a few moments this sound drowned the voice of the sage Vasistha. When the sound of the drums, trumpets and conches died down, the sage asked Rama the following question. Vasistha said, I have thus provided you with a net woven with words which are indicative of the highest truth. Tie down the bird of your mind with this net and let the mind then rest in your heart. Thus shall you attain self-knowledge. O Rama, have you absorbed this truth imparted by me? Although it is mixed with varied expressions and illustrations, even as the proverbial swan is able to separate milk from water when these are mixed together and to drink the milk alone? You should contemplate this truth again and again. From beginning to end, reflect upon it, and you should march along this path now, O noble one. Though engaged in diverse activities, you will not be bound if your intelligence is saturated with this truth, otherwise, you will fall, even as an elephant falls from the cliff. Again, if you conceptualize this teaching for your intellectual entertainment and do not let it act in your life, You will stumble and fall like a blind man. In order to reach the state of perfection or liberation taught by me, you should live a life of non-attachment, doing what is appropriate in every situation as it reaches you. Rest assured that this is the vital factor in the teachings of all scriptures. Given leave to depart, all the kings and the sages of the assembly left for their abode. They contemplated Vasistha's teachings and discussed it among themselves, spending only a couple of hours in pleasant and deep sleep. 1-2 Valmiki continued. Very soon the darkness of the night began to recede, even as mental conditioning recedes with the approach of the awakening of the inner intelligence. Shafts of light from the eastern horizon illumined the eastern and the western peaks. Rama, Lakshmana and all the others awoke at that auspicious hour and performed their morning religious duties. Then they proceeded swiftly to the hermitage of the sage Vasistha. They offered him appropriate worship, prostrated at his feet and followed him to the royal court. The audience packed the court, but there was pin-soft-drop silence. The space in the court was again filled with celestial beings and sages who had attained perfection. All of them took their allotted seats as on the previous days. Rama devoutly gazed at the face of the sage Vasistha. Vasistha said, Rama, do you remember what I have so far said to you? The words which are capable of awakening a knowledge of truth or self-knowledge? I shall once again declare to you how perfection can be permanently established. By resorting to dispassion, the unconditioned mind, and a clear understanding of the truth, this ocean of samsara, bondage to life and death, can be crossed. Hence engage yourself in such endeavor. When the truth is clearly perceived and when its misunderstanding has been completely abandoned, upon the dissolution of all the latent tendencies or mental conditioning, the sorrowless state is reached. The one infinite absolute existence or cosmic consciousness alone is, and it is not affected by the concepts of time and space, nor is it subject to polarity or division. The infinite alone exists and has, somehow, assumed duality. However, when in fact the infinite cannot thus be divided, how can such duality come into being? Knowing this, be free of the ego sense and rejoice in the self. There is no mind, no ignorance, no individual soul. These are all concepts that arose in the Creator Brahma. Whatever objects there may be, whatever may be the mind and its desires, all that is indeed the one cosmic consciousness. That one alone shines in the netherworld, on earth and in heaven as consciousness. As long as the concepts born of ignorance persist, as long as there is perception of that which is not the infinite, and as long as there is hope in the trap known as the world, so long one entertains notions of mind, etc. As long as one considers the body as the I, and as long as the self is related to what is seen, as long as there is hope in objects with the feeling this is mine, so long will there be delusion concerning mind, etc. Vasistha continued. The illusory notion of the existence of the mind, etc., persists only as long as the sublime realization of the truth is not experienced through the company of the wise, who are totally unattached, and as long as wickedness has not been weakened. As long as the experience of this world as a reality has not been shaken by the energy derived from the clear perception of the truth, so long the existence of the mind, etc., seems to be self-evident. Such a notion continues as long as there is blind dependence, on account of craving for objective experience, and as long as there are wickedness and delusion as a consequence. But in the case of one who is not attracted by pleasure, whose heart is cool because of its purity, and who has shattered the cage of desires, cravings and hopes, the deluded notion of the existence of the mind ceases to be. When he sees even his body as the deluded experience of a non-entity, how can a mind arise in him? He who has the vision of the infinite and into whose heart the world appearance has merged, does not entertain the deluded notion of a jiva, etc. When incorrect perception has come to an end, and when the sun of self-knowledge arises in the heart, know that the mind is reduced to naught. It is not seen again, even at birch dry leaves. The state of mind of the liberated ones who are still living and who see both the supreme truth and the relative appearance, is known as sattva, transparency. It is improper to call it the mind, it is really sattva. These knowers of truth are mindless and are in a state of perfect equilibrium. They live their life here playfully. They behold the inner light all the time, even though they seem to be engaged in diverse actions. Concepts of duality, unity or such others do not arise in them, for there are no tendencies in their heart. The very seed of ignorance is burnt in the state of sattva, and it does not again give rise to delusion. O Rama, you have reached that state of sattva and your mind has been burnt in the fire of wisdom. What is that wisdom? It is that the infinite Brahman is indeed the infinite Brahman. The world appearance is but an appearance whose reality is Brahman. The appearance, for instance, your body as Rama, is insentient, is unreal. Its reality is the reality of its substrate on which is consciousness. Why then do you grieve? However, if you feel that all this is consciousness, there need not arise in you the notions of diversity. Recollect your essential nature as the infinite consciousness. Abandon the notions of diversity. You are what you are, nay, not even that is a concept, but beyond it you are the self-luminous being. Salutations to you, O cosmic being that is infinite consciousness. 123 Vasishtha continued, you are that ocean of consciousness in which there appear countless waves and ripples which are known as universes. You are indeed beyond the states of being and non-being, both of which are mere concepts of the mind. Rise beyond such conditioning and, therefore beyond all duality. How can tendencies and limitations exist in you? All such concepts. This is a latent tendency or limitation, and this is a jiva or the living soul, arise in consciousness. How then are they different from consciousness, and if they are not, how can we say that they arise in consciousness? That which is known as Rama is in truth the magnificent and infinite ocean of consciousness in which numerous universes appear and disappear like ripples and waves. Remain in a state of total equanimity. You are like the infinite space. Fire is inseparable from heat, fragrance from the lotus, blackness from collyrium, whiteness from snow, sweetness from sugar cane, and light from a luminary. Even so experiencing is inseparable from consciousness. Even as waves are inseparable from the ocean, even so the universes are inseparable from consciousness. Experiencing is non-different from consciousness. The ego sense is non-different from experiencing. The jiva is non-different from ego sense, and the mind is non-soft-different from the jiva, non-different or inseparable. The senses are non-different from the mind, the body is non-different from the senses, the world is non-different from the body, and there is nothing but this world. This catalogue of dependent categories has existed for a very long time, yet this has neither been set in motion by anyone, nor can we say whether it has existed for a very long or very short time. The truth is, O Rama, all this is naught else but the self-experiencing of the infinite. There is emptiness in the empty, Brahman pervades Brahman, the truth shines in the truth, and fullness fills fullness. The wise man, though functioning in this world, does nothing, for he seeks nothing. Even so, O Rama, remain pure at heart like space, but outwardly engage yourself in appropriate action, in situations which could provoke exaltation or depression. Remain unaffected by them like a log of wood. He who is friendly even to one who is about to murder him, is a seer of truth. Adoration of one who has not thus risen above likes and dislikes, raga and vesa, is futile effort. Only he who is free from egoistic or volitional activity and who is utterly non-attached to anything here is liberated. Even if he should destroy the world, he does nothing. He in whom all concepts and habitual tendencies have ceased has overcome all mental conditioning and bondage. He is like a lamp which is not fed with oil. Vasishtha continued. 1-4, 5. O Rama, the mind, the intellect and the ego sense, as also the senses, are all devoid of independent intelligence. Where then do the jiva and all the rest of it reside? Even as the moon is one, yet it appears to be two or more on account of defective vision or agitation in the reflecting medium. The self, inner intelligence or consciousness, is one, but appears to be many on account of the agitation caused by the thoughts. Just as night comes to an end when darkness recedes, ignorance comes to an end when the poison of craving for pleasure ceases. This deadly virus of craving for pleasure is instantly cured by the magic formula of scriptural declarations. At the very instant when wickedness or foolishness comes to an end, the mind with all its retina vanishes, even as pearls scatter when the connecting thread is broken. Hence, O Rama, they who abandon the scriptures have chosen to live as worms and vermin for their own self-destruction. When wind subsides, the surface of the lake becomes calm once again. When agitation caused by ignorance ceases, the unsteadiness of the eyes caused by infatuation for wife and other objects of pleasure ceases. Obviously, O Rama, you have reached that steadiness. You have listened intently to my words, and on account of that the veil of ignorance has been lifted in you. Even ordinary human beings are profoundly influenced by the words of their family preceptor. How then can it be different in one who possesses an expanded vision, as you do? Rama said, Lord, by listening to your words of wisdom, the world which appears to the outside has lost its substantiality and my mind has ceased. I rest in supreme peace. I perceive the world as it is, as the infinite consciousness infinitely displayed before me. All my doubts have been dispelled. I am free from attraction and resistance. I am established in nature, I am well, Vasistha, I rest in the self. And I am happy, I am Rama in whom the worlds find their refuge. Salutations to me, salutations to you. The mental conditioning has vanished. The mind has come to an end. I see the self as the all in all. When I think of the past I smile at the foolish ideas of duality I used to entertain. All this, thanks to the effect of your nectarine words of spiritual counsel. While still living in this world I am also in the world of light. Thanks to the rays of light that emanate from your illumined heart in the form of words of supreme wisdom, I am immersed in supreme bliss here and now. 1-6 Vasishtha continued, O Rama, you are dear to me. Hence I declare the truth to you once again. Listen attentively. Listen, though for doing so, you have to assume the existence of diversity. Your consciousness will expand. And, the truth that I shall expound will save from sorrow even they who are not fully awakened. When one is ignorant, one entertains the wrong notion that the body is the self. His own senses prove to be his worst enemies. On the other hand, he who is endowed with self-knowledge and knows the truth enjoys the friendship of his senses which are pleased and contented. They do not destroy him. He who has nothing but disgust for the physical body and its functions does not surely indulge it and thus invite suffering. The self is not affected by the body, nor is the body in any way related to the self. They are like light and darkness. The self, which transcends all modifications and perversions, neither comes into being nor does it vanish. Whatever happens, happens to this body which is inert, ignorant, insentient, finite, perishable and ungrateful. Let it happen. But, how can this body ever comprehend, through the senses or the mind, the eternal consciousness? For, when either is seen as the reality the other ceases to be. When thus their nature is totally different, how can their experience of pain and pleasure be the same? When they do not and cannot have any relationship whatsoever, how can they exist together? When either rises the other ceases, even as when the day dawns the darkness of night ceases to be. Self-knowledge can never become self-ignorance, even as the shadow can never become hot. Brahman, which is the reality, can never become unreal even when one is aware of diversity, nor can the body ever acquire the nature of the infinite consciousness. Though the self is omnipresent, it is unaffected by the body, even as the lotus is not affected by water. Hence, even though space is not affected by the movement of air within it, this infinite self is not affected by conditions known as old age, death, pleasure and pain, existence and non-existence which pertain to the body. Even though all these bodies are seen by deluded understanding, they are all in the infinite consciousness alone even as waves appear on the ocean. The diversity and the perversity of the appearances belong to the reflecting medium. The truth or the infinite self is not affected by all this, even as the sun is not affected by the diversity and the agitation that its reflection undergoes in several mirrors or other reflecting media. When the truth concerning the self is thus seen, the notion of self-ignorance vanishes instantly. Vasishtha continued, correct understanding of the body and the intelligence that dwells in the body enables one to understand the entire creation in its material and its spiritual aspects, as easily as one sees objects illumined by a lamp. It is only when there is not this right understanding that deluded and wrong notions rise and flourish within one's heart, notions which are utterly devoid of substance. Befuddled by these wrong notions which arise in the absence of the light of true knowledge, one is constantly and restlessly carried hither and thither like a blade of grass in wind. In the absence of the taste, direct knowledge, of the cosmic intelligence, the senses endeavor to apprehend their objects and vainly imagine that such contact gives rise to meaningful experience. Surely, the infinite and inexhaustible intelligence, consciousness, dwells in all these. However, on account of the absence of self-knowledge, it appears to be ignorant of itself and therefore limited and finite. The life force and its retina function here merely to provide energy for the movements inherent in living, not with any other motive. In the absence of self-knowledge, all the talking and roaring which people indulge in are like the sound produced by a gun. They inevitably proceed towards destruction and do not lead to salutary results. Fools enjoy the fruits of their labor, not knowing that they are resting and sleeping on a rock that is burning hot. Keeping company with such fools is like sitting in a forest on a tree which is about to be felled. Whatever you do for the sake of such people is like beating the air with a rod. What is given to them is thrown into mud, and to converse with them is as meaningful as the dog barking at the sky. Ignorance of the self is the source of all troubles and calamities. Tell me, O Rama, is there a single trouble that does not spring from ignorance of the self? This entire creation is pervaded by ignorance which sustains it. One who is ignorant is visited again and again by terrible sorrow and rarely by pleasure. Sources of sorrow like body, wealth and wife do not cease in the case of one who is ignorant of the self. For there is no end to the ignorance of one who firmly believes that the body is the self. How can true self-knowledge arise in him? As long as such ignorance rules, the fool falls again and again. His sorrow is unceasing. Even the cool rays of the moon are experienced as poisonous fumes by him. The portals of hell are wide open, eager to receive such a fool. Vasishtha continued, it is only in the eyes of the fool that the poisonous creeper, woman, bears the blossoms of restless eyes and pearl-like smiling teeth. For only in the heart of the wicked grows the dreadful tree of infatuation, providing an abode for countless birds, sinful tendencies. In the forest of his vicious heart rages the fire of hate. His mind is flooded with jealousy, giving rise to the growth of the weeds of destructive criticism of others. The only lotus his heart knows is envy, which is sought by the bees of endless worry. Death is meant only for such vicious fools. Birth and childhood lead to youth, youth leads to old age, and old age ends in death, and all these are repeatedly experienced by the ignorant. The ignorant man is like a pot tied to the rope known as the world, with which he is now lowered into the blind well of samsara and now lifted up. This very ocean of world appearance is like the footprint of a calf to the wise and an unfathomable and endless sea of sorrow to the ignorant. Even as a caged bird is unable to find freedom, the ignorant man devoted to the fulfillment of his appetites is unable to find release from bondage. His mind, which is befuddled with apparently countless tendencies and conditioning, is unable to see clearly the revolving wheel of life and death. In order to capture and to hold in bondage the ignorant person, his own infatuation spreads out throughout the world a whole network of illusory relationships. With a small piece of flesh, the eyes, the foolish man sees a little particle of earth which he regards as mountains, lakes, forests and cities. Ignorance is a mighty tree which has spread its branches in all directions, creating countless leaves of illusory objects. On that tree dwell numerous birds, like ever so many experiences of pleasure of the ignorant. Births are its leaves, actions are its buds, merit and demerit are the fruits, wealth and auspiciousness are its flowers. This ignorance is like the moon which rises when the sun of wisdom has set. Repeated births are the rays of the moon, and this ignorance is the lord of defects and imperfection. Tendencies and habits are the nectarine rays showered by this moon, the birds of hope and desire drink of this nectar. In the darkness of ignorance, the fool thinks he experiences pleasure or happiness in the objects of this world. The external appearance of sweetness in the objects is caused by ignorance. For all these objects have a beginning and an end, they are limited, they are perishable. Vasistha continued, 5.1-7. They whom you regard here as radiant women decked with pearls and other jewels are but the creation of your own delusion. They are the ripples that arise in the ocean of lust. It is this delusion that sees attractiveness and seductive qualities in what is but a modification of flesh, fat, skin, etc., and even makes them appear charming, and it is on account of such delusion that their breasts are described as golden pots and their lips as the source of nectar. Etc. It is on account of delusion that one seeks wealth and prosperity which are sweet in the beginning to the dull-witted, which are the cause of the pairs of opposites, happiness and unhappiness, pleasure and pain, success and failure, in the middle and which come to an end very soon. From the pursuit of prosperity arise countless branches of pleasure and numberless branches of unhappiness. This delusion flows like a river from beginningless time and it is muddled and darkened by useless actions and their reactions. It gives rise to repeated birth and it swells more and more on account of the bitter reactions or the consequences of actions calculated to bring pleasure or happiness. Such actions are like an ill wind that raises a cloud of dust whose particles are physical and mental illness, old age and the various relationships. All these lead to death, or the passage of time, which has an insatiable and voracious appetite and which consumes all the worlds when they are ripe, as it were. Youth is haunted by the goblins of worries and anxieties which dance when the wisdom moon does not shine, and youth proceeds towards denser darkness of delusion. One's tongue, the faculty of speech, is overworked in the service of the common and uncultured folk here and it grows debilitated. In the meantime, poverty spreads its thousands of branches, yielding the fruits of unhappiness and hard labor. Yet, greed which is empty and insubstantial and which is destructive of one's own spiritual elevation, continues to proclaim victory in the darkness of delusion. Stealthily the cat of senility catches the mouse of youth. This creation is a senseless, yet, it gains a false reality. It even grows the fruits of dharma, righteous living, and artha, pursuit of prosperity. This world enveloped by the sky and endowed with the eyes of the sun and the moon is upheld by the delusion of its substantiality. In the lake of this world appearance lilies known as bodies blossom and they are resorted to by the bees known as life forces. Vasishtha continued, the decadent concept of the world existence lies imprisoned in the senses, bound by self-limitation and conditioning and by the powerful thread of hopes and desires. This world appearance is like a delicate creeper which constantly trembles in the wind of the movement of prana or life force and which constantly sheds all kinds of beings, abandoning them to their destruction. There are many noble people who have risen above the quagmire of this hell known as world existence and, devoid of all doubt, rejoice for a little while. There are the divine beings who dwell like lotuses in the blue expanse of the firmament. In this creation, actions are like the lotus which is polluted by vain desire for the fruits of such actions, which is caught in the net of psychological conditioning and which is endowed with the perfume of dynamism. But, this world appearance is like a little fish which comes into being in this finite space and which is soon swallowed by the obstinate and invincible old vulture known as kritanta, the end or conclusion of action. Yet, averse scenes arise and cease day after day, as ripples and waves appear and disappear on the surface of the ocean. The potter known as time keeps all these revolving like the potter's wheel. Innumerable forests known as creation have been reduced to ashes by the forest fire known as time. Such is the state of this creation. But since the ignorant are bound fast to their own false notions, neither the transiency of the world nor the hard blow they suffer in their life is able to awaken them. This psychological conditioning or self-limitation persists during the whole world cycle, like the body of the chief of the gods, Indra. As if by accident, in the midst of all this there occur divine manifestations in whom the purest nature is revealed. Whereas the immobile creatures stand contemplating the mystery of time, as it were, the mobile creatures swayed by the twin forces, of attraction and repulsion, love and hate, and afflicted by the terrible illness known as pleasure and pain, old age and death, become debilitated and decadent. Among the latter, the worms and vermin silently and patiently endure the fruits of their own past evil actions, contemplating them, as it were, all the time. But the imperceptible time, or death, which is beyond even contemplation devours all and everything. Vasishtha continued, the trees stand, the very picture of misery, having to endure cold, wind and heat, yet laden with flowers and yielding fruits. Caught in the lotus known as this world, beings like bees hum restlessly all the time. This whole universe is, as it were, the begging bowl of Kali, suggestive of the feminine of Kala, which means time and death, the goddess whose nature is action, motion. This Kawani constantly seeks to fill the bowl with all the creatures of this world and to offer them again and again to her Lord. This universe can be compared to an aged woman. The darkness of self-ignorance is her hair. The sun and the moon are her restless eyes. Her internal and external nature include the gods Brahma, Vishnu, Indra, the earth, the mountains, etc. The truth concerning Brahman the Absolute is the treasure chest hidden in her chest. Her mother is the consciousness energy, or, she is the mother known as consciousness energy. She is extremely agitated and inconstant like a cloud. The stars are her teeth. Dawn and dusk are her lips. The lotus is her palm. The sky is her mouth. The seven oceans are her pearl necklace. She is clad in the garment of the blue firmament. The pole is her navel. The forests are the hair on her body. This aged woman is born again and again, she dies again and again. All this takes place in the light of consciousness. In this there are gods who are created within the twinkling of an eye by the creator Brahma and there are beings who are destroyed by the very act of Brahma closing his eyes. In that supreme consciousness, there are Rudras who commence and conclude thousands of time soft hyphen cycles within the twinkling of an eye. And there are other deities who within the twinkling of an eye create and destroy deities like Rudra. Surely, such manifestation is infinite. What is impossible for the infinite consciousness to bring about in infinite space? However, all these are but imagination, which is a manifestation of ignorance. All prosperity and all adversity, childhood, youth, old age and death, as also suffering, what is known as being immersed in happiness and unhappiness and all the rest of it. All these are the extensions of the dense darkness of ignorance. 1-8, Vasishtha continued, O Rama, I shall now narrate to you how this creeper known as ignorance creeps in all directions. This creeper flourishes in the forest known as world appearance and it is rooted in the mountain of consciousness. The three worlds are its body, and the entire universe is its skin. Pleasure and pain, being and non-being, wisdom and ignorance are its roots and fruits. When that ignorance entertains the notion of pleasure, pleasure is experienced. When it entertains the notion of pain, pain is experienced. When the notion of being prevails there is being, when the notion of non-being prevails there is non-being. That ignorance expands by means of ignorance, and yields greater ignorance. When it seeks wisdom, it feeds on wisdom and grows into wisdom in the end. This creeper of ignorance is made manifest in its various pastimes and psychological states or modes. Somewhere at some time it falls on, comes into contact with, wisdom and is purified, but it gets attached again. It is the source of all emotions and sense experiences. Its sap is the memory of past experiences. Vikar or inquiry into the nature of the self is the termite that eats it away. The stars and the planets that shine in the firmament are the flowers of this creeper. This creeper is shaken by the mind. It is resorted to by the birds of notions. The deadly snakes of the senses encircle it. The python of prohibited action dwells in it. It is illumined by the light of the heaven. It is filled with the livelihood of living beings. It contains other things, too, all those things that delude the foolish, all those things that promote wisdom, and an infinite variety of living beings. In it are they who are born, who are about to be born, who are dead and who are about to die. It is sometimes partially severed, it is elsewhere completely uncut, in the case of the totally immature person's but it is impossible to destroy it altogether. The past, present and future are in it. It is a deadly creeper which makes one senseless, but it dies when it is resolutely examined. This creeper itself is manifest as all these, the stars and the planets, the living beings, the plants, the elements, heaven and earth, the gods as well as the worms and vermin. Whatever there is in this universe is pervaded by this ignorance. When it is transcended you will attain self-knowledge. 5.1-9 Rama asked, Lord, I am puzzled by your statement that even the gods like Vishnu and Shiva are part of this ignorance or avidya. Pray explain that statement further. Vasishtha replied, the truth or existence of consciousness is absolute, is beyond thought and understanding, it is supreme peace and omnipresent, it transcends imagination and description. There arises naturally in it the faculty of conceptualization. This self-understanding is considered to be threefold: subtle, middling and gross. The intellect that comprehends these three regards them as sattva, rajas and tamas. The three together constitute what is known as prakriti or nature. Avidya or ignorance is prakriti or nature, and it is threefold. This is the source of all beings, beyond it is the supreme. These three qualities of nature, sattva, rajas and tamas, are subdivided again into three each, that is, the subtle, middling and gross of each of these. Thus you have 9 categories. These 9 qualities constitute the entire universe. The sages, the ascetics, the perfected ones, the dwellers of the netherworld, the celestials, the gods, these are the sattvic part of ignorance. Among these the celestials and the dwellers of the netherworld form the gross, tamas, the sages form the middling, rajas, and the gods Vishnu, Shiva, etc. form the sattvic part. They who come under the category of sattva are not born again, hence they are considered liberated. They exist as long as this world lasts. The others, like the sages, who are liberated while living, jivanmukta, shed their body in course of time, reach the abode of the gods, dwell there during the period of the existence of the world, and then they are liberated. Thus this part of avidya or ignorance has become vidya or self-knowledge. Avidya arises in vidya just as ripples arise in the ocean, and avidya dissolves in vidya just as ripples dissolve in the water. The distinction between the ripples and the water is unreal and verbal. Even so, the distinction between ignorance and knowledge is unreal and verbal. There is neither ignorance here nor even knowledge. When you cease to see knowledge and ignorance as two distinct entities, what exists, alone exists. The reflection of vidya in itself is considered avidya. When these two notions are abandoned, what remains is the truth. It may be something or it may be nothing. It is omnipotent. It is more empty than space, and yet it is not empty because it is full of consciousness. Like the space within a pot, it is indestructible and everywhere. It is the reality in all things. Just as a magnet makes iron filings move by its very presence, it causes cosmic motion, without intending to do so. Hence, it is said that it does nothing at all. Vasishtha continued. 5.1:10 Thus, all this world appearance with all the mobile and immobile beings in it is not whatsoever. Nothing has really become physical or material. If conceptualization, which gives rise to notions of being and non-being, is eliminated, then it is realized that all these jivas, the individual souls, etc., are empty expressions. All the relationships that arise in one's heart on account of ignorance are seen to be non-existent. Even when the rope is mistaken for a snake, no one can be bitten by that snake. It is absence of self-knowledge that is known as ignorance or delusion. When the self is known, one reaches the shores of limitless intelligence. When consciousness objectifies itself and regards itself as its own object of observation, there is avidya or ignorance. When this subject-object notion is transcended, all the veils that envelop the reality are removed. The individual is nothing more than the personalized mind. Individuality ceases when that mind ceases. It remains as long as the notion of a personality remains. So long as there is a pot, there is also the notion of a space enclosed within or confined to that pot. When it is broken, the infinite space alone is, even where the pot space was imagined before. Rama asked, Lord, please tell me how this cosmic intelligence becomes things like insentient rocks. Vasishtha replied, in these substances like rocks, consciousness remains immobile, having abandoned the thinking faculty but not having been able to reach the state of null mind. It is like the state of deep sleep, far away from the state of liberation. Rama asked again, but, if they exist as in a state of deep sleep without any concepts or percepts, I think they are close to liberation. Vasishtha replied, Moksha, liberation or the realization of the infinite is not existence as an immobile creature. Liberation is attained when one arrives at the state of supreme peace after intelligent inquiry into the nature of the self and after this has brought about an inner awakening. Kindly or total freedom is the attainment of pure being after all mental conditioning is transcended consciously and after thorough investigation. The wise ones say that one is established in pure being or Brahman only after one has investigated the nature of the truth as expounded in the scriptures, in the company and with the help of enlightened sages. Vasishtha continued, as long as psychological limitation and conditioning remain in the heart, even in their subtle seed state, it should be regarded as the deep sleep state. It gives rise to rebirth, even if a state of tranquility is experienced and even when the mind appears to be self-absorbed. It is an inert state and is the source of unhappiness. Such is the state of the insentient and immobile objects like rocks, etc. They are not free of self-limitation, vasana, but self-limitation is hidden and latent in them even as flowers are latent in seeds, which sprout, grow and yield flowers, in pots and clay. Where the seed of vasana, self-limitation, conditioning or tendency, exists, that state is like deep sleep. It is not perfection, when all vasanas are destroyed and even the potentiality of the vasana does not exist. That state is known as the fourth, beyond waking, dream and deep sleep, and transcendental state. It brings about perfection. Vasana, fire, debt, disease, enemy, friendship, or glue, hate and poison, all these are bothersome even if a little residue is left after their removal. On the other hand, if all the vasanas have been completely removed, then one is established in the state of pure being, whether such a one is alive or not, he is not again afflicted by sorrow. The Siddhakti, energy consciousness, lies in immobile creatures, etc., as latent vasana. It is this Siddhakti that determines the nature of each object. It is the fundamental characteristic of the very molecules of each object. If this is not realized as Atmasakti, the energy of the self or infinite consciousness, it creates the delusion of world appearance. If it is realized as the truth, which is infinite consciousness, that realization destroys all sorrow. The non-seeing of this truth is known as avidya or ignorance. Such ignorance is the cause of the world's soft-appearance which is the source of all the other phenomena. Even as the arising of the first thought disturbs sleep and ends it, the slightest awakening of inner intelligence destroys ignorance. When one approaches darkness with light in hand, wishing to behold it, the darkness vanishes. When the light of inquiry is turned on ignorance, ignorance disappears. When one begins to inquire, what is I in this body composed of blood, flesh, bone, etc.? At once ignorance ceases to be. That which has a beginning has an end. When all things that have a beginning are ruled out, what remains is the truth which is the cessation of avidya or ignorance. You may regard it as something or as nothing, that is to be sought which is when ignorance had been dispelled. The sweetness one tastes is not experienced by another. Listening to someone's description of the cessation of avidya does not give rise to your enlightenment. Each one has to realize it. In short, avidya is the belief that there exists a reality which is not Brahman or cosmic consciousness. When there is a certain knowledge that this is indeed Brahman, avidya ceases. Discourse on Brahman 1:11 Vasistha continued, again and again I repeat all this, O Rama, for the sake of your spiritual awakening. The realization of the self does not happen without such repetition, or spiritual practice. This ignorance, known as avidya or ajnana, has become dense by having been expressed and experienced by the senses in thousands of incarnations, within and outside this body. But, self-knowledge is not within the reach of the senses. It arises when the senses in the mind, which is the sixth sense, cease. O Rama, live in this world firmly established in self-knowledge, even as King Janaka lives having known what there is to be known. In his case the truth is realized all the time whether he is active or not, whether he is awake or not. Lord Vishnu incarnates in this world and takes on embodiment fully established in this self-knowledge. Even so, Lord Shiva remains established in self-knowledge, and Lord Brahma, too, is established in self-knowledge. be established in self-knowledge, O Rama, as they are. Rama asked, Lord, pray tell me what is the nature of the self-knowledge in which all these great ones are established. Vasishtha replied, Rama, you know this already. Yet, in order to make it abundantly clear, you are asking about it again. Whatever there is and whatever appears to be the world jugglery, is but the pure Brahman or the absolute consciousness and naught else. Consciousness is Brahman, the world is Brahman, all the elements are Brahman, I am Brahman, my enemy is Brahman, my friends and relatives are Brahman. Brahman is the three periods of time, for all these are rooted in Brahman. Even as the ocean appears to be expanded on account of the waves, Brahman seems to be expanded on account of the infinite variety of substances. Brahman apprehends Brahman, Brahman experiences or enjoys Brahman, Brahman is made manifest in Brahman by the power of Brahman himself. Brahman is the form of my enemy who displeases me who am Brahman, when such is the case. Who does what to another? The modes of the mind like attraction and repulsion, likes and dislikes have been conjured up in imagination. These have been destroyed by the absence of thoughts. How then can they be magnified? When Brahman alone moves in all which is Brahman and Brahman alone unfolds as Brahman in all, what is joy and what is sorrow? Brahman is satisfied with Brahman, Brahman is established in Brahman. There is neither I nor another. Vasishtha continued, all the objects in this world are Brahman. I am Brahman. Such being the case, both passion and dispassion, craving and diversion, are but notions. Body is Brahman, death is Brahman, too, when they come together, as the real rope and the unreal imaginary snake come together, where is the cause for sorrow? Similarly, body is Brahman and pleasure is Brahman, where is the cause of rejoicing when body experiences pleasure? When, on the surface of the calm ocean, waves appear to be agitated, the waves do not cease to be water. Even when Brahman appears to be agitated, in the world appearance, its essence is unchanged and there is neither I'(soft-ness) nor U'(soft-ness). When the whirlpool dies in the water, nothing is dead. When the death Brahman overtakes the body Brahman, nothing is lost. Water is capable of being calm and of being agitated. Even so Brahman can be quiescent and restless. Such is its nature. It is ignorance or delusion that divides the one into this is sentient jiva and this is insentient matter. The wise ones do not hold such erroneous views. Hence, to the ignorant the world is full of sorrow, to the wise the same world is full of bliss, even as to the blind man the world is dark and to one who has good eyesight the world is full of light. When the one Brahman alone pervades all, there is no death nor is there a living person. The ripples play on the surface of the ocean. They are neither born nor do they die. Even so do the elements in this creation. This is and this is not, such deluded notions arise in the self. These notions are not really caused nor do they have a motivation, even as a crystal reflects different colored objects without a motivation. The self remains itself even when the energies of the world throw up endless diversities on the surface of the ocean of consciousness. There are no independent entities in this world known as body etc. What is seen as the body and what are seen as notions. The objects of perception, the perishable and the imperishable, the thoughts and feelings and their meaning, all these are Brahman in Brahman the infinite consciousness. There is duality only in the eyes of the deluded and ignorant. The mind, the intellect, the ego sense, the cosmic root elements, the senses and all such diverse phenomena are Brahman only. Pleasure and pain are illusions, they are words without substance. Even as a single sound produced amongst hills echoes and re-echoes into diversity, the one cosmic consciousness experiences multiplicity within itself, within notions this is I and this is mind etc. The one cosmic consciousness sees diversity within itself even as a dreamer dreams of diverse objects within himself. Vasishtha continued, when gold is not recognized as such, it gets mixed up with the earth. When Brahman is not thus recognized, the impurity of ignorance arises. The knower of Brahman declares that such a great one is himself the Lord in Brahman. In the case of the ignorant the non-recognition of the truth is known as ignorance. Or, It is the opinion of the knowers of Brahman that the very same Lord or Supreme Being is regarded as ignorance in the ignorant. When gold is recognized as such, it becomes gold instantly. When Brahman is recognized as such, it becomes Brahman instantly. Being omnipotent, Brahman becomes whatever it considers itself to be without any motivation for doing so. The knowers of Brahman declare that Brahman is the Lord, the great being which is devoid of action, the doer and the instrument, devoid of causal motivation and of transformation or change. When this truth is not realized, it arises as ignorance in the ignorant, but when it is realized, the ignorance is dispelled. When the relative is not recognized as such, he is known as a stranger. When the relative is recognized, the notion of stranger is instantly dispelled. When one knows that duality is illusory appearance, there is realization of Brahman the Absolute. When one knows this is not I, the unreality of the ego sense is realized. From this arises true dispassion. I am verily Brahman. When this truth is realized, the awareness of the truth arises in one, and all things are then merged in that awareness. When such notions as I and you are dispelled, the realization of the truth arises and one realizes that all this, whatever there is indeed Brahman. What is the truth? I have nothing to do with sorrow, with actions, with delusion or desire. I am at peace, free from sorrow. I am Brahman, such is the truth. I am free from all defects, I am the all, I do not seek anything nor do I abandon anything, I am Brahman. Such is the truth. I am blood, I am flesh, I am bone, I am the body, I am consciousness, I am the mind also, I am Brahman, such is the truth. I am the firmament, I am space, I am the sun in the entire space, I am all things here, I am Brahman, such is the truth. I am the blade of grass, I am the earth, I am a tree stump, I am the forest, I am the mountain and the oceans, I am the non-dual Brahman, such is the truth. I am the consciousness in which all things are strung and through whose power all beings engage themselves in all their activities. I am the essence of all things, such is the truth. This is certain, all things exist in Brahman, all things flow from it. All things are Brahman, it is omnipresent, it is the One Self, it is the truth. Vasishtha continued, the truth which is omnipresent and which is pure consciousness devoid of objectivity, is referred to variously as consciousness, self, Brahman, existence, truth, order and also as pure knowledge. It is pure and in its light all beings know their own self. I am the Brahman which is pure consciousness after its own appearance as the mind, the intellect, the senses and all other such notions have been negated. I am imperishable consciousness or Brahman in whose light alone all the elements and the entire universe shine. I am the consciousness or Brahman, sparks from whom arise continually radiating reflected consciousness throughout the universe. Even when seen by a pure mind it is expressed in silence. Though it appears to be in contact with the ceaseless experiences of the ego sense of countless beings who thus derive the delight that is of Brahman, yet it is beyond the reach of these and untouched by them. For, though it is truly the ultimate source of all happiness and delight, it is of the nature of deep sleep, devoid of diversity, peaceful and pure. In subject-object relationship and the consequent experience of pleasure the bliss of Brahman is infinitesimally experienced. I am the eternal Brahman free from the wrong notions of pleasure and pain, etc., and therefore pure. I am the consciousness in which there is true and pure experiencing. I am that pure consciousness in which the pure intelligence functions without thought interference. I am that Brahman which is the intelligent energy that functions in all the elements, earth, water, fire, etc. I am the pure consciousness which manifests as the characteristic taste, etc., of the different fruits. I am the changeless Brahman which is realized when both elation at having gained what one desires and depression at not having gained it are transcended. When the sun shines and the objects of the world are seen in that light, I am the pure consciousness that is in the middle between these two, and which is the very self of the light and of the illumined object. I am that pure consciousness or Brahman which exists unbroken in the waking, dream and deep sleep states and which is therefore the fourth or the transcendental truth. Even as the taste of the juice of sugar cane cultivated in 100 different fields is uniform and same, even so the consciousness indwelling all beings is the same. The consciousness I am, I am that conscious energy, Siddhakti, which is larger than the universe, and yet subtler than the minutest atomic particle and therefore invisible. I am the consciousness that exists everywhere like butter in milk, and whose very nature is experiencing. Vasishtha continued, even as ornaments made of gold are only gold, I am the pure consciousness in the body. I am the self that pervades all things within and without. I am that consciousness which reflects all experiences without itself undergoing any change and which is untouched by impurity. I salute that consciousness which is the bestower of the fruits of all thoughts, the light that shines in all luminaries, the supreme gain. That consciousness pervades all the limbs, ever awake and alert, vibrates constantly in all substances and is ever homogeneous and undisturbed as if it were in deep sleep though wide awake. That consciousness is the reality that bestows the individual characteristic on each and every substance in the universe and though within all and so nearest to all, is far on account of its inaccessibility to the mind and the senses. Continuous and homogeneous in waking, dreaming, deep sleep and in the fourth, transcendental, state of consciousness. It shines when all thoughts have ceased, when all excitements have ceased and when all hate has ceased. I salute that consciousness which is devoid of desire and ego sense and cannot be divided into parts. I have attained that consciousness which is the indweller of all, and yet though all, is beyond diversity. It is the cosmic net in which the infinite number of beings are caught like birds. In it all these worlds manifest, though in fact, nothing has ever happened. That consciousness is of the nature of being and non-being and the resting place of all that is good and divine. It plays the roles of all beings and it is the source of all affection and peace, though it is forever united and liberated. It is the life of all living beings, the uncreated nectar that cannot be stolen by anyone, the ever-existent reality. That consciousness which is reflected in sense experiences is yet devoid of them and cannot be experienced by them. In it all beings rejoice, though it itself is pure bliss beyond all joy, like the space but beyond space. Glorious yet devoid of all expansions and glory. Though seemingly it does all, it does nothing. All this is I and all this is mine. But I am not and I am not other than I. I have realized this. Let this world be an illusion or substantial. I am free from the fever of distress. V.1:12, 13 Vasistha continued, established in this realization of the truth, the great sages lived forever in peace and equanimity. They were free from psychological predisposition and hence they did not seek nor reject either life or death. They remained unshaken in their direct experience like another Murrell mountain. Yet, they roamed the forests, islands and cities, they traveled to the heavens as if they were angels or gods, they conquered their enemies and they ruled as emperors, they engaged themselves in diverse activities in accordance with scriptural injunctions as they realized that such was appropriate conduct. They enjoyed the pleasure of life, they visited pleasure gardens and were entertained by celestial damsels. They duly fulfilled the duties of the household life. They even engaged themselves in great wars. They retained their equanimity even in those disastrous situations where others would have lost their peace and balanced state of mind. Their mind had fully entered the state of state-lore divinity and was therefore utterly free from delusion, from egoistic notion, I do this, and from the desire for achievement, though they did not reject such achievement or the rewards for their actions. They did not indulge in vain exaltation when they defeated their enemies nor did they give way to despair and grief when they were defeated. They were engaged in natural activities, allowing all actions to proceed from them non-volitionally. Follow their example, O Rama. Let your personality, ego sense, be egoless and let appropriate actions spontaneously proceed from you. For the infinite indivisible consciousness alone is the truth, and it is that which has put on this appearance of diversity, which is neither real nor unreal. Hence live completely unattached to anything here. Why do you grieve as if you are an ignoramus? Rama said, Lord, by your grace I am fully awakened to the reality. My delusion has vanished. I shall do as you bid me to do. Surely, I rest peacefully in the state of one who is liberated even while living. Pray, Lord, tell me how one reaches this state of liberation by the restraint of the life force, prana, and by the annihilation of all self-soft-limitations or psychological conditioning. Vasishtha continued, they call it yoga, which is the method by which this cycle of birth and death ceases. It is the utter transcendence of the mind, and it is of two types. Self-knowledge is one type, restraint of the life force is another. However, yoga has come to mean only the latter. Yet, both the methods lead to the same result. To some self-knowledge through inquiry is difficult, to others yoga is difficult. But my conviction is that the path of inquiry is easy for all, because self-knowledge is the ever-present truth. I shall now describe to you the method of yoga. The story of Bhujan 1:14, 15 Vasishtha continued, in the infinite and indivisible consciousness there is emerged like world appearance in one corner, as it were. The Creator Brahma, who is the apparent cause for this world appearance, dwells there. I am his mind-born son. Once when I was in the heaven of Indra, I heard from sages like Narada the stories of long-lived beings. In the course of this discussion, the great sage Satatapa said, in one corner of the Mount Meru there is a wish-fulfilling tree known as Kuta, whose leaves are made of gold and silver. On that tree there dwells a crow known as Bhujan, who is utterly free from all attraction and aversion. There is none on earth or in heaven who has lived longer than he has. He is not only long-lived, but he is also an enlightened and peaceful person. If any of you can live as he lives, that shall be regarded as a highly laudable and meritorious life. I heard these words. I was greatly inspired. Soon I set out to meet this Bhujan. Instantly I reached that peak of the Mount Meru where Bhujan lived. The mountain was radiant, comparable to the luster of the yogi who through the practice of yoga has opened the psychic portal at the crown of the head and at the upper end of the nadi known as the suma. It is also known as Meru. The peak reached right up to heaven. There I saw the tree known as Kuta, whose flowers and leaves were radiant like jewels. It was a heaven-scraping tree. The celestials who dwelt on it filled the atmosphere with their songs. Perfected sages who could assume any form they liked also dwelt on it. It was an enormous tree of immeasurable dimensions. I saw the different types of birds that dwelt on that tree. I saw the famous swan, which is the vehicle for the Creator Brahma. I saw the bird Sukha, which is the vehicle of the fire god and which was learned in the scriptures. I saw the peacock, which is the vehicle of the god Kartikeya. I also saw the bird known as Bharadvaja, as also other birds. And at a great distance on that tree I saw crows. Among them I saw the great Bhujan, who sat there in utter tranquility and peace. He was beautiful, radiant and peaceful. This was the famous Bhujan, the long-lived. He had lived through several world cycles. He remembered even those who lived eons ago. He remained silent. He was free from inness and mindness. He was the friend and relation of all. V.1:16, 17 Vasishtha continued, I descended right in front of Bhujan. He knew that I was Vasishtha and welcomed me appropriately. By his mere thought force he materialized flowers with which he worshipped me. He made me sit near him. Bhujan then said to me, I consider it a great blessing that after a long time you have given us your darshan, visit. Bathed in the nectar of your darshan, presence and company, we have been renewed like a good tree. You are the greatest among those who are worthy of adoration, and you have come here only as a result of my accumulated merit. Pray tell me the immediate reason for this visit. Surely, in your heart there shines the light of self-knowledge kindled by continuous and intense inquiry into the nature of this unreal world appearance? What is the purpose of your visit? Ah, by the very sight of your blessed feet, I have divined your purpose. You have come here in pursuit of your inquiry into the secrets of extreme longevity. Yet, I would love to hear the purpose from your own lips. I replied as follows. You are truly blessed in that you enjoy the supreme peace all around you, in that you are endowed with the highest wisdom, self-knowledge, and in that you are not caught in the net of illusion known as world appearance. Pray enlighten me in regard to a few facts concerning yourself. In what clan were you born? How did you acquire the knowledge of that which alone deserves to be known? What is your age now? Do you remember anything concerning the past? Who is it that ordained that you shall be long-lived and that you shall live on this tree? Bhujan replied, Since you ask these questions concerning me, O sage, I shall duly answer them. Pray listen attentively. The story I'm about to narrate is so inspiring that it will destroy the sins of those who relate it and those who listen to it. Having said this, O Rama, Vasishtha began the following narration. His words were grave and polite. They had power, for he had risen beyond all desires and the pursuit of pleasure. His heart was pure, for it had reached its own fulfillment. He was fully aware of the birth and the extinction of the creations. His words were sweet. He had the dignity of the Creator Brahma himself. His words were like nectar. And he commenced his discourse which follows. Vasishtha said. V.1:18 In this universe there is a great divinity known as Hara, who is the god of gods and who is adored by all the gods in heaven. His consort occupies one half of his body. The holy river Ganga flows from his matted locks. On his head also shines the radiant moon. A deadly cobra encircles his neck, apparently deprived of its poison by the nectar that flows from the moon. His sole adornment is the sacred ash which is smeared all over his body. He dwells in cemeteries or cremation grounds. He wears a garland of skulls. His amulets and bracelets are snakes. By a mere glance he destroys the demons. He is devoted to the welfare of the entire universe. Hills and mountains which seem to be forever immersed in meditation are the symbols which represent him. His lieutenants are goblins that have heads and hands like razors and that have faces like a bear, a camel, a mouse, etc. He is radiant with 3 eyes. These goblins bow down to him. And the female deities who feed on the beings in the 14 worlds dance in front of him. These female deities are also endowed with faces resembling various animals. They dwell on the peaks of mountains, in space, in different worlds, in crematoriums and in the bodies of embodied ones. Of these female deities 8 are principal ones. They are Jaya, Vijaya, Jayanti, Aparajita, Siddha, Rakta, Alambusa and Utpala. All the others follow these 8 deities. Of these, the 7th Alambusa is the most famous. Her vehicle is the crow, which is extremely powerful and which is blue in color. Once upon a time all these female deities assembled in space. They duly worshipped the divinity known as Tumburu, which is one of the aspects of Rudra, and engaged themselves in left-handed ritual which reveals the supreme truth. They adored Tumburu and also the deity known as Bhairava, and they began to perform various rites intoxicated, as they were, by wine. Soon they began to discuss an important question. How is it that the Lord of Yuma, Hera, treats us contemptuously? They made up their mind thus: we shall demonstrate our prowess in such a way that he does not do so hereafter. They overwhelmed Yuma by their magic powers and separated her from her lord Hera. All the female deities sang and danced in ecstasy. Some drank, some sang, some laughed, some roared, some ran, some fell and some ate flesh. These intoxicated deities began to create disorder in the whole world. V.L:19 Vasishtha continued, while the deities were thus disporting and celebrating, their vehicles, too, got themselves intoxicated and began to dance. All the female swans danced along with the crow, Kanda, which was Alambusa's vehicle. While these female swans were thus dancing, there arose in them the desire to mate. One by one, all the swans mated with the crow, as they were all drunk. Soon they became pregnant. When the celebrations were over, all the deities went over to the Lord Hera, Shiva. They offered him the body of Yuma, which they had converted into food by their magic power. The Lord knew that truth, and what was annoyed with the deities. And they recreated Yuma as she was before and offered her to the Lord, who regained his consort. All the deities returned to their respective abodes. The swans, which were the vehicles of Brahmi, informed her of everything that happened. The goddess Brahmi said to them, "Since you are all big with child, you will not be able to perform your duties. Hence, for some time go where you please." Having said this, the goddess sat in deep contemplation. The swans laid 20 young eggs at the proper time and they were soon hatched. Thus 20 of us were born in the family of Kanda the crow. Along with our mothers, we adored the goddess Brahmi. By her grace we attained self-knowledge and liberation. We then approached our father, who fondly embraced us all. All of us then worshipped the goddess Alambusa. Canada said, "Children, Have you gone beyond the dragnet known as the world appearance after having cut the shackles of vasana or mental conditioning? Or else, come let us adore the goddess by whose grace you will attain the highest wisdom. We replied, Father, we have gained the knowledge that is worth gaining, by the grace of the goddess Brahmi. We seek a secluded and excellent place to dwell. Kanda said, there is an excellent mountain in the world known as Murut, which is the support for the 14 worlds and for all the beings that dwell in them. All the gods and sages dwell on it. On it is the wish-fulfilling tree. On one of its branches I once built a nest, while the goddess Alambusa was in deep meditation. It is beautiful and excellent in every way. Children, go to that nest and live in it. You will never encounter any hindrance. In accordance with our father's instructions, all of us came here and took up our abode in that nest. Bhujanda continued. V.1:20 There was a world in days of yore which is not far beyond our memory. We witnessed it ourselves. Vasishtha asked, what happened to your brothers, for I see only you here? Bhujanda continued, a very long time has passed, O sage, and in course of time my brothers abandoned their physical existence and ascended to the heaven of Lord Shiva. Greater than indeed, even long-lived persons who may be holy and saintly and strong are consumed in course of time by time, or death. Vasishtha asked again, how is it that you have remained unaffected by the heat and the cold and the wind and the fire? Bhujanda continued, truly, to be embodied as a crow held in contempt by the people is not a happy state, though the Creator has amply provided for the survival of even the humble crow. But, we have remained immersed in the self, happy and contented. Hence we have survived in spite of ever so many calamities. We have remained firmly established in the self, having abandoned vain activities that are but torment of the body and the mind. To this physical body there is misery neither in life nor in death. Hence we remain as we are, not seeking anything other than what is. We have seen the fate of the worlds. We have mentally abandoned identification with the body. Established in self-knowledge and remaining on this tree I see the passage of time. Through the practice of pranayama I have risen above the division of time. Hence, I am at peace within my heart and I am not affected by the events of the world. Let all beings vanish or let them come into existence, we have no fear at all. Let all these beings enter into the ocean known as time, or death but we are seated on the shores of that ocean and are therefore unaffected. We neither accept nor reject, we appear to be but we are not what appears to be. Thus do we remain on this tree. Though we engage ourselves in diverse activities, we do not get drowned in mental modifications and we never lose contact with the reality. Lord, that nectar for which the gods churn the ocean is inferior to the nectarine blessing that flows from the very presence of sages like you. I consider nothing more praiseworthy than the company of sages who are free from all cravings and desires. Holy One, even though I have already attained self-knowledge, I consider that my birth has been truly fulfilled, in that today I have seen you and I have enjoyed your company. V.1:21 Bhujanda continued. This wish-fulfilling tree is not shaken by the various natural calamities nor by the cataclysms caused by living beings. There have been several of the latter when demons have tried to destroy or overwhelm the earth, as also when the Lord has intervened and rescued the earth from the grip of the demons. During all these this tree has remained unaffected. Even the flood and the scorching heat of the sun attendant upon cosmic dissolution have not succeeded in shaking this tree. On account of this, we who dwell on this tree have also escaped harm. Evil overtakes one who lives in an unholy place. Vasishtha asked, but, at the end of the life of the cosmos, when everything is dissolved, how have you managed to survive? Bhujanda replied, during that period, O sage, I abandoned this nest, even as an ungrateful man abandons his friend. Then I remain united with cosmic space, totally free from all thoughts and mental modifications. When the 12 cosmic suns pour unbearable heat upon this creation, I practice the Varunarana and remain unaffected. Varuna is the lord of waters. Varunidharana is contemplation of Varuna. When the wind blows with such force as to uproot even mountains, I practice the Parvatarana and remain unaffected. Parvata is mountain and Parvatidharana is contemplation of the mountain. When the whole universe is flooded with the waters of cosmic dissolution, I practice Vayudharana and remain unaffected. Vayu is wind and Vayudharana is contemplation of the wind, then I remain as if in deep sleep till the beginning of the next cosmic cycle. When the new creator begins to create a new cosmos, I resume my abode in this nest. Vasishtha asked, "Why is it that others are not able to do what you have done?" Vasishtha replied, "O sage, the will of the Supreme Being cannot be transgressed. It is His will that I should be like this and that the others should be as they are. One cannot fathom or measure what has to be. In accordance with the nature of each being, that which is to be comes to be. Therefore, in accordance with my thought first or conception, this tree is found in every world cycle at this place in this manner." Vasishtha asked, "You enjoy such longevity as would suggest that you have attained final liberation. And you are wise, brave, and you are a great yogi. Pray, tell me what extraordinary events you remember, relating to this and the previous world cycles." Vasishtha said, "I remember that once upon a time there was nothing on this earth, no trees and plants, not even mountains. For a period of 11,000 years the earth was covered by lava. In those days there was neither day nor night below the polar region, for in the rest of the earth neither the sun nor the moon shone. Only one half of the polar region was illumined. Then demons ruled the earth, they were deluded, powerful and prosperous. The earth was their playground. Apart from the polar region, the rest of the earth was covered with water. And then for a very long time, the whole earth was covered with forests, except the polar region. Then there arose great mountains, but without any human inhabitants. For a period of 10,000 years, the earth was covered with the corpses of the demons. At one time, the gods who used to roam the skies had vanished from sight on account of fear. And the earth had become more like a single mountain. I remember many such events, but let me narrate to you what is important. During my lifetime I have seen the appearance and disappearance of countless Manas, the progenitor of the human race. At one time the world was devoid of the gods and the demons, but was one radiant cosmic egg. At another time, the earth was populated by Brahmanas, members of the priest class, who were addicted to alcohol, Sudras, servant class, who ridiculed the gods, and by polyandrous women. I also remember another epoch when the earth was covered with forests, when the ocean could not even be imagined and when human beings were spontaneously created. At another time there was neither mountain nor earth, the gods and the sages dwelt in space. At another time there were neither the gods nor the sages, etc. Darkness prevailed everywhere. First there arose the notion of creation. Then light and the division of the universe arose. Then one after the other the diverse beings were created, as also the stars and the planets. I saw that during one epoch it was Lord Vishnu, generally considered the protector, who created the universe, during another it was Brahma who created the universe, and in another it was Shiva who became the creator. V.1:22 Bhujanda continued, "Of course I remember sages like you, goddesses like Gauri, demons like Anyaksa, kings like Sivi, of the recent past and of a bygone age. O sage, this is the 8th time you have taken birth as sage Vasistha, and this is the 8th time we meet each other. At one time you were born of space, at another of water, at another of wind, at another of a mountain and then of fire. Whatever is happening in the present creation has happened exactly in the same manner during 3 previous creations. But I remember the events of 10 such creations." Note: Then follows a list of major world events, all of which were not repeated all the time in every creation, accounting for the differences in the number of times Bhujanda witnessed them. A few of them are reproduced here to illustrate this. In every age there have been sages who propounded the truth and revealed the Vedas. There have been Vyasas who wrote down the legends, or prehistoric tales. And, time and again Valmiki composed the sacred Ramayana. In addition to that, a sacred book of wisdom which contains your instructions to Rama has also been recorded by a sage known as Valmiki. Originally it was of 100,000 verses. In this age, too, it will again be recorded by Valmiki for the 12th time. There was an equally great scripture known as Bharata which has been forgotten. In order to destroy the demons, Lord Vishnu takes birth again and again as Rama. He will be born in this age for the 11th time. And Lord Vishnu will incarnate as Krishna for the 16th time. However, all this is illusory appearance. The world as such is not a reality. It seems to be real to the deluded mind. It arises and it ceases in the twinkling of an eye like ripples on the ocean. The three worlds were similar during some epochs, and in other epochs they were utterly dissimilar. On account of all these differences, in every age I have new friends, new relatives, new servants and new dwellings. Sometimes I dwell in the Himalayas, at other times in the Malaya Mountains, and at other times, on account of inherited tendencies, I take my abode here in this nest. Even the directions change from age to age. Because I alone have survived even the night of the Creator Brahma, I know the truth about these changes. Depending upon the position of the poles and the movements of the stars, the sun and the moon, the directions, north, east, etc., are determined. When these change, the directions change. But, I know that this world is neither real nor unreal. The only reality is the movement of energy within the cosmic consciousness. This, on account of deluded understanding, appears as this creation and disappears. Such delusion also causes confusion of relationships and duties. In some ages the son behaves like the father, friend like an enemy, and man like woman. Sometimes in the dark age people behave as if the golden age prevails, and vice versa. Vasistha asked. Vi.1:23. O Bhishta, how is it that your body has not been consumed by death? Bhishta replied, O sage, you know everything, yet you ask this question in order to cultivate the eloquence of your servant. I shall answer your question, for obedience is the best form of worshipping saints. Death does not wish to kill one who does not have ragadvesa, attraction and aversion, nor false notions and mental habits. Death does not wish to kill one who does not suffer from mental illness, who does not entertain desires and hopes which give rise to anxieties and worry, who is not poisoned by greed, whose body and mind are not burned by the fire of anger and hate, who is not churned and ground by the mill of lust, who is firmly established in the pure awareness of Brahman the Absolute, and whose mind is not distracted like a monkey. O sage, these evils do not even approach one whose heart has found the state of utter quiescence and tranquility. Nor do illnesses of the body and the mind affect him. His awareness neither rises nor sets either in deep sleep or in the waking state. He whose mind and heart are established in supreme peace is not touched by the blinding evils born of lust and hate. He neither seeks nor does he spurn, neither gives up nor gathers, though he is constantly engaged in appropriate action. None of the evil forces afflict him. All joy and happiness and all auspicious qualities flow towards him. Hence, O sage, one should remain firmly established in the imperishable and eternal self which is free from nescience and from all seeking. One should slay the ghost of duality or division and fix the heart on the one truth, which alone is sweet in the beginning, in the middle and in the end. Neither in the company of the gods and demons, nor of the celestial artistes nor heavenly damsels, is there to be found permanent joy. One cannot find what is eternally good either in heaven or on earth or even in the netherworld. Nowhere in this creation. All activities are beset with physical and mental illness and many forms of unhappiness. The eternal good is not found in them. Such eternal good is not to be found in any of the activities of any of the senses, for their experiences are tainted by a beginning and thus an end. Neither the sovereignty of the whole world nor the attainment of the form of a god, neither the study of scriptures nor engaging oneself in the work of others, neither listening to nor reciting stories, neither longevity nor death, neither heaven nor hell is comparable to the state of the mind of a holy one. Vi.1:24 Bhishta continued, the best of all states, O sage, is indeed the vision of the one infinite consciousness. Even the contemplation of the self which is infinite consciousness banishes sorrow, terminates the long dream vision of the world appearance, purifies the mind and the heart, and dispels worries and misfortunes. That contemplation of the self is devoid of mentation. It is easy for the like of you. It is rather difficult for the like of me. But this contemplation of the self has comrades, as it were, that closely resemble such contemplation, Among them is the contemplation of the life force or prana, which enables one to overcome sorrow and to promote auspiciousness. I have adopted this contemplation. It is that contemplation of prana that has bestowed longevity and also self-knowledge on me. I shall now describe it to you. Lord, look at this enchanting body which is supported by 3 pillars. The 3 bodies are the 3 nadis, and endowed with 9 gates, and which is protected by the ego sense which has 8 consorts, the Puryastaka, and several relatives, the root elements. Enclosed right in the middle of this body are the subtle Ida and Pingala. There are 3 lotus-like wheels. These wheels are composed of bones and flesh. When the vital air wets the wheels, the petals or the radii of these lotus-like wheels begin to vibrate. The vital airs expand on account of their expansion. These nadis thereupon radiate above and below. Sages call these vital airs by different names, prana, apana, samana, etc., on account of their diverse functions. These functions derive their energy from the central psychic center which is the heart lotus. That energy which thus vibrates in the heart lotus is known as prana. It enables the eyes to see, the skin to feel, the mouth to speak, the food to be digested, and it performs all the functions in the body. It has 2 different roles, one above and one below, and it is then known as prana and apana respectively. I am devoted to them, which are free from fatigue, which shine like the sun and the moon in the heart, which are like the cartwheels of the mind which is the guardian of the city known as the body, which are the favorite horses of the king known as ego sense. Being devoted to them I live as if in deep sleep, forever in homogeneous consciousness. He who adores the prana and the apana thus is not reborn in this world again, and he is freed from all bondage. Bhujandi continued. V.1:25 Prana is constantly in motion inside and outside the body. Prana is that vital air which is established in the upper part. Apana is similarly and constantly in motion inside and outside the body, but it dwells in the lower part. Pray, listen to the practice of the extension or the control of this life force, which is conducive to the welfare of one who is awake or asleep. The efflux of the vital force centered in the heart lotus, of its own accord and without effort, is known as rekak or exhalation. The contact with the source of the pranic force which is located downward to the length of 12 fingers, in the heart lotus, is known as puraka or inhalation. When the apana has ceased to move and when the prana does not arise and move out of the heart, until these begin to happen, it is known as kamaka, retention as of a filled pot. There are said to be 3 points for the rekaka, kamaka and puraka. 1. Outside the nose 2. From below the place known as Dvadasanta, above or in front of the forehead at a distance of 12 fingers 3. The source of prana, heart lotus. Pray listen to the natural and effortless movement of the life force at all times. The movement of the vital air up to the extent of 12 fingers from oneself constitutes rekaka. That state in which the apana force remains in the Dvadasanta, like the unfashioned pot in the potter's clay, should be known as external kamaka. When the outgoing air moves up to the tip of the nose, it is known as rekaka. When it moves up to the extent of the Dvadasanta, it is known as external rekaka. When the movement of prana has ceased outside itself and as long as the apana does not rise, they call it external kamaka. When, however, the apana flows inwards, without the prana rising within, they call it internal kamaka. When the apana rises in the Dvadasanta and attains internal expansion, it is known as internal soft-puraka. He who knows these kamakas is not born again. Whether one is going or standing, awake or asleep, these vital airs, which are naturally restless, are restrained by these practices. Then whatever he does or eats, he who knows these kamakas is not a doer of those actions. In a very few days he attains the supreme state. He who practices these kamakas is not attracted by external objects. They who are endowed with this vision, whether they are stationary or moving, active or inactive, are not bound. They have attained that which is worthy of being attained. Bhujandi continued, when the impurity of one's heart and mind have been destroyed by thus being devoted to prana and apana, one is freed from delusion, attains inner awakening and rests in one's own self even while doing whatever has to be done. Lord, Prana arises in the lotus of the heart and terminates at a distance of 12 finger breadths outside the body. Apana arises in the Dvadasanta, 12 finger soft breadths from the body, and terminates in the lotus of the heart. Thus apana arises where prana terminates. Prana is like a flame and it goes up and out. Apana is like water and it goes down towards the heart lotus. Apana is the moon which protects the body from outside. Prana is note. Dvadasantam suggests a magnetic field around the body 12 finger widths all round. This magnetic field is also composed of prana-pana. Like the sun or the fire and promotes the body's internal welfare. Prana generates heat in the heart space every moment, and after producing this heat it generates heat in the space in front of the face. Apana, which is the moon, nourishes the space in front of the face and then it nourishes the space in the heart. If one is able to reach that space where the apana unites with the prana, he does not grieve anymore, nor is he born again. In fact, it is only prana that undergoes a modification and appears as apana, after abandoning its burning heat. And then, the same prana, having abandoned the coolness of the moon, gains its nature as the purifying fire of the sun. The wise ones inquire into the nature of prana as long as it does not abandon its solar nature to become lunar. One who knows the truth concerning the rising and the setting of the sun and the moon in one's own heart, is not born again. He who sees the Lord, the sun, in one's heart, sees the truth. In order to attain perfection one does not prevent nor protect external darkness, but one strives to destroy the darkness of ignorance in the heart. When the external darkness goes, one is able to see the world, but when the darkness of ignorance in the heart is dispelled, there arises self-knowledge. Hence one should strive to behold the prana and the apana, whose knowledge bestows liberation. Apana terminates in the heart where prana arises. And here prana is born. There apana perishes. Where apana takes birth, there prana ceases. When prana has ceased to move and when apana is about to rise one experiences external kamaka, rooted in this one does not grieve any more. When apana has ceased to move and when prana has arisen just a little, one experiences internal kamaka, rooted in this one does not grieve any more. Bhajandi continued. If one practices kamaka, suspension of breath, after exhaling the prana to a distance farther from where the apana rises, the 12 finger breadth distance, he is not subject to sorrow anymore. Or, if one is able to see the space within oneself where the inhaled breath turns into the impulse for exhalation, he is not born again. By seeing where the prana and the apana terminate their motions and by holding fast to that state of peace, one is not subject to sorrow again. If one keenly observes the place and the exact moment at which the prana is consumed by the apana, he does not grieve. Or, if one keenly observes the place and the exact moment at which the apana is consumed by prana, his mind does not arise again. Therefore, behold that place and that moment at which prana is consumed by apana and apana is consumed by prana inside and outside the body. For that precise moment at which the prana has ceased to move and the apana has not begun to move, there arises a kamaka which is effortless. The wise regard that as an important state. When there is effortless suspension of breath, it is the supreme state. This is the self. It is pure infinite consciousness. He who reaches this does not grieve. I contemplate that infinite consciousness which is the indwelling presence in the prana but which is neither with prana nor other than prana. I contemplate that infinite consciousness which is the indwelling presence in the apana but which is neither with apana nor other than apana. That which is after the prana and the apana have ceased to be and which is in the middle between prana and apana. I contemplate that infinite consciousness. I contemplate that consciousness which is the prana of prana, which is the life of life, which alone is responsible for the preservation of the body, which is the mind of the mind, the intelligence in the intellect, the reality in the ego sense. I salute that consciousness in which all things abide, from which they emerge, which is all and everywhere and which is all in all and eternal, which is the purifier of all and whose vision is most meritorious. I salute that consciousness in which prana ceases to move but apana does not arise and which dwells in the space in front, or, at the root, of the nose. I salute the consciousness which is the source for both prana and apana, which is the energy in both prana and apana and which enables the senses to function, I salute that consciousness which is in fact the essence of the internal and the external kamakas, which is the only goal of the contemplation of prana, which enables the prana to function and which is the cause of all causes. I take refuge in that Supreme Being. V.1:26 Bhujanda continued, by the regular and systematic practice of pranayama as described by me, I have gained the state of purity and I am not disturbed even when the Mount Meru, or the North Pole, it is shaken. This state of samadhi or total equanimity is not lost whether I am walking or standing, whether I am awake, asleep or dreaming. With my vision turned upon the self, I rest in the self, with the self in all conditions of life, whatever changes may take place in the world or in the environment. Thus have I lived right from the time of the previous cosmic dissolution. I do not contemplate either the past or the future, my attention is constantly directed to the present. I do what has to be done in the present, without thinking of the results. Without considerations of being or non-being, desirable and undesirable, I remain in the self. Hence I am happy, healthy and free from illness. My state is the fruit of contemplation of the moment of union, of the prana and the apana, when the self is revealed. I do not entertain vain notions like, I have obtained this and I shall gain that, too. I do not praise nor do I censure anyone, neither myself nor others, or anything at any time. My mind does not exult on gaining what is considered good nor does it become depressed on obtaining what is considered evil. Hence my state of happiness and health. I embrace the supreme renunciation. Having renounced even the desire to live, thus my mind does not entertain cravings but is peaceful and balanced. I behold the one common substratum in all things, a piece of wood, a beautiful woman, a mountain, a blade of grass, ice and fire and space. And I am not worried by thoughts like, what shall I do now? Nor what shall I get tomorrow morning? I am not bothered by thoughts of old age and death, or by longing for happiness, nor do I regard some as mine and others as not mine. I know that everything at all times, everywhere, is but the one cosmic consciousness. These are the secrets of my state of happiness and health. I do not think I am the body, even while engaged in physical activity, as I know this world appearance to be illusory and live in it as if fast asleep. I am disturbed neither by prosperity nor by adversity when they are granted to me, as I regard them with equal vision, even as I look upon both my arms as arms. Whatever I do is untainted by desire or the mud of ego sense. Thus I do not lose my head when I am powerful or go begging when I am poor. I do not let hopes and expectations touch me, and even when a thing is old and worn out I look upon it with fresh eyes as if it were new. I rejoice with the happy ones and share the grief of the grief-stricken, for I am the friend of all, knowing I belong to none and none belongs to me. I know that I am the world, all the activities in it and its intelligence. This is the secret of my longevity. Vasishtha said, V.1:27-28, Thereupon I said to Bhujanda, marvelous indeed is this, your autobiography, O Lord. Blessed indeed are they who can behold you. You are like a second creator. Rare indeed are people like you. I have earned great merit by seeing you. May you continue to be blessed. Give me leave to depart. O Rama, on hearing this Bhujanda worshipped me and, in spite of my remonstrances, accompanied me for some distance holding my hand tightly in a gesture of friendship. Then we parted, and parting of friends is indeed a difficult event. All this was in the previous, Krita, age, and now it is Treetaj. Such is the story of Bhujanda, O Rama. You too, practice the pranayama described by Bhujanda and endeavor to live like him. Rama asked, Lord, by the rays of light shed by you the gloom of darkness has vanished. We are all spiritually awakened, we are delighted, we have entered into our own self, we are your own replica, as it were, having known what there is to be known. In that inspiring account of Bhujanda that you narrated, you made mention of a body which has 3 pillars, 9 gates, etc. Pray tell me, how did it arise in the first place, how does it exist and who dwells in it? Vasishtha said, O Rama, this house known as the body has not been made by anyone in fact. It is only an appearance, like the 2 moons seen by one suffering from diplopia. The moon is really only one, the duality is optical illusion. The body is experienced to exist only when the notion of a physical body prevails in the mind. It is unreal, but since it appears to be when the notion arises, it is considered both real and unreal. Dreams are real during the dream state, though they were unreal at other times. Ripples are real when they are seen to exist, not at other times. Even so, the body is real when it is experienced as a real substance. It is only an illusory appearance, even though it appears to be real. The notion of I am this body arises in relation to what is truly a piece of flesh with bones, etc., because of a mental predisposition. It is an illusion. Abandon this illusion. There are thousands of such bodies which have been brought into being by your thought force. When you are asleep and dreaming, you experience a body in it. Where does that body arise or exist? While daydreaming, you imagine you are in heaven, etc. Where is that body? When all these have ceased, you engage yourself in diverse activities, playing different roles. Where is the body with which you do these? When you sport with your friends and enjoy their company in self-soft and forgetful delight, where does that body abide? Thus, O Rama, the bodies are but the products of the mind, hence they are regarded as real and unreal. Their conduct is determined by the mind, they are non-different from the mind. Vasishtha continued, this is wealth, this is body and this is a nation, all these are notions, O Rama, which are the manifestation of the energy of the mind and which are otherwise illusory. Know this to be a long dream, or a long-standing hallucination, or daydreaming, or wishful thinking. When, by the grace of God or the self you attain awakening, you will then see all this clearly. The existence of a world independent of you or the mind is but the jugglery of the mind, it is nothing but the recognition of a notion as if it were a substance. I remarked that I was born of the mind of the Creator, even so the world arises in the mind as notion. In fact, even the Creator is but a notion in the cosmic mind, the world appearance, too, is a notion in the mind. These notions gain strength in the mind by being invested repeatedly with the mantle of truth and, therefore, they arise again and again, creating the illusory world appearance with them. If a man resolutely seeks the source of the notions, he realizes consciousness, otherwise he experiences the illusory world appearance again and again. For by continually entertaining notions such as this is it, this is mine and this is my world, such notions assume the appearance of substantiality. The permanency of the world is also an illusion. In the dream state, what is really a brief moment is experienced by the dreamer as a lifetime. In a mirage only the illusory water is seen and not the substratum. Even so, in a state of ignorance one sees only the illusory world appearance but not the substratum. However, when one has shed that ignorance, the illusory appearance vanishes. Even the man who is normally subject to fear is not afraid of an imaginary tiger. The wise man who knows that this world is not but a notion or imagination is unafraid of anything. When one knows that the world is nothing but the appearance of oneself, of whom need he be afraid? When one's vision is purified by inquiry, one's deluded understanding concerning the world vanishes. It is by clear perception and understanding that one's nature is purified and then it does not become impure again. What is that right understanding? It is to realize that this world is nothing but the reflection, and therefore appearance, of pure consciousness, and thus it is neither real nor unreal. Birth, death, heaven, knowledge and ignorance are all reflections of consciousness. I, you, the 10 directions and all this, are consciousness, such is right understanding. When there is right understanding, the mind does not arise nor does it set, but it attains supreme peace. It does not indulge in praise and censure, in exaltation and depression, but it is ever cool and rests in truth. Vasishtha continued, when one realizes that death is inevitable to all, why will he grieve over the death of relatives or the approach of one's own end? When one realizes that everyone is sometimes prosperous and otherwise at other times, why will he be elated or depressed? When one sees that living beings appear and disappear like ripples on the surface of consciousness, where is the cause for sorrow? What is true is always true, what exists always exists, and what is unreal is ever unreal. Where is the cause for sorrow? The I is not, was not and will never be. The body has risen from a mysterious delusion and appears to exist. Where is the cause for sorrow? When there is right understanding of the truth that even if the body is real, I is different from it and that I is but the reflection of the infinite consciousness, there is no sorrow. Hence, one should not pin one's faith, hope and aspiration on that which is unreal, for such hope is bondage. O Rama, do thou live in this world without entertaining any hope. What has to be done, and what is inappropriate should be given up. Live happily and playfully in this world without considerations of desirable and undesirable. The infinite consciousness alone exists everywhere at all times. What appears to be is but an appearance. When the appearance is realized as appearance, that which is realized. Either realize that I am not and these experiences are not mine, or know that I am everything. You will be free from the lure of world appearance. Both these attitudes are good. Adopt the one that suits you. You will be freed from attraction and diversion, ragadvesa. Whatever there is in the world, in the firmament and in heaven is attained by one who has destroyed the twin forces of attraction and diversion. Whatever the ignorant man does prompted by these forces leads him to instant sorrow. One who has not overcome these forces, even if he is learned in the scriptures, is indeed pitiable and despicable. His conversations are I have been robbed by another, or I have abandoned wealth and pleasure. Wealth, relatives and friends come and go, the wise one does not seek them nor abandon them. That which has a beginning and an end is not worthy of the attention of the wise. In this world someone produces something, like a daughter, and someone else, like the bridegroom, enjoys it. Who is deceived by this? O Rama, for your spiritual awakening I declare again and again, this world appearance is like a long dream. Wake up, wake up. Behold the self which shines like a sun. You are indeed awakened by this shower of nectarine words. You have nothing to do with birth, sorrow, sin and delusion. Abandon all these notions and rest in the self. V.1:29 Vasishtha, who suddenly became silent when he found that Rama was completely absorbed in the self, resumed his discourse after an interval and after Rama had returned to normal consciousness. O Rama, you are thoroughly awakened and you have gained self-knowledge. Remain forever in this exalted state. Do not get involved in this world appearance. This wheel of world appearance, the wheel of birth and death of all things, has ideas, thoughts or notions for its hub. When these are arrested the world appearance ceases, too. If one uses his with force to arrest the wheel, it continues to revolve if the distractions caused by thoughts do not cease. Hence, one should restrain the hub, the thoughts and notions, having resort to supreme self-effort, strength, wisdom and common sense. What is not achieved by such concerted action is not achieved by any other means. Hence, one should abandon the false dependence on divine intervention, which is in fact the creation of the immature childish mind, and, with one's intense self-effort, one should gain mastery over the mind. This world appearance commenced with the thought force of the Creator. But, it is false. In it these bodies born of the natural characteristics of various elements wander about. Hence, one should never again entertain the notion that the body exists and that pleasure and pain are factual states. The ignorant man who thinks he is suffering and whose face is streaming constantly with tears, is worse than a painting or a statue, for the latter is free from experience of sorrow. Nor is the statue subject to illness and death. The statue is destroyed only when someone destroys it, but the human body is certainly doomed to die. If the statue is well protected and preserved it lasts a long time in good condition, but even when well protected and preserved, the human body decays from day to day and does not remain in good condition. Hence the statue is better than the body created by thoughts and notions. Who will entertain any hopes based on such a human body? The body is worse than even the body one dreams about. The dream body is created by a short-lived notion, the dream, and hence it is not subjected to long soft-standing sorrow, but the wakeful body is the product of long-standing ideas and notions and hence it is tormented by long-standing sorrow for a long time. Whether you think that the body is real or unreal, it is certain that it is the product of thoughts and notions. Hence, there need be no sorrow in relation to it. Even as when a statue is broken, no life is lost, when the body born of thoughts and notions is dead, nothing is lost. It is like the loss of the second moon when one is cured of diplopia. The self which is infinite consciousness does not die nor does it undergo any change whatsoever. Vasishtha continued, O Rama, a man riding the merry-go-round sees the world whirling in the opposite direction. Even so, man whirling on the wheel of ignorance thinks that the world and the body are revolving. The spiritual hero, however, should reject this. This body is the product of thoughts and notions entertained by an ignorant mind. The creation of ignorance is false. Hence, even if the body seems to be active and doing all kinds of actions, it is still unreal, even as the imaginary snake in the rope is forever unreal. What is done by an inert object is not done by it, though appearing to do. The body does nothing. The inert body does not entertain any desire to motivate its actions, and the self, which is the infinite consciousness, has no such desire either. Hence there is in truth no doer of action but only the witnessing intelligence. Even as a lamp in a windless place shines spontaneously and naturally, being a lamp, thus should one remain the self in all conditions. Even as the sun, resting always in himself and in his own essential nature constantly engages himself in the affairs of the day, you too, resting in your own self, engage yourself in the affairs of the state. Once the deluded notion that this false body is a reality has arisen, then like a ghost imagined by a little boy, there arises the goblin of ego sense or the mind. This false mind or ego sense then roars aloud in such a way that even great men, frightened by it, withdraw themselves in deep meditation. He who however lays the ghost known as the mind, or ego sense, in the body, dwells without fear in the void known as the world. It is strange that even now people live considering the self to be the body created by the illusory ghost known as the mind. They who die while they were yet in the grip of the ghost known as the mind, their intelligence is ignorance. He who trusts in the house haunted by the ghost known as mind and lives in it is a goblin, and he is indeed deluded, for that house, the body, is impermanent and unstable. Hence, O Rama, give up this subservience to the ghost known as ego sense and rest in the self without bestowing a second thought on the ego sense. They who are under the evil influence of the ghost known as ego sense are deluded, and in fact they have neither friends nor relatives. A deed done with the intelligence overpowered by the ego sense is poisonous, and it yields the fruit of death. The fool who is devoid of wisdom and courage and who is wedded to the ego sense is already dead. He is like the firewood ready to be consigned into the fire known as hell. Let this ghost known as ego sense rest in or depart from the body. Do not let your mind even look at it, O Rama. Vasistha continued, when the ego sense is stripped of its coverings, ignored and abandoned by the awakened intelligence, it is incapable of doing you any harm. The self is infinite consciousness. Even if the ego sense dwells in this body, how is the self affected? O Rama, it is impossible to catalogue the calamities that visit one who is under the influence of the mind. All this weeping and wailing, alas, I am dead, alas, I am burning, that one hears in this world, all this is nothing more than the play of the ego sense. However, even as the all-pervading space is not polluted by anything, the self which is omnipresent is not affected by the ego sense. Whatever a man does with the body is really done by the ego sense with the help of the reins known as inhalation and exhalation. The self is indirectly regarded as the cause of all this, even as space is indirectly responsible for the growth of plants, inasmuch as it, the space, does not prevent the plant from extending into space. Even as a lamp is considered responsible for the vision of an object, the self is regarded as responsible for the actions of the body, mind, etc., which function in the light of the self. Otherwise, there is no connection whatsoever between the inert body and the conscious self. It is only because of the energy of the self, prana, which is constantly vibrating, creating agitation everywhere, that the mind is confused with the self. You are the self, O Rama, not the mind. What have you to do with the mind? Abandon this delusion. The goblin mind residing in the body has nothing to do with the self, yet it quietly assumes I am the self. This is the cause of birth and death. This assumption robs you of courage. Give up this ghost, O Rama, and remain firm. Neither scriptures nor relatives nor even the gurus or preceptors can protect the man who is utterly overpowered by the ghost known as the mind. On the other hand, if one has laid this ghost, the Guru, the scriptures and relatives can easily aid him, even as one can easily rescue an animal from a mud puddle. They who have laid this ghost are the good people who render some service to this world. Hence, one should uplift oneself from this ignorance, by laying this ghost known as ego sense. O Rama! Do not wander in this forest of worldly existence like an animal in human garb. Do not wallow in this mud known as family relationship for the sake of this impermanent body. The body was born of someone, it is protected by the ego sense, and in it happiness and sorrow are experienced by someone else. This indeed is a great mystery. Even as the essential nature of a pot and that of a piece of cloth are non-different, even so the essential nature of the mind and that of the infinite consciousness are non-different. In this connection, I shall narrate to you the teaching that was imparted to me by Lord Shiva himself. The vision revealed in that teaching will destroy even the greatest delusion. Description of the Lord Vasishtha continued. There is the abode of Lord Shiva known as Kailasa. I lived there for some time, worshipping Lord Shiva and practicing austerities. I was surrounded by the perfected sages in whose company I used to discuss the truth of the scriptures. One evening I was engaged in the worship of Lord Shiva. The entire atmosphere was filled with peace and silence. In that forest the darkness was so dense that it appeared to be solid enough to be cut with a sword. At that time I saw a great light in the forest. With the external sight I saw that light, and with my insight I inquired into its nature. I saw that it was Lord Shiva himself who was walking along holding his consort Parvati with one hand. In front of him walked his vehicle Nandi, making way for the Lord. I made the divine presence known to the disciples assembled around me and proceeded to where the Lord was. I saluted the Lord and offered him due worship. I remained for a considerable time feasting my eyes on the divine vision. Lord Shiva then said to me, "Is your austerity proceeding satisfactorily, without any obstacles? Have you attained that which is worthy of attainment, and have your internal fears ceased?" In response, I said to the Lord, "Supreme Lord, they who are fortunate to be devoted to thee find nothing difficult of attainment, and they do not experience fear at all. Everyone in the world salutes and prostrates to those who are devoted to you and who constantly remember you. Only they were countries. They are cities. They are directions and mountains, where people who are solely and wholeheartedly devoted to you dwell. Your remembrance is the fruit of merits acquired in the past births, and it is also the guarantee of still more blessedness in the future. Your constant remembrance, O Lord, is like the pot of nectar and is the ever-open door to liberation. Lord, wearing the precious and radiant jewel of your remembrance, I have trampled underfoot all the calamities that might otherwise torment me in the future. Lord, though by your grace I have reached the state of self-soft only they deserve to be taken notice of as countries, cities, etc., where the Lord's devotees dwell. Fulfillment. I am eager to know more about one thing. Pray enlighten me. What is the method of worshipping the Lord which destroys all sins and promotes all auspiciousness? The Lord said, "Do you know who God is? God is not Vishnu, Shiva or Brahma not the wind, the sun or the moon, not the Brahman or the king, not I nor you, not Lakshmi nor the mind, intellect. God is without form and undivided, not in the objects that splendor, Devanam, which is not made and which has neither beginning nor end, is known as God, Deva, or Lord Shiva, which is pure consciousness. That alone is to be worshipped, and that alone is all. If one is unable to worship this Shiva, then he is encouraged to worship the form. The latter yields finite results, but the former bestows infinite bliss. He who ignores the infinite and is devoted to the finite abandons the pleasure garden and seeks the thorny bush. However, sages sometimes worship the form playfully. Now for the articles used in the worship: wisdom, self-control, and the perception of the self and all beings are the foremost among those articles. The self alone is Lord Shiva, who is fit to be worshipped at all times with the flowers of wisdom. I asked the Lord, "Pray tell me how this world is transmuted into pure consciousness, and also how that pure consciousness appears as the jiva and other things." The Lord continued, "Indeed only that Sadakasa, the infinite consciousness, which alone exists even after the cosmic dissolution, exists even now, utterly devoid of objectivity. The concepts and notions that are illumined by the consciousness within itself shine as this creation, on account of the movement of energy within consciousness, precisely as dreams arise during sleep. Otherwise, it is totally impossible for an object of perception to exist outside of the omnipresent infinite consciousness. All these mountains, the whole world, the firmament, the self, the jiva or the individuality and all the elements of which this world is constituted, all these are naught but pure consciousness. Before the so-called creation, when only this pure consciousness existed, where were all these, heaven, etc.? Space, akasa, supreme or infinite space, paramakasam, absolute space, brahmakasam, creation, consciousness, are mere words and they indicate the same truth even as synonyms do. Even as the duality experienced in dream is illusory, the duality implied in the creation of the world is illusory. Even as the objects seem to exist and function in the inner world of consciousness in a dream, objects seem to exist and function in the outer world of consciousness during the wakeful state. Nothing really happens in both these states. Even as consciousness alone is the reality in the dream state, consciousness alone is the substance in the wakeful state too. That is the Lord, that is the supreme truth, that you are, that I am, and that is all. V.1:30 The Lord continued, the worship of that Lord is true worship, and by that worship one attains everything. He is undivided and indivisible, non-dual and not fashioned or created by activity, he is not attained by external efforts. His adoration is the fountain source of joy. The external worship of a form is prescribed only for those whose intelligence has not been awakened and who are immature like little boys. When one does not have self-control, etc., he uses flowers in worship. Such worship is futile, even as adoring the self in an external form is futile. However, these immature devotees derive satisfaction by worshipping an object created by themselves. They may even earn worthless rewards from such worship. I shall now describe to you the mode of worship appropriate to enlightened people like you. The Lord fit to be worshipped is indeed the one who upholds the entire creation, who is beyond thought and description, who is beyond the concepts of even the all and the collective totality. He alone is referred to as God, who is undivided and indivisible by space and time, whose light illumines all the objects, who is pure and absolute consciousness. He is that intelligence which is beyond all its parts, which is hidden in all that is, which is the being in all that is, and which robs all that is of their being, that is, which veils the truth. This Brahman is in the middle of being and non-being, it is God, and the truth that is indicated as It exists everywhere like the essence in a plant. That pure consciousness which is in you, in me and in all the gods and goddesses alone is God. Holy One. Even the other gods endowed with form are indeed nothing but that pure consciousness. The entire universe is pure consciousness. That is God, that all I am, everything is attained from and through Him. That God is not distant from anyone, O Holy One, nor is He difficult to attain. He is forever seated in the body and He is everywhere like space. He does everything, He eats, He holds everything together, He goes, He breathes, He knows every limb of the body. He is the light in which all these limbs function and all the diverse activities take place. He dwells in the cave of one's own heart. He transcends the mind and the five senses of cognition. Therefore He cannot be comprehended nor described by them, yet for the purpose of instruction, He is indicated as consciousness. Hence, though it appears as though He does everything, He does nothing. That consciousness is pure and seemingly engages itself in the activities of the world to the same extent as the spring does in the flowering of trees. The Lord continued, somewhere this consciousness functions as space, somewhere as a jiva, somewhere as action, somewhere as its substance and so forth, but without intending to do so. Even as all the different oceans are but one indivisible mass of water, this consciousness, though described in different ways, is but one cosmic mass of consciousness. In the body, which is like a lotus, it is the same consciousness that imbibes the experience which is like honey gathered by the restless mind which is like the bee. In this universe all these various beings, the gods, the demons, mountains, oceans and so forth, flow within this infinite consciousness. Even those eddies and whirlpools appear in the ocean. Even the wheel of ignorance, which causes the wheel of life and death to revolve, revolves within this cosmic consciousness whose energy is in constant motion. It was consciousness, in the form of the four-armed Vishnu, that destroyed the demons, even as a thunderstorm equipped with the rainbow quenches the heat that rises from the earth. It is consciousness alone which takes the form of Shiva and Parvati, of Brahma the Creator and the numerous other beings. This consciousness is like a mirror which holds a reflection within itself, as it were, without undergoing any modification thereby. Without undergoing any modification in itself, this consciousness appears as all these countless beings in this universe. The infinite consciousness is like a creeper. It is sprinkled with the latent tendencies of countless jivas. Desires are the buds. Past creations are the filaments. The sentient and the insentient beings are parts of the creeper. The one appears as many, but it has not become many. It is by this infinite consciousness that all this is thought of, expressed and done. It is the infinite consciousness alone which shines as the sun. It is the infinite consciousness which appears as the bodies which are in fact inert and which come into contact with one another and derive various experiences. This consciousness is like the typhoon which is unseen in itself but in which sand particles and dust rise and dance as if by themselves. This consciousness casts a shadow in itself, as it were, and that is regarded as tamas or inertia. In this body, thoughts and notions generate action in the light of this very consciousness. Surely, but for this consciousness even an object which is immediately in front of oneself cannot be experienced. The body cannot function or exist but for this consciousness. It grows, it falls, it eats. This consciousness creates and maintains all the movable and the immovable beings in the universe. The infinite consciousness alone exists, naught else exists. Consciousness alone has arisen in consciousness. Vasishtha continued, thereupon I asked the Lord, if this consciousness is omnipresent, how then does one become insentient and inert in this world? How is it possible that one who is endowed with consciousness loses consciousness? The Lord applauded the questioning replied, the omnipresent consciousness, which is all in all, exists in this body both as the changing and as the unchanging and unmodified one. Just as a woman dreams herself to be another with another as her husband in that dream, the same consciousness believes itself to be of another nature. Just as the same man when he is under the influence of uncontrollable rage behaves completely differently, even so consciousness assumes another aspect and functions differently. By stages, it becomes insentient and inert. Consciousness thus becomes its own object, creating space and then air and their respective qualities. At the same time, it evolves within itself time and space, and becomes a jiva followed by individualized finite intellect and mind. From this arises the cyclic world appearance and notions like I am an untouchable, etc. The infinite consciousness itself thus becomes apparently inert, just as water becomes crystal. Thereafter the mind becomes deluded, entertains cravings, falls a prey to lust and anger, experiences prosperity and adversity, suffers pain and pleasure, clings to hope, endures terrible suffering and is filled with likes and dislikes that perpetuate the delusion. Thoroughly deluded, it goes from error to error, from ignorance to greater ignorance. In childhood, this deluded consciousness is totally dependent on others. In youth it runs after wealth and is filled with worry. In old age it is sunk in sorrow and in death it is led by its own karma. In accordance with that karma, it is born in heaven or in hell, in the netherworld or on earth as human, subhuman or inanimate being. It is the same consciousness that appears as Vishnu, Shiva, Brahma and others. It is the same consciousness that functions as the sun, the moon, the wind, the factors that cause changes in seasons, day and night. It is the same consciousness that is the life force and seeds and the characteristics of all material substances. This consciousness which is conditioned by self-limitation is afraid of itself. Such is the truth concerning the Jiva consciousness. It is also known as karmatma, the self that is caught in the wheel of action and reaction. Behold the power of ignorance and inertia. Merely by the forgetfulness of one's own true state, the consciousness undergoes great troubles and sorrows and experiences pitiable downfall. The Lord continued. V.1:31 Consciousness thinks, feels or imagines, falsely I am unhappy, even as a demented woman might think she is miserable. Just as one who is not dead wails aloud, alas, I am dead, and when she is not lost she weeps, alas, I am lost, on account of perverse understanding, even so the consciousness falsely imagines it is miserable or limited. Such imagination is irrational and unfounded. Due to the false assumption of the ego sense, the consciousness thinks that the world appearance is indeed real. It is the mind alone that is the root cause of experiencing the world as if it were real, but it cannot be truly considered such a cause, since there can be no mind other than pure consciousness. Thus, if it is realized that the perceiving mind itself is unreal, then it is clear that the perceived world is unreal too. Even as there is no oil in a rock, in pure consciousness the diversity of sight, seer and seen, or of doer, act and action, or of knower, knowledge and known does not exist. Similarly, the distinction between I and you is imaginary. The distinction between the one and the many is verbal. All these do not exist at all, even as darkness does not exist in the sun. Opposites like substantiality and unsubstantiality, void and non-void are mere concepts. On inquiry, all these disappear and only the unmodified pure consciousness remains. Consciousness does not truly undergo any modification, nor does it become impure. The impurity itself is imaginary, imagination is the impurity. When this is realized, the imagination is abandoned and impurity ceases. However, even in those who have realized this, the impurity arises unless the imagination is firmly rejected. By self-effort this imagination can be easily rejected. If one can drop a piece of straw, one can with equal ease also drop the three worlds. What is it that cannot be achieved by one's self-effort? This infinite consciousness, which is unmodified and non-dual, can be realized by one in the single self-luminous inner light. It is pure and eternal, it is ever-present and devoid of mind, it is unmodified and untainted. It is all the objects. In fact, it is non-moving consciousness which exists as if witness to all, even as light shines, but shining is not its action. While pure, this consciousness appears to be tainted. In inert material it is non-inert energy. It is omnipresent without being divided by the particulars constituting the all. This infinite consciousness, which is devoid of concepts and extremely subtle, knows itself. In self-forgetfulness this consciousness entertains thoughts and experiences perception, though all this is possible because of the very nature of the infinite consciousness, even as one who is asleep is also inwardly awake. The Lord continued, by identification with its own object, consciousness seems to reduce itself to the state of thinking or worrying, even as impure gold looks like copper until it is purified, when it shines like gold. By self-forgetfulness on the part of the infinite consciousness the notion of the universe arises, but this unreality ceases when there is self-knowledge. When consciousness becomes aware of itself within itself, the ego sense arises. With just a little movement though, this ego sense, which in truth is nothing other than consciousness, falls down as a rock rolls down the mountainside. However, even then it is consciousness alone that is the reality in all forms and all experiences. The movement of the vital airs brings about vision within and an object which is apparently outside. But the experiencing of sight, the seeing itself, is the pure, supreme, consciousness. The apparently inert vital air, which is the tactile sensation, comes into contact with its object and there is the sense of touch. But the awareness of the tactile sensation is again pure consciousness. In the same way it is the vital air, prana, that enables the nose to smell the scents, which are modifications of the same energy, while the awareness of the smell is pure consciousness. If the mind is not associated with the sense of hearing, no hearing is possible. Again, it is pure consciousness that is the experience of hearing. Action springs from thought, thought is the function of the mind is conditioned consciousness, but consciousness is unconditioned. The universe is but a reflection in consciousness, like the scenery reflected in a crystal ball, but consciousness is not conditioned by such reflection. Jiva is the vehicle of consciousness, ego sense is the vehicle of jiva, intelligence of ego sense, mind of intelligence, prana of the mind, the senses of prana, the body of the senses, and motion is the vehicle of the body. Such motion is karma. Because prana is the vehicle for the mind, where the prana takes it the mind goes. But when the mind is merged in the spiritual heart, prana does not move. And if the prana does not move, the mind attains a quiescent state. Where the prana goes, the mind follows it, even as the rider goes where the vehicle goes. The reflection of consciousness within itself is known as Paryastaka. Mind alone is Paryastaka, though others have described it more elaborately, as composed of the 5 elements, the inner instrument, mind, buddhi, ego sense and citta, prana, the organs of action, the senses, ignorance, desire, and karma action. It is also known as the lingasarira, the subtle body. Since all these arise in consciousness, exist in consciousness and dissolve in consciousness, that consciousness alone is the reality. The Lord said, V.1:32, but for the mind and prana the body is an inert mass. Just as a piece of iron moves in the presence of a magnet, even so the jiva moves in the very presence of consciousness, which is infinite and omnipresent. The body is inert and dependent, it is made to function by the consciousness which believes itself to be similar to the vital airs, prana. Thus, it is the karmasva for the active self, karmatma, that keeps the body in motion. It is, however, the Supreme Self itself that has ordained both the mind and the prana as the promoters of life in the body. It is the consciousness itself, assuming inertia, which rides the mind as the jiva. Once this limitation is established, then other consequences follow. They are the physical and mental diseases. This is like waves first arising on the surface of the ocean and then creating ripples and so forth. The consciousness as jiva becomes dependent, having abandoned the self-knowledge as consciousness. Laboring under a thick veil of ignorance, it is foolishly unable to recognize the harm that it has brought upon itself, even as a drunkard wielding a sword cuts his own leg. However, even as the drunkard can soon become sober, this consciousness can soon regain self-knowledge. When the mind is divested of its support, it remains alone in the self. When the Paryastaka, the subtle body, is rid of all its supports, it attains a state of quiescence and falls motionless. When consciousness, on account of objectification, becomes deluded, the latent psychological tendencies become active. Identifying with these, consciousness forgets its essential nature. When the lotus of the heart unfolds, the Paryastaka functions. When that lotus folds, the Paryastaka ceases to function. As long as the Paryastaka functions in the body lives. When it ceases to function, the body dies. This cessation can be caused by some form of inner conflict between the impurities and inner awakening. If only pure vasanas or tendencies fill one's heart, all conflicts cease and there are harmony, liberation and longevity. Otherwise, when the Paryastaka ceases to function, the body dries and the subtle body chooses another student to fulfill the hidden vasanas. Due to these vasanas, the Paryastaka forges new links with the new subtle body, forgetting its nature as pure consciousness. However, since consciousness is infinite and omnipresent, the mind riding the Paryastaka roams everywhere. Bodies are taken up and abandoned by the jiva even as trees sprout new leaves and discard old ones. Wise men do not set any store by these changes. VL.1:33 In response to Vasistha's questions, in the infinite consciousness how did duality arise and, 2, how does that duality which has been strengthened by eons of confirmation, cease? The Lord continued, since that omnipresent infinite consciousness alone is present at all times, diversity, duality, is absurd and impossible. The concept of one arises when where is a concept of two and vice versa. When the diversity is realized as of consciousness, the diversity is also that. The cause and effect are one in their essence. This essence is indivisible. Consciousness being its own object, is consciousness at all times. The modifications are but vain thinking. To assert that there are waves upon the surface of the ocean is like saying mountains made of water float upon the surface of the ocean. Are the waves outside the ocean? Consciousness alone is that. This, and in the middle, the factor that perceives the modification. It is the one infinite consciousness that is variously known as Brahman, truth, God, Shiva, void, one and supreme self. That which is beyond all these forms and states of consciousness, that which is the supreme self, that which is indicated by the pure I, that is not for words to describe. That which is perceived here is itself indivisible. When this consciousness invests itself with a secondary vision, Abhanagyan also means the sacred thread of Vedic learning, then it perceives duality. It is bound by its own ignorant imagination. This imagination gives rise to substantiality, and the experience of objects gives rise to the confirmation of the reality of that object. The ego sense gains credence thereafter and is firmly established, assuming the role of the doer of actions and the experiencer of other experiences. Thus, what was accidental coincidence to begin with soon becomes an established fact. Belief in the existence of the goblin creates it. Belief in the duality, diversity, establishes it. When the non-dual being is known, the duality vanishes instantly. Belief, or imagination, gave rise to diversity. When that belief is dropped, diversity goes. Thought, imagination or belief gives rise to sorrow. To abandon such thinking is not painful. It is feeding these thoughts and beliefs that has brought about this sorrow. And this comes to an end by not entertaining those thoughts and beliefs. Where is the difficulty in this? All thoughts and beliefs lead to sorrow, whereas not thought and no belief are pure bliss. Therefore, with the help of the fire of wisdom, vaporize the waters of your beliefs and become peaceful, supremely blissful. Behold the one infinite consciousness. It is only as long as the king remains forgetful of the fact I am king that he is miserable. Once he regains that knowledge, that sorrow vanishes. Even as after the rainy season, when the winter season has set in, the sky is unable to collect clouds to veil itself, once the infinite consciousness is realized, the clouds of ignorance are banished forever. The Lord said, V.1:34, thus does the universe exist as both real and unreal. The divine, being free of duality, unites them, transcends them and is therefore both of them. Manifest consciousness is the universe, and the unmanifest universe is consciousness. By entertaining the notion I am this, consciousness is bound, by this very knowledge it is freed. Objectification, or conceptualization, leads to self-forgetfulness. However, even in the state of diversity and activity, consciousness is truly undivided. For it is only that supremely peaceful Brahman that is apparently manifest as the universe through the instrumentality of the mind and its three modes, sattva, rajas and tamas, are waking, dreaming and sleeping. When, however, the mind is destroyed by the mind, the veil is rent asunder and the truth of the world jugglery is seen, the notion of world appearance and the existence of a jiva are destroyed. The mind is then clear, having given up repeatedly reviving the notions of objective perception. This state is known as pasyanti. Then the mind which is pure abandons conjuring up images of objects. It attains a state like deep sleep or the consciousness of homogeneity, thus going beyond the possibility of birth again. It rests in supreme peace. This is the first state. Now listen to the second state. Consciousness devoid of mind is ally, free from darkness and beautiful like space. The infinite consciousness frees itself totally from all modification or duality and remains as if in deep sleep or as a figure in uncut marble. It abandons even the factors of time and space and transcends both inertness and motion. It remains as pure being beyond expression. It transcends the three states of consciousness and remains as the fourth or the state of undivided infinite consciousness. Now comes the third state. This is beyond even what is termed Brahman, the self, etc. It is sometimes referred to as Turiya, beyond the fourth or Turiya state. It is supreme and ultimate. It defies description, for it is beyond the practices which are described by those who undertake them. O sage, remain forever in that third state. That is the real worship of the Lord. Then you will be established in that which is beyond what is and what is not. Nothing has been created and there is nothing to vanish. It is beyond the one and the two. It is the eternal, beyond the eternal and the transient. It is pure mass of consciousness. In it there is no question of diversity. It is all, it is supreme blessedness and peace. It is beyond expression. It is puristom. It is transcendent. It is supreme. Valmiki said. Having said this, the Lord Shiva remained in silent and deep contemplation for some time. Devaputa 5:1:35. After thus remaining immersed in himself for some time, the Lord opened his eyes and continued, O sage, abandon the habit of apprehending the objects with your mind. The knowers of that self have seen what is worth seeing. What more is there to be seen or not to be seen? Behold the self. Be a sword which sunders what is regarded as peace and what is regarded as restlessness. Or, resorting to just a little extroversion of attention, listen to what I am going to say to you. Nothing is gained by merely keeping quiet. This body is kept alive and active by the life force or prana. Without that life force the body is inert. The energy that moves the body is prana. The intelligence that experiences through all this is consciousness. This consciousness is formless and purer than even the sky. When the relationship between the life force and body ceases, only the life force is separated from the body. Consciousness, which is purer than space, does not perish. A pure mirror reflects what is in front of it, but the reflection is not seen if the mirror is covered with dirt. Even so, though the body is seen, when the prana has left the body the intelligence does not reflect the objects. The consciousness, though infinite and omnipresent, is able to become aware of the movements of the mind and the body. When this defect of objectification, conceptualization, is removed, that itself shines as the Supreme Being. It is itself the Creator Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Indra, the Sun, the Moon and the Supreme Lord. Some of these divinities like Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva are not deceived by the cosmic illusion. They are indeed parts of the infinite consciousness sharing its true nature, like red-hot iron which shares the nature of fire. However, none of these has actually been created by the infinite consciousness and none of these exists apart from it. These are no more than notions, some notions being more dense than the others. It is impossible to describe the extent of such notions which have arisen in ignorance. In a manner of speaking, the Supreme Being, the infinite consciousness, is the father of Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva and others. That infinite consciousness alone is fit to be adored and worshipped. However, there is no use inviting it for the worship, no mantras are of any use in its worship, for it is immediate, closest, one's own self, and hence does not need to be invited. It is the omnipresent self of all. The realization of this infinite consciousness, which is totally effortless, is alone the best form of worship. The Lord said, Vi.1:36, thus, they say that Lord Rudra is the pure, spontaneous self-experience which is the one consciousness that dwells in all substances. It is the seed of all seeds, it is the essence of this world appearance, it is the greatest of actions. It is the cause of all causes and it is the essence in all beings, though in fact it does not cause anything nor is it the concept of being, and therefore cannot be conceived. It is the awareness in all that is sentient, it knows itself as its own object, it is its own supreme object and it is aware of infinite diversity within itself. It is consciousness in all experiences but it is pure and unconditioned. It is absolute truth and therefore not truth as a concept. It is not limited to the definitions of truth or falsehood. It is in fact the very end, terminus, of the supreme truth or the primordial reality. It is pure absolute consciousness, not else. Yet, it itself becomes colored with desire or attraction for pleasure. It itself becomes the experiencer of pleasure, the pleasure experience and the impurity or taint caused by it. Though it is like the sky, unconditioned and undivided, soon it becomes limited and conditioned. In this infinite consciousness there have been millions of mirages known as world appearance and there will also arise millions more mirages known as world appearance. Yet, nothing really has come into being independent of the infinite consciousness. Light and heat seem to come out of fire but they are not independent of fire. This infinite consciousness can be compared to the ultimate subatomic particle which yet hides within its heart the greatest of mountains. It encompasses the span of countless epochs, but it does not let go of a moment of time. It is subtler than the tip of a single strand of hair, yet it pervades the entire universe. No one has seen its limits or boundaries. It does nothing, yet it has fashioned the universe. Sustaining the entire universe, it does nothing at all. All substances are non-different from it, yet it is not a substance, though it is non-substantial. It pervades all substances. The cosmos is its body, yet it has no body. It is the eternal now, yet it is the tomorrow, morning. Often apparently meaningless sounds become meaningful and are regarded as meaningful while communicating with one another, even so that infinite consciousness is and is not. It is even what it is not. All these statements about what is and what is not are based on logic, and the infinite consciousness goes beyond truth, beyond logic. V.1:37 The Lord continued, it is this infinite consciousness that makes the seed sprout with the help of earth, water, time, etc., and become food. It makes flowers blossom and makes the nose smell their fragrance. In the same way, it is able to create and sustain the substances in the world and their corresponding sense organs, with the help of suitable means which are also brought into being by the same consciousness. The energy of this consciousness is able to create the entire universe and then, entertaining the notion this is not, reduces everything to a state of void. This apparent creation is but a reflection of consciousness within itself, which has apparently acquired a body in course of time. The Trinity is the manifestation of, and also is, that cosmic power or energy that determines so it shall be, and it shall not be otherwise. Yet, consciousness does not create anything. It is like a lamp that illumines the room in which actions take place. Vasishtha asked, Lord, what are energies of this Shiva, consciousness, and what are their powers and their activities? The Lord replied, the Supreme Being is formless. And yet the following five are its aspects: will, space, time, order, or destiny, and the cosmic unmanifest nature. It has countless powers or energies or potencies. Chief among them are knowledge, dynamics, action and non-action. All these are but pure consciousness, because they are called the potencies of consciousness. They are apparently regarded as distinct from consciousness, though in fact they are not. This entire creation is like a stage on which all these potencies of consciousness stands to the tune of time. The foremost among these is known as order, the natural order of things and sequences. It is also known as action, desire or will, todo, time, etc. It is this potency that ordains that each thing should have a certain characteristic, from the blade of grass to the creator Brahma. This natural order is free from excitement but not purified of its limitation. That, the natural order, is what dances a dance, drama known as the world's soft appearance. It portrays various moods, compassion, anger, etc. It produces and removes various seasons and epochs. It is accompanied by the celestial music and the roaring of the oceans. Its stage is illumined by the sun and the moon and the stars. Its actors and actresses are the living beings in all the worlds. Such is the dance of the natural order. The Lord, who is the infinite consciousness, is a silent but alert witness of this cosmic dance. He is non-different from the dancer, the cosmic natural order, and the dance, the happenings. The Lord continued, V.1:38, such is the Lord who is fit to be worshipped constantly by holy ones. It is he indeed who is worshipped by wise men in various ways and in various forms such as Shiva, Vishnu, etc. Now listen to the ways in which he is to be worshipped. First of all, one should abandon the body idea, the notion that I am this body. Meditation alone is true worship. Hence one should constantly worship the Lord of the three worlds by means of meditation. How should one contemplate him? He is pure intelligence, he is as radiant as 100,000 suns risen together, he is the light that illumines all lights, he is the inner light. The limitless space is his throat, the firmament is his feet, the directions are his arms, the worlds are the weapons he bears in his hands, the entire universe is hidden in his heart, the gods are hairs on his body, the cosmic potencies are the energies in his body, time is his gatekeeper and he has thousands of heads, eyes, ears and arms. He touches all, he tastes all. He hears all. He thinks through although he is beyond thinking. He does everything at all times. He bestows whatever one thinks of or desires. He dwells in all. He is the all. He alone is to be sought by all. Thus should one contemplate him. This Lord is not to be worshipped by material substances but by one's own consciousness. Not by waving of lamps nor lighting incense, nor by offering flowers nor even by offering food or sandalpast. He is attained without the least effort. He is worshipped by self-realization alone. This is the supreme meditation, this is the supreme worship, the continuous and unbroken awareness of the indwelling presence, inner light or consciousness. While doing whatever one is doing, seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving, sleeping, breathing or talking, one should realize one's essential nature as pure consciousness. Thus does one attain liberation. Meditation is the offering. Meditation is the water offered to the deity to wash his hands and feet. Self-knowledge gained through meditation is the flower. Indeed, all these are directed towards meditation. The self is not realized by any means other than meditation. If one is able to meditate even for 13 seconds, even if one is ignorant, one attains the merit of giving away a cow in charity. If one does so for 101 seconds, the merit is that of performing a sacred rite. If the duration is 12 minutes, the merit is 1,000-fold. If the duration is of a day, one dwells in the highest realm. This is the supreme yoga, this is the supreme kriya, action or service. One who practices this mode of worship is worshipped by the gods and the demons and all other beings. However, this is external worship. V.1:39 The Lord continued, I shall now declare to you the internal worship of the self which is the greatest among all purifiers and which destroys all darkness completely. This is of the nature of perpetual meditation, whether one is walking or standing, whether one is awake or asleep, in and through all of one's actions. One should contemplate this Supreme Lord who is seated in the heart and who brings about, as it were, all the modifications within oneself. One should worship the bodilingam, the manifest consciousness or self-awareness, which sleeps and wakes up, goes about or stands, touches what is to be touched, abandons what should be abandoned, enjoys and abandons pleasures, engages in varied external activities, lends value to all actions and remains as peace in the vital organs in the body. Dhalingam in the text may also refer to the three lingams associated with the physic centers. This inner intelligence should be worshipped with whatever comes to one unsought. Remaining firmly seated in the stream of life and its experiences after having bathed in self-knowledge, one should worship this inner intelligence with the materials of self-realization. One should contemplate the Lord in the following manner. He is the light illumined by the solar force as well as the lunar force. He is the intelligence that eternally lies hidden in all material substances. He is the extrovert awareness that flows through the bodily avenues onto the external world. He is the prana that moves in one's face, nose. He transforms contacts of the senses into meaningful experiences. He rides the chariot composed of prana and apana. He dwells in secret in the cave of one's heart. He is the knower of the knowable and the doer of all actions, the experiencer of all experiences, the thinker of all thoughts. It is he who knows all parts or limbs thoroughly, who is recognized by being and non-being and who illumines all experiences. He is without parts but he is the all. He dwells in the body but he is omnipresent. He enjoys and does not enjoy. He is the intelligence, in every limb. He is the thinking faculty in the mind. He rises in the middle of prana and apana. He dwells in the heart, in the throat, in the middle of the palate, the middle of the eyebrows and at the tip of the nose. He is the reality in all the 36 elements, or metaphysical categories. He transcends the internal states. He is the one that produces the internal sounds, and he brings into being the bird known as mind. He is the reality in what is described as imagination and non-imagination. He dwells in all beings as oil dwells in the seed. He dwells in the heart lotus and again he dwells throughout the body. He shines as pure consciousness. He is immediately seen everywhere, for he is the pure experiencing in all experiences, who apparently polarizes himself when apprehending the objects of such experiences. The Lord continued, One should contemplate that the Lord is the intelligence in the body. The various functions and faculties in the body serve that intelligence as consorts serve their Lord. The mind is the messenger who brings and presents to the Lord the knowledge of the three worlds. The two fundamental energies, viz., the energy of wisdom, Jnanasakti, and the energy of action, Kriyasakti, are the consorts of the Lord. Diverse aspects of knowledge are his ornaments. The organs of action are the gates through which the Lord enters the outside world. I am that infinite self which is indivisible. I remain full and finite, thus the intelligence dwells in the body. He who contemplates in this manner is equanimity itself. His behavior is equanimous, guided by equal vision. He has reached the state of natural goodness and inner purity, and he is beautiful in every aspect of his being. He worships the Lord who is the intelligence that pervades his entire body. This worship is performed day and night perpetually, with the objects that are effortlessly obtained, and are offered to the Lord with a mind firmly established in equanimity and in the right spirit, for the Lord is consciousness and cares only for the right spirit. The Lord should be worshipped with everything that is obtained without effort. One should never make the least effort to attain that which one does not possess. The Lord should be worshipped by means of all the enjoyments that the body enjoys, through eating, drinking, being with one's consort and such other pleasures. The Lord should be worshipped with the illnesses one experiences and with every sort of unhappiness or suffering one experiences. The Lord should be worshipped with all of one's activities, including life and death and all of one's dreams. The Lord should be worshipped with one's poverty and prosperity. The Lord should be worshipped, even with fights and quarrels as well as with sports and other pastimes, and with the manifestations of the emotions of attraction and aversion. The Lord should be adored with the noble qualities of a pious heart, friendship, compassion, joy and indifference. The Lord should be worshipped with all kinds of pleasures that are granted to one unsought, whether those pleasures are sanctioned by the scriptures, etc., or forbidden by them. The Lord should be worshipped with those which are regarded as desirable and others which are regarded as undesirable, with those that are considered appropriate and others that are considered inappropriate. For this worship, one should abandon what is lost and one should accept and receive what has been obtained without effort. The Lord continued, one should engage oneself in this worship at all times, established in supreme equanimity in regard to all the percepts whether they be pleasant or unpleasant. One should regard everything as good and auspicious, or one should regard everything as a mixture of good and evil. Realizing that everything is the one self, one should worship the self in this spirit. One should look with equal vision upon that which is pleasant and beautiful through and that which is unendurably unpleasant. Thus should one worship the self. One should abandon the divisive notions of this I am and this I am not and realize that all this is indeed Brahman, the one indivisible and infinite consciousness. In that spirit one should worship the self. At all times, in all forms and their modifications, one should worship the self in and through all that one obtains. One should worship the self after having abandoned the distinction between the desirable and the undesirable, or even while relying on such a distinction, but using them as the materials for the worship. Without craving and without rejecting, that which is effortlessly and naturally obtained may be enjoyed. One should not get excited or depressed when faced with insignificant or significant objects, just as neither sky nor space is so affected by the diverse objects that exist and grow in it. One should worship the self, without psychological perversion, with every object that is obtained purely on account of the coincidence of the time, place and activity, whether they are popularly known as good or as not good. In this procedure for the worship of the self, whatever article has been mentioned as being necessary for the worship is of the same nature as all others, though the expressions used are different. Equanimity is sweetness itself, and this sweetness is beyond the senses and the mind. Whatever is touched by that equanimity instantly becomes sweet, whatever its description or definition may be. That alone is regarded as worship which is performed when one is in a state of equanimity like that of space, when the mind has become utterly quiescent without the least movement of thought, when there is effortless absence of perversity. Established in this state of equanimity, The wise man should experience infinite expansion within himself while carrying out his natural actions externally without craving or rejection. Such is the nature of the worshipper of this intelligence. In his case, delusion, ignorance and ego sense do not arise even in dream. Remain in this state, O sage, experiencing everything as a child does. Worship the Lord of this body, the intelligence that pervades it, with all that is brought to you by time, circumstance and environment, and rest in supreme peace, devoid of desire. The Lord continued, V.1:40 Whatever you doing whenever you do it, or refrain from doing it, all that is worship of the Lord who is pure consciousness. By regarding all that as the worship of the Self who is the Lord, he is delighted. Likes and dislikes, attraction and diversion are not found in the Self independent of its essential nature, they are mere words. Even the concepts indicated by words like sovereignty, poverty, pleasure, pain, one's own and others, are in fact worship of the Self, for the conceiving intelligence is the Self. Knowledge of the cosmic being alone is the proper worship of the cosmic being. It is that Self or cosmic consciousness alone which is indicated by expressions like this world. Oh, what a mysterious wonder it is that the Self which is pure consciousness or intelligence somehow seems to forget its own nature and comes to regard itself as the jiva, the individual. In fact, in that cosmic being which is the reality in everything, there is not even the division into worshipper, worship and the worshipped. It is impossible to describe the cosmic being which supports the entire universe without division, it is impossible to teach another concerning it. And we do not consider them worthy of being taught by us, who consider that God is limited by time and space. Hence, abandoning all such limited concepts, abandoning even the division between the worshipper and the worshipped, Lord, worship the Self by the Self. Be at peace, pure, free from cravings. Consider that all your experiences and expressions are the worship of the Self. In reply to Vasistha's request for a fuller explanation of Shiva, Brahman, Self, why they were so called and how such differences arose, the Lord continued, the reality is beginningless and endless and it is not even reflected in anything that is the reality. However, since it is not possible to experience it through the mind and the senses, it is even regarded as if it were non-being. In reply to Vasistha's question, if it is beyond the mind, how is it realized? The Lord replied, in the case of the seeker who is eager to attain freedom from ignorance and who is therefore equipped with what is termed sattvic avidya, subtle ignorance, this sattvic avidya, with the help of what are known as scriptures, removes the ignorance, just as a washerman removes dirt with the help of another form of dirt, soap. By this catalytic action the ignorance is removed, the Self realizes the Self and the Self sees the Self on account of its own self-luminous nature. V.1:41 The Lord continued, when a child is playing with charcoal, his hands become black. If he washes his hands but immediately plays again with charcoal, his hands become black again. However, if he does not handle charcoal again after washing, his hands can remain clean. Even so, if one inquires into the nature of the Self and at the same time refrains from those actions that promote avidya or ignorance, the darkness of ignorance vanishes. However, it is only the Self that becomes aware of the Self. Do not look upon this diversity as the Self. Do not entertain the feeling that self-knowledge is the result of the teaching of a preceptor. The guru or the preceptor is endowed with the mind and the senses, the Self or Brahman is beyond the mind and the senses. That which is attained only after the other ceases, is not attained with its help while it still exists. However, though the instructions of a preceptor and all the rest of it are not really the means for the attainment of self-knowledge, they have come to be regarded as the means for it. The Self is not revealed either by the scriptures or by the instructions of a preceptor, and the Self is not revealed without the instructions of a preceptor and without the help of the scripture. It is revealed only when all these come together. It is only when the scriptural knowledge, instructions of a preceptor and true discipleship come together that self-knowledge is attained. that which is after all the senses have ceased to function and all notions of pleasure and pain have vanished is the self or Shiva, which is also indicated by expressions like that, truth or reality. However, that which is when all these cease to be exists even when all these are present, like the limitless space. Out of their compassion for the ignorant deluded ones, in an effort to awaken them spiritually and to awaken in them a thirst for liberation, the redeemers of the universe, known as Brahma, Indra, Ayudha and others, have composed scriptures like the Vedas and the Puranas, the legends. In these scriptures they have used words like consciousness, Brahman, Shiva, self, Lord, Supreme Self, etc. These words may imply a diversity, but in truth there is no such diversity. The truth indicated by the words like Brahman, etc., is indeed pure consciousness. In relation to it even the limitless space is as gross and substantial as the great mountain. That pure consciousness appears to be the knowable object and gives rise to the concept of intelligence or consciousness, though, being the innermost self, it is not an object of knowledge. On account of a momentary conceptualization, this pure consciousness gives rise to the ego sense. I know. The Lord continued, this ego sense then gives rise to the notions of time and space. Endowed with the energy of the vital air, it then becomes Jiva or the individual. The individual thenceforward follows the dictates of the notions and slips into dense ignorance. Thus is the mind born in conjunction with the ego sense and the different forms of psychological energy. All these together are known as the Adivahika body, the subtle body which moves from one plane to another. After this, the substances, the objects of the world, corresponding to the subtle energies of the Adivahika body were conceived of, and thus were the various senses, sight, touch, hearing, taste and smelling, their corresponding objects and their connecting experiences brought into being. These together are known as the Puryastaka, and in their subtle state they are also known as the Adivahika body. Thus were all these substances created, but nothing was created in fact. All these are but apparent modifications in the one infinite consciousness. Even as dream soft objects are within oneself, all these are non-different from the infinite consciousness. Even as when one dreams those objects, they seem to become the objects of one's perception, all these, too, appear to be objective realities. When the truth concerning them is realized, all these shine as the Lord. However, even that is untrue, for all these have never become material substances or objects. On account of one's own notions of their being substances which one experiences, they appear to have a substantiality. Thus, conjuring up a substantiality, the consciousness sees the substantiality. Conditioned by such notions it seems to suffer. Conditioning is sorrow. But conditioning is based on thoughts and notions, or sensual and psychological experiences. However, the truth is beyond such experience and the world is an appearance like a mirage. In that case, what is psychological conditioning? Who conditions what and who is conditioned by such conditioning? Who drinks the water of the mirage? Thus, when all these are rejected, the reality alone remains in which there is no conditioning, non-conditioned. It may be styled the being or the non-being, but it alone is. Mental conditioning is illusory non-being. Like a ghost, when it is laid, the illusion of creation also vanishes. He who takes this ego sense and this mirage known as creation to be real, he is unfit to be instructed. Preceptors instruct only a man endowed with wisdom, not foolish men. The latter pin their faith and hope on the world appearance, like the ignorant man who bestows his daughter in marriage to the man seen only in his dream. V.1:42 The Lord continued, the jiva perceives all these elements as constituting its body in the void, even as the dreaming person perceives diverse objects within the inner void. This is true even today. The cosmic consciousness or the cosmic being perceives the universe of diversity within itself even as the dreamer perceives diversity within himself. The jiva thinks of itself as Brahma, Vishnu, etc., but all this is nothing more than thought form. However, this thought form conceives and perceives other thought soft forms and experiences them. The sole reality in all these percepts is the primary concept known as the ego sense, which arises the very instant consciousness conceives of an object within itself and thinks it perceives it, obviously as its object. That instant itself is the epic and all the multiples and divisions of epics. In every atom of existence this drama of self-ailing and self-knowledge is enacted all the time, all of which is nothing more than thought form created by cosmic consciousness. Yet, nothing is created by or in cosmic consciousness, for it remains unchanged and unmodified. The mountain seen in a dream only appears to exist in time and space. It does not occupy any space nor does it take time to appear and disappear. Even so is the case with the world. In whatever manner the omnipotent deity comes into being, in exactly the same manner a worm also comes into being within the twinkling of an eye. From the Lord Rudra down to the blade of grass, all the beings one sees in the universe have come into being in the same manner, whether they were microsoft-organisms or colossal personalities. If one thus inquires into the nature of this samsara, world appearance, the perception of diversity disappears simultaneously with the dawn of self-knowledge or God-realization. If the real nature of the infinite consciousness is allowed to slip even for only half of a hundredth part of a second, then all these unfortunate, illusory creations take place. By the expression Brahman the wise sages indicate that state in which one remains forever firmly established in the infinite consciousness. When this is disturbed one entertains the notion of the world as real, and this gives rise to an endless sequence of diversity: gods, demons, humans and subhumans, plants and worms. However, if one does not slip from that state of cosmic consciousness, one realizes that the truth is ever present everywhere. Vasishtha said, "O Rama, having said thus, Lord Shiva received my adoration and after blessing me, departed with his consort, Parvati. Having imbibed his teaching, I abandoned my previous mode of worship and commenced the worship of the omnipresent non-dual self." Vasishtha continued. V.1:43, O Rama, the unreal Jiva perceives the unreal world on account of the unreal influence of the unreality. In all this what can be considered as real and what as unreal? An imaginary object is imaginatively described by someone, and one understands in one's own imagination and imagines that he understands it. Just as liquidity is in liquids, motion in wind, emptiness in space, even so is omnipresence in the self. From the time the Lord instructed me, I have been performing the worship of the infinite self. By the grace of such worship, though I am constantly engaged in various activities, I am free from sorrow. I perform the worship of the self, who is undivided though apparently divided, with the flowers of whatever comes to me naturally and whatever actions are natural to me. To come into relationship, to possess and to be possessed, is common to all embodied beings, but the yogis are forever vigilant, and such vigilance is the worship of the self. Adopting this inner attitude and with a mind utterly devoid of any attachment, I roam in this dreadful forest of samsara, world appearance. If you do so, you will not suffer. When great sorrow, like the loss of wealth and relations, befalls you, inquire into the nature of truth, in the manner described. You will not be affected by joy or sorrow. You now know how all these things arise and how they cease. And you also know the fate of the man who is deluded by them, who does not inquire into their real nature. They do not belong to you, you do not belong to them. Such is the unreal nature of the world. Do not grieve. Dear Rama, you are pure consciousness which is not affected by the illusory perception of the diversity of creation. If you see this, how will notions of the desirable and the undesirable arise in you? Realizing thus, O Rama, remain established in the Turiya, transcendental, state of consciousness. Rama said, Lord, I am free from the dirt of duality. I have realized that all this is indeed Brahma. My intelligence has been purified, rid of doubts and desires and even questions. I do not desire heaven nor do I dread hell. I remain established in the self. By your grace, O Lord, I have crossed this ocean of samsara, world appearance. I have realized the fullness of direct self-knowledge. V.1:44 Vasistha continued, that is not considered action, O Rama, which you perform merely with the organs of action, with an unattached mind. The delight derived from sensual experience is fleeting. A repetition of that experience does not afford a repetition of the same delight. would but a fool entertain desire for such a momentary joy. Moreover, an object gives you pleasure only when it is desired. So the pleasure belongs to the desire. Hence give up desire or craving. If in the course of time, you attain to the experience of that, the self, do not store it in your mind as a memory or ego sense to be revived as desire once again. For, when you rest on the pinnacle of self-knowledge, it is unwise to fall into the pit of ego sense again. Let hopes cease and let notions vanish. Let the mind reach the state of no-mind while you live unattached. You are bound only when you are ignorant. You will not be bound if you have self-knowledge. Hence, strive by every means to remain vigilant in self-knowledge. When you do not engage yourself in sense experiences and also when you experience whatever comes to you unsought, you are in a state of equanimity and purity, free from latent tendencies or memories. In such a state, like the sky, you will not be tainted even by 1,000 distractions. When knower, known and knowledge merge in the one self, the pure experiencer does not once again generate a division within. With the slightest movement in the mind, when the mind blinks, the samsara, world appearance, arises and ceases. Make the mind unwinking, free from movement of thought, by the restraint of the prana and also the latent tendencies, vasana. By the movement, blinking, of prana, the samsara arises and ceases. By diligent practice make the prana free from such movement. By the rise and cessation of foolishness, ignorance, self-binding action arises and ceases. Restrain it by means of self-discipline and the instructions of the preceptor and the scriptures. This world illusion has arisen because of the movement of thought in the mind. When that ceases, the illusion will cease, too, and the mind becomes null mind. This can also be achieved by the restraint of prana. That is the supreme state. The bliss that is experienced in a state of no-mind, that bliss which is uncaused, is not found even in the highest heaven. In fact, that bliss is inexpressible and indescribable and should not even be called happiness. The mind of the knower of the truth is no-mind, it is pure sattva. After living with such no-mind for some time, there arises the state known as Turiya, the state beyond the transcendental, or the Turiya state. The story of the wood apple Vasistha continued. V.1:45. In this connection, O Rama, there is an instructive parable which I shall presently narrate to you. There is a wood apple fruit which is immeasurably large and which does not decay nor perish though it has existed for countless eons. It is the source and support of the nectar of immortality and indestructibility. It is the abode of sweetness. Though it is most ancient, it is ever new, like the new moon. It is the very center or heart of the universe, it is unmoving and it is not shaken even by the forces of cosmic dissolution. This wood apple fruit, which is immeasurably large, is the original source of this creation. Even when it is fully ripe, it does not fall from its place. It is forever fully ripe but it does not become overripe. Even the Creator Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra and the other gods do not know the origin of this wood apple fruit. No one has seen the seed nor the tree on which this fruit grows. The only thing that can be said about it is that this fruit exists, without beginning, without middle and without end, without change and without modification. Even within this fruit there is no diversity, it is completely full without emptiness. It is the fountain source of all joys and delights, from the delight of an ordinary man to that of the highest of divinities. Thus, this fruit is none other than the manifestation of the energy of infinite consciousness. This energy of the infinite consciousness, without even for a moment abandoning its own true nature, has manifested this creation, as it were, by merely willing it in its own intelligence. In fact, even this, that is, that it willed so, is not really true. The ego sense that is implied in such willing is itself unreal. But out of this have proceeded all the elements and their corresponding subjective senses. In truth, that energy of the infinite consciousness itself is space, time, natural order, expansion of thought, attraction and repulsion, in-ness, unison-ness, above, below, the other directions, the mountains, the firmament and the stars, knowledge and ignorance, all, whatever is, was and will ever be. All that is nothing but the energy of the infinite consciousness. Though it is one, It is conceived of as diverse beings. It is neither one nor many. It is not even it. It is established in reality. It is of the nature of supreme, all-inclusive peace. It is the one immeasurably great cosmic being or self. It is cosmic energy of the nature of cosmic consciousness. The story of the rock V.1:46 Vasistha continued. There is yet another parable, O Rama, to illustrate this further. I shall now narrate that to you. There is a great rock which is full of tenderness and affection, which is obvious and ever clearly perceived, which is soft, which is omnipresent and eternal. Within it countless lotuses blossom. Their petals sometimes touch one another, sometimes not, sometimes they are exposed and sometimes they are hidden from view. Some face downwards, some face upwards, and some have their roots intertwined. Some have no roots at all. All things exist within it though they do not. O Rama, this rock is indeed the cosmic consciousness. It is rock-like in its homogeneity. Yet within it, all these diverse creatures of this universe appear to be. Just as one conceives or imagines different forms within the rock, this universe is also ignorantly imagined to exist in this consciousness. Even if a sculptor creates different forms in the rock, it is still rock. Even so in the case of this cosmic consciousness, which is a homogeneous mass of consciousness. Even as the solid rock contains potentially diverse figures which can be carved out of it, the diverse names and forms of the creatures of this universe exist potentially in cosmic consciousness. Even as rock remains rock, carved or uncarved, consciousness remains consciousness whether the world appears or not. The world appearance is but an empty expression. Its substance is not but consciousness. In fact, even these manifestations and modifications are but Brahman, the cosmic consciousness, though not in the sense of manifestation or modification. Even this distinction, modification in the sense of modification, or any other sense, is meaningless in Brahman. When such expressions are used in relation to Brahman, the meaning is quite different, like water in the mirage. Since the seed does not contain anything other than the seed, even the flowers and the fruits are of the same nature as the seed, the substance of the seed is the substance of subsequent effects, too. Even so, the homogeneous mass of cosmic consciousness does not give rise to anything other than what it is in essence. When this truth is realized, duality ceases. Consciousness never becomes unsoft-consciousness. If there is modification, that too is consciousness. Hence, whatever there may be, wherever and in whatever form, all this is Brahman. All these exist forever in their potential state in the mass of homogeneous consciousness. Vasistha continued. V.1:47 Time, space and other factors in this so-called creation, which is in truth another aspect of the same consciousness, are none other than consciousness. When it is realized that all these are but thoughts and notions and that the self is one and indivisible, how then are these regarded as unreal? In the seed there is nothing but the seed, no diversity. At the same time there is the notion of potential diversity, of flowers, fruits, supposedly present in the seed. Even so, cosmic consciousness is one, devoid of diversity, yet the universe of diversity is said to exist only in notion. The stone is single. The notion of numerous lotuses arises only in relation to that single stone. Even so the notion of diversity arises in consciousness without causing diversity. But just as water in mirage is and is not simultaneously, even so is diversity in relation to the infinite consciousness. All this is indeed Brahman, the infinite consciousness. Even as the notion of the existence of lotuses in the stone does not destroy the stone, Brahman is unaffected by world appearance which exists as the very nature of Brahman and Brahman. There is no essential difference in truth between Brahman and the world. They are synonyms. When the reality is thus seen, Brahman alone is seen. Even as all that is seen as water in the world is not but hydrogen and oxygen gases, even so the world appearance is but Brahman alone. The one consciousness appears as the mind, the mountains, etc., even as the multicolored feathers and the wings of the peacock are present in the egg of the peacock. This power or faculty is potentially present in the infinite consciousness. Whatever is now seen as the diverse objects of the universe, If it is seen with the eye of wisdom, the eye that is wisdom, then only Brahman or the infinite consciousness will be seen. For that is non-dual though apparently diverse, just like the notion of diversity in the fluid in the peacock's egg. The notion of Brahman and the world is therefore both dual and non-dual. That which is the substratum for all these notions of unity and diversity, that is the supreme state. The infinite consciousness pervades the entire universe, and the universe exists in the infinite consciousness. The relationship is one of diversity and non-diversity, just as the numerous parts of the peacock are in the one egg substance. Where is the diversity in all this? V.1:48 Vasistha continued, all these, the ego sense and the space, etc., have acquired the nature of real substances though they have not been created at all. Where nothing has arisen, been created, there everything is seen. Even so, the sages, gods and the perfected ones remain in their transcendental consciousness, tasting the bliss of their own nature. They have abandoned the illusion of duality of the observer and the object, and the consequent movement of thought. Their gaze is fixed and unwinking. Though these sages are active here, they do not entertain the least notion of illusory existence. They are firmly rooted in the abandonment of the relationship between the knower and the known, subject and object. Their life force is not agitated. It is as if they were painted pictures. Their mind does not move, even as the mind of painted figures does not move. For, they have abandoned the conceptualizing tendency of the consciousness. They engage themselves in appropriate activity by a little movement of thought in consciousness, even as the Lord does. However, such movement of thought and the experiencing of the contact of the observer with the object also produce great joy in them. Their consciousness is absolutely pure, purified of all images, concepts and notions. Such a state of purity of the self, the true nature of the infinite consciousness, is not a vision, an experience of the mind and the senses. It is incapable of being taught. It is not very easy nor is it far distant or impossible. It is attained by direct experience alone. That alone exists, not else. Neither the body nor the senses and life force. Neither the mind nor the storehouse of memory or latent tendencies. Neither the jiva nor even a movement in consciousness. Neither consciousness nor the world. It is neither real nor unreal nor something in between. Neither void nor non-void. Neither time nor space nor substantiality. Free from all these and free from 100 veils in the heart, one should experience the self in all that is seen. It is neither the beginning nor the end. Because it is ever present everywhere, it is taken for something else. Thousands are born and thousands die, but the self which is everywhere, inside and outside, is not affected. It remains in all these bodies, etc., as if it were just a little different from the infinite. Though radiantly engaged in diverse activities, remain free from the sense of inness and mindness. For whatever is seen in this world is Brahman, free from characteristics and qualities. It is eternal, peaceful, pure and utterly quiescent. Rama asked, if Brahman does not undergo any modification at all, how does this world appearance, which is and is not real, arise in it? V.1:49 Vasishtha replied, true modification, O Rama, is a transformation of a substance into another, like the curdling of milk, in which case the curd cannot once again return to its milk state. Such is not the case with Brahman, which was unmodified before the world appearance and which regains its unmodified state after the world's appearance. Both in the beginning and in the end, it is unmodified homogeneous consciousness. The momentary and apparent modification in this is but a mild disturbance of consciousness, not a modification at all. In that Brahman there is neither a subject nor an object of consciousness. Whatever a thing is in the beginning and in the end, that alone it is. If it appears to be something else in the middle, that appearance is regarded as unreal. Hence, the self is the self in the beginning and in the end and therefore in the middle, too. It never undergoes any transformation or modification. Rama asked again, in that self which is pure consciousness, how does this mild disturbance arise? Vasishtha replied, I am convinced, O Rama, that infinite consciousness alone is real in that there is no disturbance at all in its nature. We use words like Brahman just for the sake of communication or instruction. not to raise notions of one and two. You, I and all these things are pure Brahman, there is no ignorance at all. Rama asked again, but at the end of the previous section, you exhorted me to inquire into the nature of this ignorance. Vasishtha replied, yes. At that time you were still not fully awakened. Such expressions as ignorance, jiva, etc., have been invented as aids to instructing the unawakened. One should use common sense and suitable aids. Yukti also commonly means trick, to awaken the seeker before imparting the knowledge of the truth. If one declares, all this is Brahman to an unawakened person, it is like a man petitioning a tree for relief from his suffering. It is by suitable aids that the unawakened is awakened. The awakened is enlightened by the truth. Thus, now that you are awakened, I declare the truth to you. You are Brahman, I am Brahman, the whole universe is Brahman. Whatever you are doing, realize this truth at all times. This Brahman or the Self alone is the reality in all beings, even as clay is the real substance in thousands of pots. Even as wind and its movement are non-different, consciousness and its internal movement, energy, which causes all these manifestations are non-different. It is the seed of notion falling on the soil of consciousness that gives rise to apparent diversity. If it does not so fall, mind does not sprout. V.1:50 Rama said, what is to be known is known, what is to be seen is seen, we are all filled with the supreme truth, thanks indeed to the nectarine wisdom of Brahman, imparted by you. This fullness is filled with fullness. Fullness is born from fullness. Fullness fills fullness. In fullness, fullness is ever established. However, for the further expansion of awareness, I ask again, pray bear with me. The sense organs are obviously present in all, yet how is it that the dead person does not experience sensations, though while living he experienced their objects through those organs? Vasishtha continued, apart from the pure consciousness there are neither the senses, nor the mind, nor even their objects. It is that consciousness alone which appears as the objects in nature and as the senses in the person. When that consciousness has apparently become the subtle body, Puriyastaka, it reflects the external objects. The eternal and infinite consciousness is indeed free of all modifications, but when there arises the notion of I am in it, that notion is known as the jiva. It is that jiva that lives and moves in this body. When the notion of I rises, ahambhavana, it is known as ego sense, ahamkara. When there are thoughts, jnana, it is known as mind, manas. When there is awareness, vada, it is intelligence, buddhi. When seen, drs, by the individual soul, indra, it is known as the sense, indriya. When the notion of body prevails it appears to be body, when the notion of object prevails it appears to be the diverse objects. However, through the persistence of these notions, the subtle personality condenses into material substantiality. The same consciousness thereafter thinks I am the body, I am the tree, etc. Thus self-deluded it rises and falls, until it attains a pure birth and is spiritually awakened. Then by being devoted to the truth, it attains self-knowledge. I shall now tell you how it perceives the objects. I said that on account of the notion of I am, consciousness abides as jiva in the body. When its senses descend upon similar bodies outside itself, there is contact between the two and there is desire to know, to become one with them. When there is this contact the object is reflected within oneself and the jiva perceives this reflection, though it believes that the reflection is outside. The jiva knows only this reflection, which means it knows itself. This contact is the cause of the perception of external objects. Hence it is possible only in the case of the ignorant one whose mind is deluded and not in the case of the liberated sage. Of course, since the jiva, which is but a notion, and all the rest of it are inert and insentient, the reflection thus seen and experienced is in fact an optical illusion or intellectual perversion. The self is all soft hyphen and all the time. The story of Arjuna Vasistha continued. V.1:51, just as the cosmic body, composed of the intelligence energy and the cosmic elements, or the first Puriyastaka, cosmic subtle body, arose in the infinite consciousness as an ocean, all the other bodies, Puriyastaka, also arise in the same manner. Whatever the jiva, which is the Puriyastaka or the subtle body, conceives of while still in the womb, that it sees as existent. Just as in the macrocosm the cosmic elements evolve, even so in the microcosm the senses corresponding to those elements evolve. Of course, they are not actually created. These expressions and descriptions are used merely for the sake of instruction. These ideas which are used in instruction are dispelled by the inquiry which they initially promote and prompt. Even when you observe this ignorance very carefully and keenly, you do not see it, it vanishes. The unreal is rooted in unreality. We only talk of water in the mirage. The water in the mirage, being unreal, has never been water at all. In the light of truth, the reality of all things is revealed, and delusion or illusory perception vanishes. The self is real. Jiva, Puriyastaka, the subtle body, and all the rest of it are unreal, and the inquiry into their nature is no that inquiry into their unreality. It is in order to instruct one in the real nature of the unreality that such expressions as jiva, etc., are used. This infinite consciousness has, as it were, assumed the nature of the jiva, and oblivious of its true nature it experiences whatever it thinks of as being. Even as, to the child the unreal ghost it visualizes at night is truly real, the jiva conceives of the five elements which it sees as existing. These are nothing but notions of the jiva. However, the jiva sees them as if they are outside it. It thinks that some are within and others are outside of it. And so it experiences them. Knowledge is inherent in consciousness, even as void is in space. However, consciousness now believes knowledge to be its own object. The diverse objects are limited by time and space, which are themselves but the notional division in consciousness brought about by this division, of consciousness and knowledge as subject and object, within itself. Such division does not exist in the self, which transcends time and space. However, the infinite consciousness with a knowledge inherent in it conceives of diverse creatures. Such is its power, which no one can challenge. The inert space is unable to reflect itself within itself. But because its nature is infinite consciousness, Brahman reflects itself within itself and conceives of itself as a duality, though it is bodiless. Vasishtha continued, whatever this consciousness thinks of, that it sees as existing, its concepts and notions are never barren. In a golden bracelet, there are these two. Gold and bracelet, one being the reality, gold, and the other being the appearance, of bracelet. Even so, in the self there are both consciousness and the notion of material, inert, substantiality. Since consciousness is omnipresent, it is ever present in the mind in which the notion arises. The dreamer dreams of a village which occupies his mind and in which he lives for the time being. A little later he dreams of another situation and he thinks he lives there. Even so, the jiva goes from one body to another. The body is but the reflection of the notion entertained by the jiva. The unreal body alone dies, and it is the unreal that is born again apparently in another body. Just as in the dream one experiences things seen and unseen, even so in the dream of the jiva it experiences the world and even sees what is to come in the future. Even as an error of yesterday can be rectified and turned into good action by self-effort today, the habits of the past can be overcome by appropriate self-effort. However, the notion of jivahood and of the existence and functioning of the eyes, etc., cannot be abolished except by the attainment of liberation. Till then, they become alternately latent and patent. A notion entertained by consciousness appears as the body. It has a corresponding subtle body, Ativahika, which is also known as Puriyastaka, composed of mind, intellect, ego sense and the five elements. The self is formless, but the Puriyastaka roams in this creation in sentient and insentient bodies until it purifies itself, lives, as if in deep sleep and attains liberation. The subtle body exists all the time, during dreams and during sleep. It continues to exist in insentient bodies, like inanimate objects, as if it were in deep sleep. All these are also experienced in this human body. Its deep sleep is inert and insentient. Its dream state is the experience of this creation. Its waking state is truly the transcendental, turiya, consciousness, and the realization of the truth is liberation. The state of liberation living is itself the Turiya consciousness. Beyond that is Brahman, which is Turiyatita, beyond Turiya. In every atom of existence there is naught else than the Supreme Being. Wherever the world is seen, that is but an illusory world appearance. This illusion, and therefore bondage, is sustained by psychological conditioning. Such conditioning is bondage and its abandonment is freedom. Dense and heavy conditioning is existence as inert objects, middling conditioning as animals, and thin conditioning as humans. But enough of perception of division, the whole universe is but the manifestation of the energy of infinite consciousness. Vasishtha continued. V.1:52 What is known as this samsara, world appearance, is but the original dream of the jiva, the first person. The dream of the jiva is not like the dream of a person, the former's dream is experienced as the wakeful state. Hence it is that the wakeful state is considered a dream. The jiva's long dream is instantly materialized, though it is unreal and unsubstantial. The jiva goes from one dream to another within that dream, and as this misconception of the dream as the reality becomes denser, it is experienced as if it were real and the real is ignored as unreal. Be wise and live like Arjuna, who will become enlightened through the Lord's instruction. The entire universe appears in the one ocean of cosmic consciousness. In that universe dwell 14 types of beings,